What's up everyone, how are you all? Today we are back with another amazing Naruto story. What if Naruto was born girl? If you enjoy, then please like, share and do comments. And also check the description box to original creator of this beautiful creation. Naruto, sweetie, wake up, I brought breakfast. A kindly feminine voice said from her bedroom door. Naruto just rolled over and snuggled deeper into her blankets, mumbling, 5 more minutes. It's already 9:30. The voice sounded stern. Now get up before I send in Sasuke in here to wake you up. You wouldn't. The little blonde girl sat up sounding scandalized. I would, was the simple reply. You could almost see the woman laughing. But Makoto Obasan, aunt, he has too much energy for mornings. Naruto whined. You have twice as much, if not more, energy once you wake up. Makoto said while laughing. Now you have 5 minutes to get to the table or I'll send him in. With that, Makoto closed the door and headed to the kitchen. Naruto groggily got up and got ready for the day. She decided to wear an orange floral printed sundresses that went almost to her ankle. Naruto was about 28 inches tall and weighed about 25 pounds, so she was slightly smaller than she should have been, but she was still the cutest 2-year-old you had ever seen. She had golden skin, liquid honey-colored hair with red highlights that shone in direct sunlight, and the brightest azure eyes with a smile to match. Once she was dressed, she left her room. She saw Sasuke in her living room watching TV. She said a quick, good morning, then headed to the kitchen with her brush in hand. Koto Obasan, can you braid my hair, please? Naruto asked, holding up her hairbrush. Sure, sweetie, Makoto said. You eat your breakfast while I do it. After Naruto finished her breakfast, she joined Sasuke in the living room. They soon decided to color instead of watching cartoons. After a while, Makoto came out of the kitchen and asked if they wanted to go to the park. Hi, Sasuke shouted, jumping around. Let me go change my clothes, Naruto said as she ran to her room. When she came back out, she was in an orange t-shirt and denim jeans. Naru, what was wrong with what you were wearing? Makoto asked. Panther Nichan told me dresses were for looking pretty, not for playing in sandboxes, Naruto said as she and Sasuke ran to the door to put on their shoes. Makoto grabbed the bag of toys and other things, first aid kit, sunscreen, etc. Once they got to the playground reserved for clan children, Naruto dragged Sasuke over to the sandbox where she saw a girl with shoulder-length platinum ash blonde hair burying something, which turned out to be a boy with medium-length brown hair. Hey Ino, what you doing? Naruto asked, watching the other girl. I bury Shika, the girl replied. I can see that, but why? Naruto asked. Won't build castle with me. Ino pouted. Shikamaru, why can't you just build the sand castle? Naruto asked. Troublesome. I want to look at the pretty clouds, he replied without moving. You're only 2 and already lazy, Naruto said with a sigh. I know Sasuke and I will build a castle with you, Ino. Really? Ino asked. Of course. Right, Sasuke? Naruto said. Sasuke, how did you get antisocial between my home and here? Who's antisocial? Sasuke asked. It's not a person, it's a word. It's pronounced anti-social, Naruto said, and it means you don't talk to people. I speaked, Sasuke said. No, is a sound, not an answer, Naruto said. It how father and Ni-tan speaks. Sasuke pouted. Your 2 don't get all stoic yet, Naruto exclaimed. Now how about we build sandcastles? Hi, Sasuke and Ino cheered and they started building castles, and Shikamaru just laid in the sand buried. After a couple hours, Makoto and Ishiko, Ino's mom's name cause she doesn't have one, decided it was time to leave. Ino and Naruto dusted off Shikamaru as Sasuke started picking up the toys. Once Ino and Shikamaru left, Naruto helped pick up and they went to lunch at Ichiraku's. Afterwards, Makoto and Sasuke dropped Naruto back off at her apartment. Naruto, I want you to lock the door as soon as you're inside, Makoto said. I have to go home and can't stay, and seeing as Panther is on a mission, you'll have to spend a couple of hours alone until Wolf and Cat show up. Do not let anyone in. Do you understand? Hi, I was going to take a nap, Naruto said. I really wish I didn't have to leave you by yourself, Makoto said with a sigh. If it weren't for clan obligations I would stay. I'll send Itachi over with dinner at 6, that way you have a kitchen left when Panther comes back next week. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Bye Koto Obasan. Bye Sasuke. Naruto said as she went inside and locked the door. Once she was by herself, she went in her room and got the stuffed panther left her so she could practice her reading and writing. She practiced for about an hour before she decided to pick it up and watch some TV. She fell asleep, which is how Wolf and Cat found her. "Naru-chan, wake up." A male voice said next to her. He gave her a shake. "You shouldn't sleep on the couch." "Wolf," Naruto shouted as she saw who woke her. She jumped on him with a big hug. Wolf was a lanky, 16-year-old with spiky, lopsided hair that was usually covered with a bandana but today was uncovered and dyed brown, but Naru saw some silver showing. "Ma, I'm glad to see you too, Naru-chan." He gave her a quick squeeze before setting her down. "Naru, what do you want for dinner?" Cat asked as he walked out of the kitchen holding a glass of water. Cat was your average-sized 12-year-old. You could still see some baby fat where his Anbu uniform didn't cover, but otherwise he was well built. "Oh, you don't have to cook tonight," Naruto said and saw Cat relax a little knowing he didn't have to cook. "Oba-san is having Ida-ni bring us dinner around 6. "Why?" Wolf asked. "We've been doing fine while Panther's been gone for the last week." Cat and Naruto's sweat dropped at that comment. "Wolf, you and Cat have set dinner on fire twice this week, each." Naruto said, "When Panther gets back she gonna have to buy new pots and pans just so she can cook, 'cause the ones I have are now ruined." "She's right, senpai." Cat agreed. "Quiet Tenzo," Wolf muttered. Just then there was a knock at the door. "Ida-ni is here," Naruto shouted as she ran to the door and tackled the poor 7-year-old standing on the other side. "Naru-chan, let the poor kid through the door before you attack him," Wolf said with a chuckle as her picked her up off Itachi. "Welcome Itachi-kun, and come in." "Sorry," Naruto mumbled to Itachi. "I just got excited 'cause I never see you anymore. 'Cause you're so busy." "It's alright," Itachi said as he ruffled her hair as he passed her on his way to the kitchen, with Naruto right behind him. He pulled out a scroll, unrolled it, and set it on the counter. Naruto watched as the tips of his fingers started to glow purple with chakra. "Ida-ni, whatcha doing and where's dinner?" Naruto asked. "Just watch," Itachi said as he touched the scroll with his fingers. Instantly bowls of food appeared on the counter. "That was awesome," Naruto yelled. "Can you teach me to do that? Please? Maybe when you're a little older." Itachi replied and gave her one of his rare smiles. "Why can't you teach me now?" Naruto asked. "You have to wait until you're at least 3 before you start working with chakra, otherwise you can get serious injured," Itachi told her. "What's chakra?" Naruto asked as Wolf entered the kitchen. "It's something ninjas use to do awesome things," Wolf said. Naruto heard a smirk in his voice at the vague answer. "That's the kind of answer you give an idiot," she said, glaring at Wolf, her hair raising slightly in her anger, causing Wolf to snicker. "You're cute when angry, Naru-chan," Wolf said, chuckling. "I'm always cute," she said, continuing to glare at him. Hi, Itachi-kun can explain chakra to you," Wolf said, redirecting her attention, so he could serve dinner. "Chakra is the physical energy that is present in every cell of your body." Itachi paused for a moment to let that sink in before continuing. "It's also the spiritual energy you get from meditation, exercise, and of course experience. Understand?" Naruto plopped down on the floor where she stood and closed her eyes with her brow furrowed in concentration. Which both Itachi and Wolf found ridiculously cute. You gotta admit any kind of serious expression on a kid is cute. She sat like that for a couple minutes when suddenly she opened her eyes and looked at Wolf with a piercing stare. "Can you teach me to meditate?" she asked. "Only if you promise not to try and use chakra before I say it's alright." Wolf said, "Using chakra without proper guidance can be dangerous." "I promise," she said with a determined look. "Okay, I'll start teaching you tomorrow," Wolf said. "Right now let's eat, okay? Are you going to stay, Itachi-kun?" "No, thank you. I must get home soon or mother will start to worry," Itachi said. "I understand," Wolf said. "By the way, could you let Makoto-san know that Hokage-sama is going to make his weekly check-in tomorrow night?" "I'll let mother know. Good night, Naru," Itachi said as he left. "Do you think Asu-ni will come with Jii-chan?" Naruto asked. "I haven't seen him very much since he became a Chunin a couple months ago." "I don't know, Chunin are very busy," Wolf said as he gave her dinner. "Now eat." Hi. Naruto ate her dinner, then Cat cleaned up as Wolf gave her bath and got her ready for bed. Once she was in bed, Wolf told her a bedtime story. Tonight it was about a powerful kunoichi that was kinda brash with a fiery temper and hair to match but was kind-hearted. Sometimes he told her about a great shinobi who was the kind-hearted hero of the village and loved by everyone. It was 11 a.m. on a sunny day. Naruto was walking back to her apartment by herself because Sasuke had started his ninja training months ago when he turned 4. And Koto Obasan was overseeing his training. So Makoto would only come over in the morning to make breakfast and then drop her off at the clan park until Panther Nichan would pick her up for lunch. However, today was special because Hokage Jii-chan was coming over to celebrate her birthday. Sure, he was a week and a half late, but seeing as her birthday fell on the Kyuubi anniversary and everyone was mourning and doing stupid things. As Kat Nissan said, the Hokage ended up very busy with lots of paperwork. So he couldn't go home, much less celebrate her birthday, and she understood. Suddenly she was pulled out of her thoughts by her bumping into someone, causing her to fall to the ground. "You stupid monster, how dare you run into me," someone said as they kicked her upside the head. "I'm sorry," she whispered. She wasn't really sure why this was happening. I mean, she had always heard the whispers, because her senses were as enhanced as Wolf's. Why is that thing kept in the village? I'm glad Anbu guarded 24/7. They should just kill the demon and be done with it, but no one had ever attacked her. She tried to get up, but the person would just kick her, causing her to collapse back on the ground in a heap. After a few more failed attempts to get up, she decided to just lie there, hoping her tormentor would get bored. They soon did, after a particularly hard kick to her side that cracked a couple ribs. She wasn't worried though, cause she learned she heals extremely quick after she fell off the park slide and broke her arm. She slowly got up and walked home, refusing to cry. Once she got to her apartment, she saw the Hokage standing outside her apartment. She put on her biggest smile and forgot the pain she was in because of the happiness she felt at seeing her. Jii-chan outweighed the pain. "Ji-chan, you're early," Naruto yelled as she ran to him. "I ran out of paperwork," he replied. "Now tell me what happened to you, you're covered in dirt." He sounded suspicious, like he knew something bad happened. Naruto froze for a second, then her grin got bigger. "I tripped and fell in the sandbox at the playground," she said as she scratched the back of her head. "I guess I gotta clean up before we can celebrate, huh? How about you go take a quick bath, then I'll take you to get some ramen," the Hokage said, not believing her about tripping. Naruto practically ran to the bathroom to wash up. Then they went to Ichiraku's, where she ate 8 bowls of ramen. I have seen lots of people misspell ramen in their stories, and I'm just wondering how that is possible because it is like the most used word in the manga, in under 15 minutes. Once they were done, they went back to Naruto's apartment. "So what did you get for your birthday?" the Hokage asked as they ate some cake. "Well, let's see," Naruto paused to remember. "Koto Obasan got me a stuffed fox that I named Daidairo, 'cause of his color, but I call him Dai for short, and she got me a stuffed frog that I named Yondaime, 'cause in one of Wolf's stories he said the Yondaime rode a giant toad. Sasuke gave me a picture book about ninjas, even though I can read just fine. Ida Ni gave me a scroll about chakra control." Naruto paused for a breath, then asked, "Do you want to see Yondaime and Dai, Jii-chan?" "Sure," the Hokage replied with a smile. Naruto jumped up and ran to her room and soon returned with a red-orange plushy fox and a plushy green frog. "They are very cute, Naru." "I know," she gushed, hugging the toys tightly. "So did you get anything else?" "Hi. Asu Ni got me a scroll of D and C ranked elemental jutsu, but he said I'm not allowed to practice them until I graduate the academy. Panther Nichan got me a practice sword that she is going to train me how to use. Wolf got me a book on ninja history and a book on Konoha history, and Kat Nissan gave me a fake Kitsune Anbu mask, but I think Wolf told him to get it for me 'cause he's the only person who knew I wanted one," Naruto said. "It sounds like your birthday was lots of fun. I regret that I had to miss it," the Hokage said. "It's okay, you had to work or the village would have been in chaos." "I understand. You are so grown up for your age, you really should complain more about things," the Hokage said with a sigh. "Why?" Naruto asked. "Then I'd be a brat like Kiba or Ino. Wolf and Koto Obasan say I act so mature because I'm a second-generation prodigy. That may just be true. So do you want the presents I brought for you?" he asked. Hi, Onagai," Naruto shouted, jumping up and down. The Hokage just laughed and handed her a box wrapped in bright orange paper. She tore the paper up quickly and opened it. Inside were 10 blunt practice kunai and 10 blunt practice shuriken. I thought Itachi-kun might be able to help you practice with those, when he's not too busy with his own training. I know he's been helping you with your chakra. The Hokage said. Of course any of the Anbu could also help with your training. Thank you, Jii-chan. Naruto said, giving him a big hug. These are the most awesome gift. You're welcome, the Hokage replied. Now I also have some gifts for you from your godparents, even though you haven't had the chance to meet them. I have godparents? Naruto asked. Who are they and why haven't I met them? Shouldn't they be the ones caring for me? Well, your godfather is a ninja named Jiraiya, who works outside the village running our spy network. Cool. And your godmother, Tsunade, is also a ninja but due to some personal issues finds it easier to live outside the village. However, both stay in contact and ask about you all the time. The Hokage explained. They both thought it would be better for you to grow up in the village, and seeing as neither could stay in the village asked for the Anbu to watch over you in their absence. Understand? Sorta. Naruto said. Do you think I can meet them someday? I am very sure you will be able to meet them. The Hokage said with a smile. Now do you want the presents they sent you? Hi. Okay, this one is from Jiraiya. He handed her something that looked like a deflated green frog, and these are from Tsunade. He gave her a plushy white slug with 2 blue streaks down its back, and tied around its neck was an Ichiraku's gift card. How much ramen can I buy with the card? What's with the deflated frog? Naruto asked. The gift card is for $200 and the deflated frog is a change purse, you put money in it. He answered, stifling a laugh. Naruto's face had lit up at how much ramen she could buy, and once she learned what the deflated frog was, she grabbed it and ran into her room. When she came out, it was the size of a tennis ball. She was petting the purse and whispering, "My sweet Gama-chan. A.N. Like, my precious, from LOTR, only kawaii." So your change purse has a name? The Hokage asked. What about your slug? Naruto untied the gift card from the slug and stared at it intensely. After a couple minutes her eyes lit up. Her name is going to be Haim, cuz she looks like she should be princess of the slugs. Naruto said with a big smile. I would have to say that's a very appropriate name. The Hokage said as he looked at the clock on the wall and sighed. Panther should be here soon, which means I have a meeting to attend. That's okay, Jii-chan, I understand. Naruto said with a smile. I know you do, the Hokage said. He saw Naruto looking at him with a contemplative look on her face. Is something wrong, Naru? Can I ask a serious question? Naru asked with her most serious face. Yes, and I promise to answer as best as I can. The Hokage said. Who are my parents, and what happened to them? Naruto asked. Whenever I ask Koto Obasan or Wolf Ni, all I get is that they were great shinobi. Koto Obasan sometimes talks about when she and my mom were on a genin team together, but it's never anything more than the fact she was hot-tempered, loud, and brash. Well, it's true both your parents were great ninja. Hiruzen said, your mother was a fierce, loyal, kind, loving, and extremely hot-tempered kunoichi. And your father was a kind, generous, calm, intelligent, loyal, and trusting shinobi. I know their personalities already. Naruto said, I want to know their names and how they died. I can't tell you that, Hiruzen said. What? Why? Naruto shouted. It's too dangerous. The Hokage said patiently, I'll tell you when you can protect yourself. Your parents had many enemies both inside the village and out. Your ignorance on the matter is what keeps you safe. Do you understand? Yes, but that doesn't mean I like it. Naruto pouted, can I at least know how they died? They died protecting the village from the Kyuubi just like many of our shinobi. Hiruzen said as Panther walked into the kitchen. Panther was a 14-year-old girl with a slim build and long purple hair. She bowed to the Hokage but otherwise stayed silent. Well, Naru, does that answer your questions? Yes, Naru said, and then a thought popped into her head, wait, one more. Do I have any family left? No, not technically. Hiruzen said, but if either of your parents had lived, Wolf would have become your adopted brother. No, Naruto shouted, Wolf can't be my brother. I won't allow it. Why, do you not like Wolf? Hiruzen asked. Of course I like Wolf. Naruto said like it was the most obvious thing in the world, but if he was my brother I couldn't marry him. The Hokage was stunned. Does Wolf know he's marrying you? Panther asked laughing. He doesn't know yet, but I'll let him know once I'm older. Naruto said. Panther shook harder with laughter. Soon after the Hokage left and Naruto talked Panther into training her with the wooden katana. They left a note for Itachi, who was coming over after he was finished with his Chunin duties, to help Naruto with her chakra training. Around 5 p.m. Panther and Naruto headed back to Naruto's apartment as Itachi, who had joined them at the training ground, headed to his home for dinner. Wolf was already at the apartment when they returned, and as soon as Panther saw him she burst out laughing. "What's wrong with you?" he asked in a bored tone. "Oh, nothing," Panther said, heading to the kitchen. "Watch Naru, dinner will be done soon." "So what do you want to do, Naru-chan?" Wolf asked the little blonde. "Can we watch the movie I borrowed from Shino?" she asked. "Who's Shino?" Wolf asked. "And what's the movie?" "The movie is called A Bug's Life, it's animated," Naruto said. "Fine, but you didn't answer my first question." Wolf said. "He's the Aburame clan heir." Naruto said. "Did you know they have bugs in their bodies?" "I didn't know that," Wolf said. They watched the movie, ate dinner, and Naruto got a bath. After all that, Naruto was sitting in the living room reading one of the books Wolf had bought her. "Naru, it's 9 o'clock, so it's time for bed," Panther said from the table where her and Wolf were playing poker. "I'm not tired," Naruto whined. "I want to read some more." "Hey Wolf, get off your ass and put your future wife to bed," Panther said, laughing. "Nate-chan, don't tell him that," Naruto said with a pout, which only caused Panther to laugh harder. "Come on, my little wifey," Wolf said teasingly as he headed for Naruto's room. "I'll tell you a story about how a beautiful kunoichi whose hair became her red thread of fate." "What do you say?" "Coming." Naruto got up and ran into her room. She sat on her bed and waited for Wolf to sit next to her and start the story. By the time the story was over, she was curled up in his lap with her arms wrapped around him. Wolf unwrapped her, then laid her in the bed, gave her a kiss on the forehead and left the room. It was the day after Naruto's 6th birthday, and she found herself waking up in a sterile, white room that smelled like bleach and a mix of other cleaners. Looking around, she realized she was in the hospital and tried to remember how she got there. That was when the memory hit her like a ton of bricks. Flashback. Naruto ran through the streets crying. "I know I was being childish and that it was bound to happen eventually, but this next week is so important, and Wolf is leaving for a month tomorrow, the day before my birthday. He's never missed anything important like this before. I know he's a ninja, and ninja left every day to go on missions. I even knew that being Anbu means the missions were even more important. Even one failure could destroy the village, and I don't want that, because one day the village will be mine, 'cause I'm gonna be Hokage." She was just mad that Wolf had told her he was going to miss her birthday and her first day of the academy that she ran out of the apartment late at night and ran through the dark streets. Once she calmed down, she looked at her surroundings. "I have never been here before. It looks like a civilian area." Naruto noticed that she was in an area full of clubs and bars, so she turned around and headed away from the area. However, before she got very far, she found herself surrounded by a group of drunken men. "Well, if it isn't the demon bitch." The first man slurred a little. "What should we do with her?" the second asked. "I say kill it," the third said. By now Naruto was getting worried for her safety. Suddenly the fourth man grabbed her by the hair and she was dragged into an alley where the 4 men proceeded to kick and punch her. After 15 minutes of being beaten, she remembered to flare her chakra like Itachi taught her. She was in a heap on the ground with a broken arm, 2 broken ribs, and several more cracked. She was also covered in bruises when she heard her attackers speak again. "How about we have some fun with the little slut before we kill her? It has been a while since I got some ass. I say we see how long it takes to break the bitch." The next thing Naruto knew, the men were trying to take off her clothes. She fought back with all her strength, but she was quickly overpowered. Her clothes were ripped off and she was having a hard time seeing clearly through her tears. Her only thought as the first man got into position was, "Wolf, save me." Just as the man was about to violate her, a kunai sunk into his chest and blood blossomed around the wound as the man fell to the ground. Naruto looked around and noticed the other men were also on the ground and assumed they were all dead. "Naruto, are you all right?" She looked toward the worried voice and recognized the wolf mask. "Wolf, you came," Naruto whispered before she fell unconscious. End flashback. She did a self-evaluation and found her arm and ribs only hurt a little and would be fine in the morning. She knew there was a squad of Anbu watching her, so she decided to get their attention. "Anbu Captain-san?" Naruto said to a woman with long, shaggy brown hair in an Inu mask, appeared at the foot of her hospital bed. Could you summon Panther and Hokage-sama here for me, please? Naruto watched as the woman flashed through hand signs. Inu-sen, I thought Wolf was on a mission? The woman tilted her head before answering. Someone took his place due to some circumstances. Inu replied. Oh, how long have I been unconscious? Naruto asked. Just then there was a puff of smoke and a whirl of leaves. Wolf, why didn't you go on your mission? You said it was important and needed the Sharingan. Relax Naru-chan. Wolf said, I'm not the only Anbu with a Sharingan. Besides, I couldn't leave while the princess was in the hospital. Now could I? But if it was important, doesn't that mean the village is in danger if something goes wrong? Naruto asked. I didn't mean to mess up everything. Relax. You didn't mess up anything. Wolf said as he wrapped her in a hug, seeing how she was stressing herself out. I sent Weasel in my place and he has 2 Sharingan. She took a calming breath. Did he get enough rest after his last mission? Naruto asked. Wasn't it a B rank? He'll be fine. Wolf replied and let her go. Now let's worry about you. How do you feel? Before she could answer, they were interrupted by a cough from the forgotten Anbu who watched the exchange. They both looked at the Inu masked Anbu. Don't you think you tell the child too much? Inu asked. She does not need any mission info, and I noticed the child recognized hand speak that only Anbu should be privy to. Depending on how much she knows, she could be a liability to the village and Hokage-sama should be informed. Just then the door opened and the Hokage walked in with Panther at his heels. Wolf and Inu gave him a bow, while Naruto jumped out of the bed and tackled him with a hug. Hokage-sama, about the child, Inu started but was silenced by the Hokage's raised hand. Your worries are understandable, but I am well aware of the child's knowledge. Hiruzen said. I also know for a fact that all she knows is safe, as we once had Bear try to get her to spill her knowledge. You will be happy to know that even under his special technique she didn't crack. You know I'm still here, right? Naruto asked, getting annoyed that they were acting like she wasn't there. You can tell her how I made Ibiki and Enko want to bash their heads against a wall later. How long was I unconscious? And when can I go home? I feel fine, but I have to wait a couple days, till I can train again. Well, it's Friday now, so 2.5 days. The Hokage said, and you should be able to be released once a doctor checks you. Good, cuz I need to go shopping for new clothes before I start the academy. Naruto said, and Nei-chan, I need you to cut my hair. I'm gonna change as much as I can. Naru-chan, why are you trying to change everything? Wolf asked with a hint of worry in his voice. I'm not traumatized or anything. Naruto said, catching the tone, but I want to limit the chances something like that will happen again. Naruto, what are you going to do? Hiruzen asked curiously. I'm going to pretend to be a boy until I can stop an attack like that on my own. Naruto said determinedly, I thought about it, and while some people would still attack me that way, most won't. I'm also going to stay as far away from bars and clubs as possible, because alcohol makes people stupid. It's your decision. Hiruzen said. He knew that Naruto's reasoning wasn't correct and the villagers would do anything to hurt her because of what was sealed inside of her. However, she didn't know anything about that and he wanted it to stay that way until she was ready to handle it, but he figured if this decision made her feel safer, then it was good to just go along with it, as her happiness was his #1 concern. Soon a doctor arrived and Naruto was allowed to go home. Monday morning was Naruto's first day of the academy, so standing in front of the class was a blonde with spike hair, azure eyes, golden skin, and a bright goofy grin. The blonde was about 3 feet 2 in and wearing a bright orange jumpsuit with blue ninja sandals and a pair of green goggles on his forehead. Class. The teacher called to get everyone's attention. We have a new student. The teacher shot Naruto a look that said, I can't stand you. But she ignored him, and as she was told to introduce herself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, I'm a 6-year-old boy, I love ramen, and one day I'm gonna be Hokage. Naruto exclaimed. Now go sit down. The teacher commanded. She did as told, heading to the back row and sat next to a boy with a spiky ponytail, who looked like he was asleep. The boy cracked his eye open and looked at her until he realized he would have to speak to get an answer to the obvious question. Naru, why are you pretending to be a boy? The boy asked. It's complicated, maybe I'll explain it later if I don't find it too troublesome. Naruto said with a smirk. You know I hate not having answers. The boy said. I know, Shikamaru. By the way, my name is Naruto in public. Naru sounds too girly. Naruto said. That's because you're a girl. Shikamaru said, closing his eyes. Yeah, I'll give you some answers during lunch. Naruto said as she turned to pay attention to the teacher even if she already knows everything he was saying. TCH. Troublesome, was the last thing she heard before she fell asleep from boredom. She woke up for lunch and told Shikamaru all about why she pretended to be a boy and he agreed to help keep her secret. After lunch she decided to try and participate only to realize the teacher ignoring her unless it was to shot her dirty looks, so she just went to sleep until school was over. After school she was picked up by Yugo, aka Panther, but seeing as it was her day off she was maskless. Naruto, I have a surprise for you. Yugo said, so instead of practicing with your katana until dinner you're just going to watch, okay? What does that have to do with my surprise, Ne-chan? Naruto asked. Well, you're going to watch me and a friend of mine spar so I can test my skills. Yugo said, my friend is a kenjutsu master and they promised to teach you some of their moves. Awesome. Naruto cheered as he jumped around. I don't mind watching you practice for a while because I might learn something awesome. So the two headed to the training ground to meet Yugo's friend. Standing in the middle of their usual training ground, number 7, was a guy about 17 years old. Yugo is 16. With short brown hair mostly covered with a forehead protector worn as a bandana. He also had dark shadows under his eyes and looked sort of sickly, other than that he was average looking. Am I gonna catch what he has? Naruto asked as they walked toward the guy. Yugo laughed before answering. Only if he kisses you. Yugo teased, hoping to get a raise out of the girl. No. Naruto shouted as expected, he can't have my first kiss. Why saving it for someone? Yugo asked teasingly as they reached the man. Maybe. Naruto pouted. Can brats your age even have crushes? You're like what for? The man asked Naruto. I'm not a brat. I'm very mature for my age. Naruto shouted angrily. And I'm 6, I'm just short for my age but I'll have my growth sprout soon. Believe it. Naru, this is my friend Gecko Hayate. He already knows you're not really a boy. Yugo said, Hayate, meet my imouto, Naruto. She has a crush on Konoha's copy Nen. Ne-chan, that's a secret. Naruto whined at Yugo, and then turned to Hayate, it's nice to meet you, and seeing as you're Ne-chan's friend you can call me Naru, but not Naru-chan. Only Wolf can call me that. Hayate looked at Yugo who gave him a, see what I mean, look before he turned back to Naruto, it's nice to meet you as well, Naru. I must say you're aiming high, crushing on the copy Nen. No one has ever been able to tie him down. Oh, she doesn't have to worry. Yugo said, she already has him wrapped around her little finger. I'll show you after we're done training. Yugo had seen the skeptical look on Hayate's face. Naru, go sit on the edge of the field so you're out of range of any attacks. Naruto did as told and went to sit by the 3 wooden stumps on the edge of the field and watch them train for an hour and a half. Then she was able to train with Hayate for a half hour. She even used some of the simpler moves she memorized from Yugo and Hayate's spar. Soon they left the training ground so Naru could eat her dinner and do any homework she had. Half to the apartment Hayate asked Yugo when she was going to show him what she had meant earlier. Yugo turned to Naruto. Naru, flare your chakra. But that's only for emergencies. Naruto said, Wolf will be mad if I do it without a reason. I'll worry about Wolf. I just want to prove something to Hayate. Yugo said, smirking mischievously, before turning to Hayate, you'll find this hilarious but if you even mention this to anyone he will probably beat you to death. Okay go, Naru. Naruto flared her chakra and within 2 minutes a wolf-masked Anbu was at her side. Naru-chan, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Did someone attack you again? Do you neigh? Wolf. Naruto shouted, getting his attention. I'm fine. You neigh had me flare my chakra to prove a pio. She was cut off by Yugo and Hayate bursting into laughter. Oh dear Kami, he's so whipped and she just a kid. Hayate said between fits of laughter. Guy would kill to see him show so much youthful spirit, instead of his usual laid-back lazy air. Wolf was giving off enough killing intent to suffocate someone, but Naruto just stood by his side like it was nothing, seeing as she was trained to withstand it. If Guy or anyone for that matter even hears about this, I will make sure you regret every breath you have ever taken. Wolf growled. Relax, I'm not that cruel. Hayate said with labored breathing. Wolf lower his kia a little. I was mainly stating how bored you appear around everyone. Maybe they just aren't as interesting as me. Naruto said, causing Wolf to laugh and drop the killing intent altogether. Hayate's knees finally failed and Yugo was still shaking from Wolf's ki. Naruto walked up to Hayate and looked down at him. Do you want to join us for dinner as a treat for training me? Yu-Ne cooks almost as well as Koto Obasan. Naruto said, but don't make Wolf mad again, it won't end pretty, just ask Katni. Hayate just looked at the girl amazed as he tried to figure out how she withstood so much ki when it floored him. Literally, and she just stood unfazed waiting for his answer, so he just nodded. She smiled at him as she turned and headed back towards Wolf, wobbling a bit. About halfway to him she fell, but Wolf caught her before she hit the ground. Wolf, your ki is starting to affect me, can you carry me? Naruto sobbed. Wolf scooped her up in his arms and cradled her to his chest where she rested her head comfortably on his shoulder. That little faker, Yugo muttered as she helped Hayate off the ground. What? He asked, dumbfounded. Just look at her, what do you see? Yugo asked. Hayate looked and saw a smirk that clearly said, I win, on Naruto's face. He's just spoiling her, Yugo continued. We all know she can withstand cage-level ki without any effect. Hayate was completely dumbfounded and intrigued by the little blonde quandary that is Naruto. The group just headed back to Naruto's apartment for regular nightly activities, i.e. dinner, bath, bed. It was just after lunch on a Saturday when Wolf showed up. Naruto was sitting in her living room reading a book about offensive taijutsu types. She was wearing the bright orange jumpsuit and her goggles. She was now 3 feet 4 inches tall, which meant she was still shorter than all her friends, which consisted of just the clan heirs. Naru-chan, are you ready? Wolf asked. He was going to spend today with her because in 2 days he was leaving for a mission that would last 2 years, but more importantly, tomorrow he was resigning as an Anbu. Hi, just let me mark my page. Naruto replied as she remembered their conversation from a couple days ago. Flashback. Naruto, I have to talk to you about something important? Wolf said as he sat down on the bed next to her. Did I do something wrong? She asked, worried seeing as he didn't use her nickname. No, but I wanted to let you know I wasn't going to be around after this week. Wolf replied, I'm retiring from being Anbu on Sunday, and on Monday I will just be an elite Chunin. Am I never going to see you again? Naruto asked, trying to hold back her tears. I don't want you to leave. I know, he whispered as he wrapped her in a comforting hug. You probably won't see me for a while because once I'm a regular Chunin I am leaving on a 2-year mission, but I promise I'll still be there if you need me. You really promise? Naruto asked with hope shining in her eyes. Wolf just nodded his head as a thought struck him. Hey Naru-chan, why don't I spend all day Saturday with you? We can do anything you want. Wolf said, what do you think? Really? Naruto asked, all day? Well, I have something I have to do in the morning, Wolf said, but I'll pick you up at lunchtime and we can eat out. What do you have to do? Naruto asked with a pout. I have to pick a new captain for the team to take my place. I have to make sure the princess is protected while I'm away, Wolf said, causing Naruto to giggle. So what kind of story do you want for bed? End flashback. So what do you want for lunch? Wolf asked, snapping Naruto back to reality. Actually, I made us a picnic lunch with some help from Koto Obasan seeing as Nei-chan was busy. Naruto said happily, then maybe after lunch you can help me with my training. Sounds like a good idea to me. Wolf said, I'll head to training ground 7 to make sure no one is there and that's where we can have our picnic. Okay, I just have to grab the picnic basket. Naruto said, as Wolf vanished in a swirl of leaves. 10 minutes later Naruto arrived at the training ground. So was anyone here? Naruto asked. No, then again I didn't think anyone would be. Wolf said as he watched Naruto set up the picnic. Did you know training grounds 1 to 10 were reserved for rookie genin teams? Then why is this training ground never in use? Naruto asked. Because there hasn't been a Team 7 in over 8 years. Wolf said. Why not? Naruto asked. What's so special about Team 7? Nothing really, I guess. It was original the second squad. Wolf said, it soon became a tradition for the new squad to be led by a former member. Did you know every Hokage has been on Team 7? Hokage-sama ever led Team 7 once. I didn't know Jii-chan led a genin team. Naruto said, I bet they became awesome shinobi, did they? As a matter of fact they did. Wolf said, they became 3 of the most powerful ninja Konoha has ever had. They're called the legendary Sannin. Their names are Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Jiraiya? Tsunade? Naruto closed her eyes and thought for a minute, mumbling, "Where have I heard those names before?" Suddenly her eyes opened, bugging out. "Those are my godparents' names," she shouted. "Really?" Wolf asked in a bored tone. Well, Jiraiya was the next to lead Team 7 and had the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, on his team. "Wow, we just started learning about him in history, plus I read about him in the books you gave me." "Was he a leader of Team 7? Sort of. He took over after the team was already Chunin. You see, he helped apprentice one of the members because he was a prodigy, but the Genin team was actually led by one of his former teammates. However, the man died on a mission during the middle of the Third Shinobi War. But under the 4th Team 7 helped put an end to the war. However, 2 of the team members did not survive and only the 4th's apprentice is alive today." "Really?" Naruto asked. You could hear the sadness she felt from the story in her voice. "So who's the survivor and why doesn't he lead Team 7? "His name is Hitaki Kakashi. He became rather antisocial after the deaths of his teammates and the 4th. He is only seen on missions and when some of his friends drag him out with them. As for the thing about the team, I have a feeling Hokage-sama will make him take a team soon." Wolf said, and Naruto thought she heard annoyance in his voice. "Enough about Team 7, why don't you show me what you've learned and tell me about school?" "Yosh. Prepare to be amazed, Datbeo," Naruto said as she ran to the middle of the field and demonstrated her taijutsu, with and without weapons, and her kenjutsu katas for 20 minutes each. After she showed him her academy jutsus, which honestly needed some work, so he gave her some pointers. "So anything new with your friends?" Wolf asked. "Well, Sasuke found out that Iden spends his time training me instead of him and decided that he was going to prove he's better than me in everything," Naruto said with a sigh, "which shouldn't be hard seeing I'm just an idiot prankster at school." "Why?" "Because if I show how smart I am, the teachers punish me for cheating," she said. "I know the teachers and most of the villagers hate me, even if I don't know why. It doesn't matter though, because once I become a ninja I'll just prove there's no reason to hate me. Then I'll become the greatest Hokage ever and protect everyone." "How are you supposed to become a ninja if those ignorant fools they call teachers keep failing you?" Wolf gritted out. "Relax, written is only 1/4 of the final grade. Then there's target practice, taijutsu, and ninjutsu," she said, "and the only way to cheat on those is if you have a Sharingan or something, and even Sasuke doesn't have that." "So is that all?" Wolf asked. "Well, Ino stopped hanging out with us because she has a crush on Sasuke and she doesn't want him to think she likes me or one of the other boys. Especially me though, because I'm dead last," Naruto said. "So you're at the age where girls get crushes, nay?" Wolf teased. "So, Naru-chan got a crush of your own?" Naruto blushed. "All the boys I know are stupid and think I'm a guy," Naruto said. "Well, with the exception of Shikamaru. He knows I'm a girl and he's smart, too." "So you like the Nara heir?" Wolf said. "No, he's too lazy, plus he's more like a brother to me. So I guess all the boys are out," Naruto said. "However, I feel bad for Hinata. I think she has a crush on me, as in Naruto the boy." "Why do you say that?" Wolf asked, sounding amused. "It's not funny and it took me a couple weeks to figure it out," Naruto said. "Hinata's always been really shy and stutters a lot because she lacks self-confidence. But lately if I get within 5 feet of the girl she stutters even worse. Yesterday, I ended up standing next to her when we were practicing taijutsu. The poor girl blushed and started to hyperventilate. I thought something was wrong with her, and when I asked if she was alright she blushed even harder and fainted." Kiba thought it was so funny he ended up rolling on the ground laughing. "Well, look at that, not even out of the academy and you're already a lady killer," Wolf said, laughing. "I don't want to be a lady killer. You're just as bad as Kiba," Naruto shouted as she tackled Wolf. They spent the rest of the day sparring and talking about school and her friends. Once it started to get dark, Wolf brought her to Ichiraku's ramen stand for dinner. "So what's my day going to be like from now on?" Naruto asked as they sat silently. "Well, the new captain decided that things were working well the way they are, but there will be some minor changes," Wolf said. "Panther will still cook dinner every night at 5 o'clock and teach you to cook with Makoto-san's help on Saturdays. However, Cat won't be showing up until 8 o'clock to put you to bed and he will be on duty until morning. Yugo will still train you on Tuesday and Thursday. The new captain will watch you at all other times." Wolf finished speaking as they reached Naruto's apartment door. You're gonna make me ask who's taking over for you, aren't you? Naruto as she got inside. Wolf didn't reply and stood waiting for a couple seconds. Fine, I give. Who's the new team captain? Weasel. Really? Asked excitedly. Ida Nee gets to be in charge? Yes, he'll be here when you wake up and shadow you until you reach school. He'll do short missions while you're in school like the rest of the team. Then he'll pick you up after school and help you with your training. Wolf told her, now it's time to clean up for bed. Hi, will you finish that story? Naruto asked. Sure, now get going. Wolf said. Naruto took a shower then went to her room and sat on her bed waiting for Wolf so he could finish telling her the tale he'd been slowly telling her for years. It was a story about a powerful blonde shinobi and a hot-tempered red-headed kunoichi that met as children. At first they didn't get along mainly because the kunoichi thought the blonde was a useless goofball. However, one day the kunoichi was kidnapped by enemy ninja and the blonde shinobi saved her by following the trail of the kunoichi's red hair. After that the two became friends and soon fell in love. Soon after they became a couple the blonde learned the kunoichi housed a terrible demon inside her body. It was the kunoichi's job to keep the demon at bay and protect everyone from it. It was upon learning this that the blonde shinobi swore to her he would become the strongest shinobi ever so he could always protect her. He followed through on his promise and became the leader of their village with her right by his side. They lived a happy life until one day terror struck and the demon escapes at prison. And so the couple sacrificed their life to stop the demon from destroying their village, along with saving their most precious treasure. The end. Wolf finished. Shouldn't the story end in, and they lived happily ever after? Naruto asked, besides you never said what their most precious treasure was. I thought it was a perfect ending for two shinobi, they died to protect what they loved. Besides ninja rarely have happy endings so it's very realistic. Wolf said, as for their treasure you'll figure it out when you get older. For now just go to sleep. Hi, Naruto said sleepily as she yawned, good night Wolf. She whispered as she fell asleep. Goodbye, my little Naru-chan. Wolf said as he kissed the sleeping girl on the forehead before he left her bedroom through her window. Yesterday was Shikamaru's 10th birthday so his parents threw him a big birthday party and afterwards all the boys, Naruto included, stayed for a sleepover. Naruto was woken up by Kiba yelling about something, which made her disorientated, and then she remembered that she had stayed for a sleepover at Shikamaru's and had shared the bed with him, because she was a sleep cuddler and she didn't want to accidentally cuddle Kiba, Choji, or Shino. Realizing she was supposed to be a boy and was currently wrapped around Shikamaru, she let go and sat up. Kiba, do you have to be so loud in the morning? She asked, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. You were just wrapped around Shikamaru. How else do you expect someone to react? Boys don't do that, Kiba shouted. Choji nodded in agreement and Shino just observed quietly like always. Troublesome, Shikamaru grumbled before rolling over. I'm used to it so shut up and let me sleep. Just then the door to Shikamaru's room opened up and his mother looked in. Oh, you boys are awake. She said, breakfast is ready. Hi, they chorused in various stage of alertness. Oh, Naru dear, your stuff is still in the bathroom so you can have a shower to wake yourself up. Yoshino said. Thanks, Yoshino-san, Naruto said as she climbed over Shikamaru and headed to the door. She paused in the doorway. Is Shikaku-san home today? Yes, now go take your shower, Yoshino said and Naruto headed for the bathroom. How often does he stay here? Choji asked as soon as Naruto was gone. It must be often, Shino spoke, but then Naruto must be lonely all alone. Yes, that's true so Naruto stays here once or twice a week. Yoshino said smiling, Naruto's practically my second child. Now why don't you four get up and head downstairs? That includes you Shikamaru. 10 minutes later Naruto joined everyone at the table and sat across for Shikamaru's dad, Shikaku. Have you heard from my wolf? Naruto asked as she looked at Shikaku. The report came in yesterday morning. Shikaku replied, if you ask I'm sure Yugo will get you the information you want. I told you Yu-Ne would tease me mercilessly. Naruto said, besides you're the head of the strategy and analysis department and have the information 3 days earlier than Ne-chan could get it. Troublesome but the logic is sound. Shikaku sighed. So? Naruto asked curiously. Everything is still running ahead of schedule, he said, and as long as no unforeseen events happen he'll be back shortly before your birthday. What are the chances your plan is flawed? How shortly? Naruto asked. 5%, 2 to 5 days. Shikaku replied after thinking for a moment, and Naruto relaxed. Kiba and Choji just stared at him with their mouths open while Shino and Shikamaru acted as if nothing happened, and breakfast continued until Kiba finally snapped out of his daze. "What was that, Naruto?" Kiba asked. "What was what, Kiba?" Naruto asked with an innocent look. "You just interrogated Shika's dad." Kiba said, "I thought you were an idiot. It was only a conversation." Naruto said, "All ninjas have secrets. You come from a clan of them, you should know that." "If you say so, but I have more questions." Kiba said. "Just drop it, Kiba." Choji said as he started eating again. "Naruto is entitled to secrets." Shino said. "He's right, I don't have to tell you my secrets." Naruto said. "And if I don't want to drop it, what are you going to do?" Kiba said defiantly. "Troublesome." Shikamaru and his father said as Naruto turned an icy glare toward Kiba. He started to leak a small amount of ki. It wasn't much, but it was enough to scare a couple pre-genin, and said, "I'll give you answers." He then smiled a sickly sweet smile that looked like it should be on a mass murderer's face, which caused Kiba and Choji to wet themselves a little. "F for G get IA asked. Kiba whimpered, and Naruto relaxed to normal. "Naruto, you don't threaten friends," Yoshino chastised, "no matter how angry you are. And Kiba, you should know better than to pry into others' personal affairs. I believe you have learned your lesson about being nosy, or do I need to speak to Sume-san?" "I learned, you don't need to speak to Ka-san." Kiba said in a rush. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that, no matter how I felt." Naruto whispered, "Can you forgive me?" "Sure." Kiba and Choji replied. Just then an Anbu in a bird mask appeared in the kitchen in a puff of smoke. Naruto recognized them as one of the Hokage's guards, but figured it was just a message for Shikaku-san, so she ignored him. "Sparrow," Shikaku said. "Nara-sama, Uzumaki-san, Hokage-sama wishes to speak with you both immediately." The Anbu said, then shushined away. Naruto got up from the table and ran to get her shoes on. "Naruto, come here, all shushin us straight to the Hokage's office." Shikaku called for the kitchen. Naruto ran back in and took his hand, and they disappeared in a puff of smoke and instantly appeared in the Hokage's office. "Naruto, sit down. I'm afraid I have some bad news," the Hokage said upon their arrival. "Late last night the Uchiha clan was massacred. There was only one survivor, Uchiha Sasuke. He is currently in a stress-induced coma and we don't know how soon he will wake up." "No," she said in denial, "that's not possible." Naruto started to shake. Who would do something like that? Naruto looked at the Hokage pleading for answers. "That happens to be the worst part of this horrible ordeal," the Hokage said solemnly. "It appears the culprit is Uchiha Itachi." "That's a lie," Naruto shouted. "Ida would never hurt a fly, let alone murder his whole clan without a reason." "It would appear he cracked from all the pressure he was under," the Hokage said. "As a heir to the most powerful clan in the village, his clan expected a lot of him, plus all of his duties as an Anbu captain. It seems it was just too much for him to take." "I still don't believe you. Ida would never snap like that," Naruto said as she stood up. "I don't care how long it take, I'll figure out what's really going on here because something just isn't right. I can feel it. I'll leave now so you two can do whatever planning it is you called Shikaku-san here for. Besides, someone should be there when Sasuke wakes up. But can I ask one favor, Jii-chan?" Naruto asked. "What would that be, Naru?" Hiruzen asked. "Don't give the Anbu the kill on sight order," Naruto said. "I don't want to prove Ida is innocent only for him to be dead when I do so." The Hokage nodded and Naruto closed the door. "She's going to be a scary kunoichi when she grows up," Shikaku said. "I agree," the Hokage stated. "I originally assigned the Anbu to watch over her so she didn't have to face the harshness of her burden, but it would seem it matured her beyond her years." "It's true, but she still has the innocence of a regular child," Shikaku said. "I have also seen many qualities that would make her a good candidate for Hokage one day." "I know," the Hokage acknowledged. "She is practically the will of fire personified. Not to mention her instincts are generally right on the mark, just like with the Uchiha incident." "So there is more to it than you told Naru?" Shikaku asked. For the next 2 weeks Naruto sat in the hospital waiting for Sasuke to come out of his comatose state. At the moment Naruto was remembering a conversation with Hokage Jii-chan from a couple days ago. Flashback. Naruto was sitting in front of the Hokage's desk waiting for him to speak. She waiting for the decision regarding her Anbu guard. Naru, you are no longer going to have a guard. The Hokage said, I have decided you no longer need a full-time guard. Why? You have been able to take care of yourself for a while now. Here is an explained, I have been thinking about this for a while now, but in light of recent events. Well, let's just say it was the final push. What's that mean? Naruto asked angrily, it almost sounds as if you think, that was my fault. She had been really touchy about the Uchiha massacre, but who could blame her after what she found out? Flashback in a flashback. After leaving the Hokage tower, she had spent the day sitting by Sasuke's bedside until visiting hours were over. Now she was home, she had just flopped down on her bed when she heard a crinkling sound under her head. Well, my pillow isn't supposed to make that sound. She thought as she sat up and reached into her pillowcase. Inside she found a piece of paper. What the? Naru, by now you have probably heard about what I'm about to do. I wish I didn't have to do this, but no matter how many lives I'm about to take, just know that it is to save the village and protect my two precious people. You'll be in too much danger if I don't stop the clan. They plan to try and use a power you keep sealed away. I hope you will watch over Sasuke for me and help him become stronger. I promise I will see you both again. Nothing could ever keep me from my little brother and sister. Also know that whatever I do from now on will be to protect the two of you and Konoha. I promise to explain everything better when we meet again. Itachi. After reading the note, she cried in relief at Itachi knowing what he was doing. After regaining her composure, she realized that now she had more questions. All of which she knew she couldn't ask as she knew it would suspicious and cause questions to be asked of her. Well, this sucks. She muttered in defeat as she flopped back down on her bed and went to sleep. End flashback in a flashback. Naru, how could anyone believe you had anything to do with that? It had nothing to do with you. Hiruzen said, though she did see anger that was not directed at her flash in his eyes. But someone does blame me, don't they? She asked upset. They are using their own ignorant opinions to find a reason for this tragedy. Hiruzen explained gently, when a tragedy like this occurs people try to find explanations, where there aren't any and end up jumping to the wrong conclusions. What does that have to do with taking Panther and Cat away from me? She asked. Both are exceptional Anbu who are part of 12 selected to work as part of my personal guard. Hiruzen said, I already knew that, but that never mattered before. Naruto said, out of the about 80 Anbu there are 12 of the most elite that are chosen to be exclusively the Hokage's guards. There are at least 2 on duty at all times and they change shifts at 4 to 6 hour intervals. But there has only been 9 doing Hokage duty for the last 10 years because 3 of them were my guards. Why is it changing? It was a decision made by the elders to reduce my guard's workload. Hiruzen said, however it would seem you are more informed about the Anbu than I was informed. I'm good with secrets. Naruto said, I also like to observe all my surroundings. Would you mind telling me everything you know about the Anbu? Hiruzen asked with a smile. Depends on if you want anyone who is willing to listen to hear me. Naruto said and waited for the Hokage to activate the privacy seals around the room. Okay, first off, I know most of the Anbu have bird masks and can be differentiated by the color, marking, or style. Each clan has at least 1 branch member and 1 head family member as members of the Anbu, even if that particular clan doesn't differentiate between main and branch. However, only the members from the head family have different animal masks that are passed down through the generations. Do you know why? Hiruzen asked. I'm guessing it was the first Hokage's way of showing the clans his appreciation for giving Konoha their allegiance. Naruto said, but I also know it's not just clans that have animal masks, it's also people like Panther and Cat who have proven themselves to be exceptional. I would take it that means you know who has what animal mask? Hiruzen asked. Some are in a more general sense, but yes. Naruto said, I only know the identity of a few. Care to share? Hiruzen asked. Why not? Naruto said with a shrug. Boar is Yamanaka Inoichi. Bear is Morino Ibiki. Snake is Mitarashi Anko. Stag is Nara Shikaku. Panther is Yugo Ne. Cat is Tenzo Ni. And monkey was your son Hiro before he died 2 years ago. The Hyugas are owl. The Inazukas are Inu. I think it's Kiba's ant at the moment, but I'm not sure. The Akamichis are butterfly. The Aburames are beetle. And last but not least the Uchihas were weasel. That's quite a lot of knowledge for a pre-genin. Hiruzen said. I was raised but elite Anbu, Naruto said. It would be more amazing if I missed all of that. Plus Nei-chan keeps saying I'm some sort of prodigy. Speaking of Nei-chan, if she's not allowed to be my guard anymore, does that mean she won't be training me anymore? That is something you'll have to talk to her about, Hiruzen said. What shinobi do off duty is their own business. Okay, Naruto said, then asked in a dejected tone, when do they go back to regular duties? You have 3 days, their last official day as your guards is your birthday. He saw how she looked about to cry, so he changed the subject a little. I do have some good news. Asuma is finally allowed to interact with people outside the family. And he is going to bring Konohamaru to your birthday party. So if I counted correctly, he owes you 5 years worth of birthday presents. Now that cheered Naruto up for a while. End flashback. Suddenly there was a movement from the hospital bed and her head snapped up. Her blue eyes connected with black eyes that were full of pain and confusion, but she just couldn't look away. She had already made her decision, all she had to do was see how Sasuke acted. Naru? Sasuke asked, looking confused. I'm glad you're finally awake. You've been in a comatose state for 2 weeks, Naruto said. I've been here every day because I thought someone should be here when you woke up. Why you and not mother? Sasuke asked. Sasuke, that wasn't just a nightmare, Naruto said gently. They have come to the conclusion that Ida Ni was overworked and just snapped from the stress. Don't call him that. He was my brother, not yours. Sasuke snarled. It was probably because he was helping an idiot like you that he went crazy. I hate you both. Because of him I don't have anything anymore. Then he did something an Uchiha had never done before. He broke down and cried. I will pay him back for making me be all alone. I'm gonna go, Sasuke. I'll even send in the doctor for you. Naruto said. Just before leaving she turned around and added, you're probably right that I caused him stress, but unless you get strong enough to beat me, you'll never be able to touch Itachi. Make sure you take care of your health as well. Goodbye, Sasuke. With that Naruto left him alone in his hospital room. It was 4 days after Naruto's 10th birthday, and she was getting ready for school. Right now she was searching for her new katana. It had an orange and red hilt and a 24-inch blade that had a slight curve to it. It was a present from Yune, who said today she was ready to train with more than just a practice sword, and she was rather excited because today was the first day she would get to train with it. Just as she found her katana, which was behind her bedroom door, there was a scratching sound at her front door. However, when she opened it no one was there, but she did find an unmarked cardboard box, so she brought it inside her apartment. Soon she noticed it had a locking seal on it that Wolf had taught her. It was a simple, but ingenious seal that the fourth had created. It was a simple 5-pointed star, and in order to unseal it you just had to channel a small amount your chakra into the points. It was so simple that if someone noticed the star was the seal they would overthink it, but most people would just ignore it thinking it was a doodle. It was her favorite seal to use in pranks. Anyway, she unlocked the cardboard box to see what was in it. The first thing she found was a note. Naru-chan, I made it back safely, just like I promised. In the box you'll find your birthday presents for the 2 I missed and something I want you to hold onto until you can find me, Wolf. So she looked in the box again. She found a silver plushy wolf, a keychain of a pug in a blue vest and matching leaf headband, and last but not least a porcelain snarling wolf mask. Happier that she had been since that event, she put the mask in her ninja pouch on her hip. It was sitting next to a weasel mask, which mysteriously appeared on her pillow on her birthday. She then stored her katana on her pouch, seeing as she wasn't supposed to have it in school. She was so glad she had placed an expansion seal on the inside of her pouch, as it made it so much easier to keep her most precious items safe. Once she was ready she headed to school in the hopes of arriving early. They were getting a new teacher and she was hoping to make a good impression because maybe, just maybe, her teacher would care about her and she could add more precious people to her life. Once you catch Naruto, bring her here immediately, the Hokage said with a sigh from behind his desk. The 2 Anbu squads took off as their captains stayed behind to speak to the Hokage. We apologize, Hokage-sama, both said with a bow. You're not to blame, Panther, Cat, the Hokage said as he waved his hand in dismissal. The 2 Anbu took off in pursuit of Konoha's little orange headache. If anyone had looked up from the streets of Konohagakure they would have seen a blindingly bright orange blur racing over rooftops, followed by darker blurs. The bright orange blur was none other than a 4'7" tall, 12-year-old pre-genin, with spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, and 3 whisker-like scars on his cheeks, named Naruto Uzumaki. He looked over his shoulder and only saw 6 Anbu following him. Shit, where are the other 2? He thought as he shouted over his shoulder. You losers will never catch the great Uzumaki Naruto-sama, future Hokage. As he tried to sense the chakra signature of the other 2 Anbu that he knew were following him, he was so focused on them that he missed the signature right in front of and ran into said person. Uzumaki Naruto. A stern voice growled down at the boy now sitting on the roof where he had fallen. Iruka-sensei, he said nervously, looking up, giving the man a bright smile. Don't, Iruka-sensei, me. The Chunin shouted. Just then 2 Anbu, leaking small amount of ki, appeared behind Naruto. Hokage-sama requested that Uzumaki-san be brought to him as soon as possible. The cat-masked Anbu said. He has a review for the graduation exam tomorrow that he is late for. I believe it would be bad for him to miss it. Iruka said, if you would like I can escort him to the Hokage as soon as he's done. That will be fine, replied the panther-masked Anbu replied, and Naruto relaxed, thinking, I'm not going to die just yet, we will inform Hokage-sama. However, Amino-san, Azuki-san has requested to speak to Uzumaki-san for a moment, it will not take long. Kat said, it really shouldn't take but 10 minutes and Azuki-san will deliver him back to the class herself. Panther said, Iruka was used to this happening whenever Naruto pulled a prank. Very well, Iruka said, now I have a class to attend to. No, Iruka-sensei, don't let them take me. Naruto shouted, you're signing my life over to Shinigami-sama. Panther placed her hand on Naruto's shoulder and shushined away, leaving Iruka to mutter, overdramatic brat. In a clearing not far from the academy the trio appeared. Tenzo, please inform Hokage-sama Naruto will be in his office after class, Panther said as she removed her mask. And let him know I'm speaking with her. Hi, Kat said, good luck on your quiz, Naru. Kat then shushined away. Why would you deface Hokage Mountain? Yugo asked. I thought you respected the Hokage and even wanted to be one someday? I expect an explanation, young lady. It's because Jii-chan is a stupid, lying asshole. Naruto said, crossing her arms. Language, and don't disrespect Hokage-sama like that, even if you are mad at him. Yugo said, tripling her ki output. But Nate-chan, he said he wants me to fail the exam tomorrow. Naruto said, on the verge of tears. What kind of person tells you you're going to be great from the time you're 3 only to take it all away? Not even a Nei is that cruel and sadistic. You should know Hokage-sama would never do that to you. Yugo said as she rubbed her temples, if you had controlled your emotions and waited for him to finish what he was saying, instead of just running away, you would have known it was part of a plan he needs you for. You mean I can still become a ninja? Naruto asked hopefully. Wait, then why does he want me to fail my test? I'm not allowed to tell you and you have to get back to class for now. Yugo said, after school you are going to clean Hokage Mountain. It will be done by dinner time. Then after you eat you are to go straight to Hokage-sama and you will listen to everything he has to say. Am I understood? Yes, Nei-sama. Naruto said, and then the two headed back to the academy. At 7 p.m. that night Naruto sat in the Hokage's office being told all the things she was too stubborn, emotional to listen to the previous night. So as I tried to tell you last night, I would like for you to fail your Genin exam tomorrow. Hiruzen said. Why? Naruto interrupted as she held back tears. I want to be a ninja, but if I fail I can't be. I need you for a mission. Hiruzen said, so if you accept you will officially be a ninja. So what do you say? What's the catch? Naruto asked, because even if you make me a ninja I'll still only be a genin, so I won't be able to do much. To say Naruto was confused was an understatement. You're right, you will be a genin, at least until you take the Chunin exam. However, Yugo tells me you are easily at low Chunin level if not higher. Hiruzen said, now the mission I have for you is technically an A- rank, so I will have 2 Anbu hidden in the shadows as your backup. If you're going to have Anbu hidden, why would you use someone fresh out of the academy? Naruto asked, also, why is it A-ranked? It has come to my attention that one of the academy teachers has been acting suspicious. He has been seen snooping around the tower and following some of the academy students. He has also been known to vanish from the village from time to time. Hiruzen said, the teacher is questioned as Mizuki, and as best as we can tell it appears he plans to use one of the failing genin for whatever he is planning. I'll do it. I hate traitors, but how do you know he'll pick me? Naruto asked, out of the 60 children in the graduating class 20 want to be civilians, however only 30 of the 40 left will become genin. Which means that even if only 29 make the genin requirements, there is me and 10 other students to choose from. That's true, but your academy persona is perfect for this mission. Hiruzen said, Mizuki will be looking for someone who is easy to manipulate. To put it frankly, Naruto the boy is not all that smart and extremely gullible, seeing as he trusts anyone who shows him just a little attention and goodwill. Meaning Mizuki will see him as an easier target than the other genin hopefuls, especially when he will be upset about losing his chance to follow his dream to become Hokage. Okay, I understand that. Now I'm not complaining, but won't it be easier for one of the Anbu or an elite Chunin to swap places with one of the students? Naruto asked. Yes, but if we did that we would be denying one of the students the chance to prove themselves. Hiruzen said, normally, I would do that seeing as it's for the good of the village. But I'm confident with your skills, so I feel giving all the students a chance to prove themselves is fine. Alright, Naruto said, so what is it you need me to do exactly? The next day Naruto took the genin exam with the rest of his classmates that wanted to become shinobi of Konoha. The first part was a 30-question written exam with an essay question at the end. The only part Naruto did was the essay about what the Will of Fire was and what it meant to him. The second part was with weapons. In order to pass, you had to hit at least 7 out of 10 targets with kunai and shuriken. He hit 8 targets. Then each student had to choose one other weapon to do a demonstration with. He chose a katana and just waved it around, wildly, and ended up, accidentally, nicking Mizuki-sensei with the blade. The third and most important part of the exam was the academy jutsus. When it came to Naruto, he used too much chakra and only produced a deformed clone that looked kind of bloated, and when he poked it to see what was wrong with it, the thing exploded. Fail, Iruka said sadly, and Naruto tilted his head down, causing his bangs to shadow his face. Iruka-sensei, why don't we let him pass? Mizuki asked. It's obvious he tried exceptionally hard. Really? Naruto asked as he raised his head, hope shining in his eyes. No, if he can't do the academy jutsus correctly, there is no way I can pass him. Iruka said, being a ninja is dangerous. I'm sorry, Naruto. You can leave. Naruto nodded dejectedly and left. After school, Naruto was sitting on the swing outside the academy. He listened to all the comments from the villagers. He just sat on the swing looking dejected and like he was about to cry. Which in truth he was, from sheer boredom. I swear if Mizuki Teme doesn't make his move soon, I swear I will make him regret the fact he ruined my day. Naruto growled mentally to herself. Seeing as he was getting angry, he turned so his back was facing everyone so that they thought he was sulking instead of seeing his angry expression. After 5 more minutes, Naruto felt Mizuki heading toward him. He rubbed his eyes so they were red and puffy, and he also released a few tears. Naruto? Mizuki asked softly, are you doing alright? You know Iruka's only so hard on you because he cares. I know, Naruto whispered while sniffling. It's just I really wanted to be a ninja and have everyone acknowledge me. I understand, Mizuki said as he placed a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto noticed how Mizuki flinched in disgust at the touch, but pretended not to notice. I'll let you in on a little secret. There were only 29 students who passed the genin exam. So how about I give you a special exam that will let you pass so that there are enough graduates? Really? Naruto asked excitedly. Of course, Naruto, Mizuki said. I want to see you succeed in your dreams. 2 hours later, Naruto was walking through the Hokage Tower to the Hokage's office. Upon reaching the office, he sensed several Chunin level and higher chakra signatures but decided to enter the room anyway. Ji-chan, he yelled as the door banged open. Oh. Naruto looked at all the ninja in the room. Is this supposed to be a secret meeting? Naruto, what have I told you about knocking? Hiruzen asked with a sigh. Not getting an answer, he just continued on. No, I'm just assigning genin teams. Okay, I'll stay then. Naruto said as he looked around the room again. The Chunin had a variety of looks ranging from disgust to curiosity, except one, maybe two. One Chunin who bore a resemblance to the Hokage and had a cigarette in his mouth was visibly laughing. The other had 3/4 of his face covered so Naruto couldn't really read him. However, next thing anyone knew, Naruto had launched himself at the laughing Chunin. Asu ni, I haven't seen you in forever. Naruto exclaimed happily. Nice to see you too, Naru-chan. Asuma said. Don't call me that. Naruto said, unconsciously leaking a small amount of ki, but the Hokage snapped him out of it before any of the Chunin noticed the source. Naruto. Hiruzen said firmly to get Naruto's attention, but then continued in his regular gentle tone. I don't mind if you stay until the meeting is over, but no more interruptions. This is still very important. Hi, Naruto said, and then turned to Asuma. I want to sit on your lap. The Chunin in the room looked shocked when Asuma sat on the floor and Naruto curled up in his lap. Good, now all that's really left is assigning you your genin. I have already sorted them out into teams I believe will work well together, and complement each other skill-wise. Hiruzen said, noticing how most of the Chunin keep giving Asuma odd sideway glance. So let's begin. When I say you name, you will collect you new pupils folders. Team 1, Team 7 is assigned to Hitaki Kakashi, Team 8 is assigned to Yuhi Kurenai, Team 9 is assigned to Kanden Tekuno. A.N. Not important, just a filler. And lastly Team 10 is assigned to Sarutobi Asuma. Naru, get those for me, would you? Naru got the files for Asuma as he was asked, then snuggled back into his lap. The Chunin went through their files and Naruto glanced at the ones Asuma held. Any questions? Hiruzen asked. No, Hokage-sama, the Chunin replied. Very well, you're all dismissed, Hiruzen said, except Kakashi. The Chunin filed out of the room. Hi, Hokage-sama? The Chunin with 3/4 of his face covered asked as soon as the door was closed. The only ones left in the room were the Hokage, Kakashi, Naruto, and Asuma, because Naruto refused to get off his lap. So, Naruto, how was your day? Hiruzen asked, ignoring Kakashi for the time being. The only way you're going to be able to make it up to me is with a month's worth of ramen, and I mean my month's worth, not a regular person's. Naruto warned, as for my exam I failed it with flying colors. You should have seen my clone, it looked so pathetic, but it did blow up spectacularly. Naruto said, smiling happily. Naru, why are you so happy? Asuma asked, confused. I thought you wanted to be a shinobi? Stupid Jii-chan made me fail, Naruto said with a pout, but I still get to become a ninja. Hokage-sama, why am I still here? Kakashi asked in a bored tone. Right as you saw, Naruto is one of the genin assigned to your team, Hiruzen said. However, seeing as I have already given a mission, she is a full-fledged ninja and will not be returning to the academy even if Team 7 as a whole should fail your test. Therefore, pass or fail, she will still be your student, at least until she becomes a Chunin, understood? Hi, Kakashi said, still sounding bored. Why couldn't I be assigned to someone I know? Naruto asked. How do I know I can trust him? Naruto eyed the masked man suspiciously. I can't even see his face. It was quiet for a moment before Asuma decided to speak up. What if we told you Wolf knows and trusts him? You know my Wolf? Naruto asked. Yes, was Kakashi's reply. Fine, I'll trust you as much as I would any other comrade, Naruto said. However, that does not mean I trust you completely. I have learned to be weary of people, and until you become one of my most precious people like Jii-chan and Asu-ni, I will be cautious of you. Naruto warned. I understand, Kakashi said nonchalantly. Was that all you needed me for? Yes, you may leave or you may stay and observe you pupil. Hiruzen said. Naruto, don't be too stubborn and give him a chance. Naruto nodded. I believe I'll stay and observe Naruto's skills, Kakashi said nonchalantly as he leaned against the wall of the office. Good, Naruto progress report. Hiruzen said, going into commander mode as Naruto liked to call it. It was when the Hokage went from a carefree, happy person to a serious, stoic leader. As you heard, I failed my exam as ordered, Naruto said, sitting up straight and becoming serious before going into detail. I didn't answer any of the written exam, except the essay part, as I thought it was too important not to answer. I did fair on weapons and, accidentally, nicked the target with a katana. Nothing serious, it was just a scratch on his right forearm just below the bend of his elbow. Of course you already heard about the ninjutsu part. Afterwards I sat outside the academy on the swing looking depressed and dejected about my failure. After an hour the target approached me. I checked his chakra and checked for his injury, to make sure it was really him and not an enemy ninja that had infiltrated the village. Unfortunately, I confirmed it was in fact Mizuki-sensei. By the way, you gave him far too much credit, Jii-chan, because he is an idiot, Naruto said, becoming a little less serious. I mean, even my academy persona would have been suspicious of him. I'm glad he really thinks so lowly of me, or your plan would have never worked. What do you mean? Hiruzen asked. Well, basically he approached me and offered me a supplementary exam. Of course I asked what I had to do. He told me I had to sneak into your private library and borrow the forbidden scroll of sealing, without anyone knowing. I'm then supposed to go to building 24 inside training ground 44 to learn one jutsu off the scroll, and he will meet me there at 8 p.m. to test me on what I learned. Naruto said, I mean seriously, anything with a brain knows that forbidden means no touchy. How could someone as stupid as him make Chunin in the first place? You're right, he is dumber than we thought. Hiruzen said, do you have a plan? You have about 2.5 hours before you have to meet up with him. Well, Naruto said with a devious smirk, I was kind of wondering if there were any jutsus on there I could learn safely. There are two. Hiruzen said, they are the first ones you'll see. They are called Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and Kage Shuriken Kunai no Jutsu. They are only on the scroll because of the amount of chakra they use, but you have large chakra stores, so I'm not too worried. Just use them carefully and be careful, one of the jutsu's side effects can be mental fatigue. Okay, I'll just write down the others I find interesting. Naruto said, now for my plan to work it has to look realistic, so I need it to look like Jii-chan caught me taking the scroll. Naruto got a mischievous glint in his eye. Ji-chan, can you come with me to your private library? Naruto asked. The Hokage nodded and followed Naruto into his private library. Kakashi and Asuma stayed in the office, and after a couple minutes the two men heard Naruto shout something. That was muffled by the closed door, and then heard a loud thud as something heavy hit the floor. Naruto came out of the room shortly after carrying a huge scroll and tossed a bag of something to Asuma, who opened the bag. Naru-chan, why do you have blood replenishing pills? Asuma asked. Only Wolf can call me that. Naruto gritted out through her teeth. As for why I have them, it's so I don't pass out for blood loss when I train with Hayate. Hayate? Asuma asked. Gecko Hayate, he is Yune's boyfriend and he trains me in Kenjutsu. I've come to believe that his motto is, in order to master Kenjutsu you must bleed a lot. But enough about that. Naruto said, I gave you them because Jii-chan will need some when he wakes up. Oh, he'll also need some new robes because he got blood all over the ones he's wearing. What did you do to Hokage-sama? Kakashi asked, alarmed. I used my pervert finding jutsu. He bleed all on his own. If you want details, ask him when he wakes up. Naruto said as he headed for the door. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. If anyone asks you came to see Jii-chan about something, I don't care what, you're both Chunin, so I'm sure you can think of something believable. You saw me with the scroll, but figure if it was anything important the Anbu would deal with it like always. Then when you came looking for Jii-chan you found him passed out. You really have this all planned out? Kakashi asked curiously. Only because I'm dealing with a traitor to my beloved village. Generally I just go with a basic outline and make lots of on-the-fly decisions. It's how I work best. You may want to remember that, sensei, Naruto said. Just to fill you in on the plan. It's almost 4 p.m. now and it will take Jii-chan 25 to 30 minutes to wake up, giving me 15 minutes to get where I need to go so I have time to practice, and once he's awake it will take 15 to 20 to inform and gather all off-duty Chunin and Junin for a search to find me in the scroll. At that time Mizuki Teme will realize he has to come to me sooner than he wanted to because there are at least 2 sensory ninja that are off duty tonight. So Mizuki will show up at our meeting place by 6:15 p.m. It should take about 15 minutes to catch him because I have to let him give his incriminating speech. Then I get to report and go home to sleep so I can get to the academy on time tomorrow for team assignments. Do you have any backup on your mission? Asuma asked, concerned. Yes, you may be an official ninja but you still don't have any experience in the field. Kakashi said. I'm being backed up by 2 of the Anbu who raised me. Naruto said, as for experience, I was raised by Anbu until I was 10. I'm not exactly your regular naive genin. Well, good luck, Naru. Asuma said, we'll try and keep as many shinobi away from your position as possible. Thanks, Naruto said with a smile. Well, gotta go, Datbeo. It was 6:10 when Naruto finished writing everything interesting from the scroll and felt a chakra signature approaching him. He soon realized that it wasn't Mizuki as was Iruka and that Mizuki was still about 5 minutes away. Kuso. Naruto thought as he resealed the scroll, of all the people to get dragged into this he just had to be the one to find me. As Iruka entered the clearing Naruto turned to face him. Naruto. Do yo? Iruka started by was cut off by Naruto. Iruka-sensei, I found you. Naruto shouted like an idiot, so are you going to let me pass like promised? Pass? What are you talking about? Iruka asked confused. Mizuki-sensei told me that if I learned one jutsu off this scroll that you would let me become a genin. He even told me to come here to practice. Naruto said, and he saw understanding dawn on Iruka's face followed by hurt, devastation, and anger. Just then Mizuki arrived. Oh, it looks like you found the demon brat first. That's too bad Iruka, because I was really hoping for no witnesses. Mizuki said mockingly, now hand the scroll to me demon. Naruto, ignore him. He's a traitor. Iruka said, if you give me that scroll I'll tell you Konoha's biggest secret that everyone has kept from you, even your precious, Iruka-sensei. A secret only I don't know? Naruto asked sadly. No, Mizuki don't. Iruka shouted desperately. Mizuki just sneered at him then turned to Naruto. You're the nine-tailed demon fox that attacked the village 12 years ago. Mizuki said he saw Naruto freeze up and threw a barrage of kunai and shuriken. Naruto would have been severely injured if Iruka had not used himself as a shield to keep Naruto safe. Why'd you do something so stupid, Iruka-sensei? Naruto asked in tears. Because once I looked past my hatred of the demon you house I saw Uzumaki Naruto. A lonely little boy who just wanted someone to acknowledge him. Iruka said, you reminded me of myself after the death of my parents and I promised myself I would protect you from that loneliness. Oh how touching. Mizuki cooed as Iruka turned to face him, if you insist on protecting the demon I guess I'll just have to kill you first. Mizuki pulled out a Fuma shuriken when he was suddenly thrown back several feet by something hard connecting with his face. He looked up bewildered to see Naruto stand between him and a confused Iruka. If you even try to so much a look at Iruka-sensei funny I'll kick your ass. Naruto growled. Go ahead and try it, you're so pathetic you couldn't even pass the genin exam. Mizuki taunted. You asked for it, Naruto said with a smirk, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 100 Narutos poofed into existence, attack the TEME. The original shouted, within second Mizuki was an unconscious, bloody heap on the ground, I think I went a little overboard, but he totally deserved it. Naruto said as he turned to face Iruka just as the latter passed out from the pain and blood loss, shit. Iruka-sensei. Just then Panther and Cat jumped out of the trees and into the clearing. Cat used a jutsu and put Mizuki into a wooden cage to be transported to the T&I department. You should have summoned us as soon as Amino-san showed up. Panther said. I still had everything under control until Mizuki Teme decided I would make a lovely pincushion because I'm the holder of the demon fox and Iruka-sensei jumped in the way, then I got angry. I'm sorry, Naruto said as she started pulling the projectiles out of Iruka's unconscious body. Can you give him first aid treatment? Fine, and you did a good job for someone with your limited experience, you'll do better next time with some training, Panther said as she started doing first aid. Then she glanced at Naruto. How are you doing? I'll be better once Iruka-sensei's healed. Naruto said, as for the fox I already knew, I had figured it out on my own years ago. Panther looked at Naruto, I'll explain later. First you and Kat Nisan should bring the traitor to Ibi Ni and Ni-chan. I'm sure they'll enjoy the company. Iruka-sensei and I will go to Jii-chan's office once he wakes up and can I have a few blood replenishing pill I left mine with Asu Ni for Jii-chan. Why did Hokage-sama need them? Panther asked alarmed after handing over a couple pills. I used my wide jutsu on him to make it look like I stole the scroll. Anyway Ji-chan got a massive nosebleed and passed out. I didn't know Jii-chan was such a previous. Naruto said. Panther just sighed as Kat chuckled. Soon after the two took off to transport their prisoner. A couple minutes after they left and Iruka woke up, Naruto told him how Anbu had shown up healed him and took Mizuki away. The two then headed to the Hokage's office where Iruka gave a report and Naruto just nodded in all the right places. Very well, Iruka you may leave. Hiruzen said, I need to speak to Naruto alone about what Mizuki said to her. Understood, Hokage-sama, Iruka said as he gave Naruto's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. I'll see you tomorrow for team assignments Naruto. Good night, Iruka-sensei. Naruto said with a bright smile. Once the door was closed she turned back to the Hokage. So what do you want to know, Jii-chan? Panther reported that you already know about the fox, care to tell me how? Hiruzen asked gently. It was a couple days after the Uchiha massacre, I couldn't sleep but I was really tired so I decided to meditate to relax. Naruto explained, one moment I was in my room meditating then next thing I knew I was in what looked like a sewer. I thought I had fallen asleep and was dreaming and decided to look around after a while I realized it wasn't a dream and that I must have entered my subconscious. Anyway, as I was looking around I noticed a lot of the rooms had doors but at the end of the corridor there was a huge chamber that had bars across it. And when I looked through the bars I saw a humongous fox with several tails curled around it. The fox was sleeping so I just focused my thoughts on leaving. It took a couple days for me to figure out what the fox was. Why didn't you come to me or Yugo when you discovered the fox? Hiruzen asked, you had to have had lots of questions? Oh, I did have plenty of questions at first and I was going to ask about the fox. Naruto said, but then I remembered how many years it took for me to pry information about my parent out of you and figured you would tell me about the fox when you were really. Do you have any questions still? Hiruzen asked. Only one. Why did the fourth choose me? Naruto asked. I can't give you a complete answer, Hiruzen said, but it was because it's best to seal the demon away in a child with undeveloped chakra coils because it's safest for the child and at the time you were the youngest child he could get his hands on seeing as you had been born just before the Kyuubi attack. Oh okay. Naruto said, she was kind of hoping there was deeper reason than that but at least now she knew. So why did you freeze up when Mizuki told you about the fox? Hiruzen asked. Well, that was for a couple reasons, Naruto said. The main one being that I had to intentionally freeze to get Mizuki to attack. I was then going to avoid his attack and strike back. However, I ended up really freezing when Kyuubi woke up for a second mumbling about stupid mortals. It shocked me so much because it had always been asleep. Is it asleep now? Hiruzen asked. Yes, it fell back asleep after the incident today. Naruto said, can I go now? I'm kind of tired and have to be up early tomorrow. Yes. One more question, has Yugo ever told you how to write a mission report? Hiruzen asked. Yes, I have been practicing since I was 6. Wolf started it. I had to treat all my training sessions as missions and write down everything to the smallest detail. Naruto said, why do you ask? Well, seeing as this was technically your mission, it is your responsibility to write a report. Hiruzen said, I want your report in 2 days, okay? I can do that, Naruto said as she headed out the door. It was the next morning and Naruto was walking through the hallway heading toward the classroom. All genin had to be there by 11 a.m. so they could be assigned their teams. Naruto had about 5 minutes to go before he was late, but once he got to the door he realized that Sakura and Ino were having another race for Sasuke-kun's heart, which resulted in the two girls being wedged into the doorway. Exasperated and in the mood for a good prank, Naruto smirked as he lifted his foot and swiftly kicked Ino in the ass. Seeing he already knew she wouldn't be on his team, therefore he could get away from her, causing both girls to go sprawling on the floor inside the door. Naruto glanced around the room and noticed Shikamaru wasn't there yet, so he just sat in the first seat he could find. Move it, Naruto, I want to sit next to Sasuke-kun. One of the girls said. Naruto didn't even bother to know who. But he looked around looking for a new seat and noticed Shikamaru walk through the door and got up to move. Suddenly, as he was getting up, Ino and Sakura decided it would be a good time to have a shoving match, and one of them bumped into Naruto, causing him to fall backwards. In a vain attempt to catch himself, he spun around. However, what he caught himself on was Sasuke's lips. What? Naruto baka. How dare you kiss Sasuke-kun? Poor Sasuke-kun. I wanted Sasuke-kun's first kiss. Sasuke and Naruto turned away from each other, retching and gagging. Can't you watch what you're doing, Usura Tonkachi? Sasuke asked. Like I wanted to lock lips with you, Uteme. Naruto shouted as he ran to sit next to Shikamaru. Shika, help, I got emo germs. I need to be disinfected. Naruto whined as he clung to Shikamaru. However, what happened next shocked everyone. TCH, troublesome blonde. Shikamaru grumbled as he leaned over and pecked Naruto on the lips. They're disinfected. Poor Hinata, who had fallen out of her chair in shock at the accidental kiss between Naruto and Sasuke, had just sat back in her seat only to witness the second kiss and got an emotional overload and fainted, falling to the ground again. Okay, everyone be quiet and take a seat, Iruka said as he entered the room. Even though the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. It's time to be assigned your genin team. Kiba helped Hinata up off the floor. Team 1, and so the kissing incident was forgotten. For now, Team 7 is Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke under Hitaki Kakashi. Team 8 is Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino under Yuhi Kurenai. Team 9 is Koji, Futaba, and Renosuke under Kanden Tekuno, A.N. They don't matter, I just wanted to be different. And finally Team 10 is Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino under Sarutobi Asuma. Iruka announced, "Now, you all have 1 hour for a lunch break. I recommend that you use this time to get to know your teammates." Instead of team bonding, that Naruto knew would be a waste of time as Sasuke hated him and Sakura had eyes only for her, Sasuke-kun. So he went to get ramen for lunch. After a few bowls he went back to the academy and seeing as he still had some time to kill so he sat in the empty classroom and started to write his mission report. Suddenly the door to the room opened. "Naruto, why aren't you with your teammates?" Iruka asked. "Ji-chan wants me to write a mission report about yesterday." Naruto said. "Why?" Iruka asked curiously. "You were just an innocent bystander. Can you keep a secret?" Naruto asked seriously. "Of course Naruto, you know you can tell me anything." Iruka said equally as serious. Ji-chan had already known that Mizuki was a traitor, Naruto said. He had been acting suspicious for weeks, and he also knew that Mizuki planned to use one of the failed genin for his plans, so Jii-chan made me a ninja 2 days ago and gave me the mission to catch Mizuki-sensei. "Naruto, this isn't even remotely funny." Iruka warned. "I know I'm not joking," Naruto said solemnly. "Ji-chan knew that I was more skilled than the rest of the genin, because I've been trained in secret by some people, so instead of taking the chance of being a ninja away from someone else, he just used me instead. As a matter of fact, there are lots of things you don't know about me. Like the fact I was raised and trained by an Anbu squad or that I'm actually a girl." Iruka just stared at her looking for any signs of deception. "If you don't believe me you can ask Jii-chan, because I can't give you the identities of the Anbu." "I know you don't lie so I'll believe you," Iruka said after a moment, "but I do have a question. Why is Hokage-sama letting you pretend to be a boy?" "Long story short," Naruto said, "when I was 6 I had an argument with one of my caretakers and ran out late at night. I was almost attacked by some drunks and decided I felt safer as a boy. Ji-chan said I could disguise myself until I felt safe enough to be me. I understand and I hope you feel like being you soon," Iruka said with a slight smile. "Well, I had better get the paperwork I came to get, and everyone should be returning in about 15 to 20 minutes. "Okay, Iruka-sensei," Naruto said with a smile. The only teams left in the room were Team 10 and Team 7. Choji was eating some chips. Ino and Sakura were vying for Sasuke's attention, which Sasuke was busy ignoring them and everyone else in the room. Shikamaru was pretending to sleep, and Naruto was working on her report. "Naru, what is that?" Shikamaru asked looking at her. "A mission report for Jii-chan," Naruto replied. "He had me catch a traitor." "Oh, Mizuki-sensei?" Shikamaru asked, causing Naruto to look at him. "I noticed he was missing today and that some of the teachers were whispering about his sudden disappearance." "Yeah," Naruto said, and Shikamaru put his head back down as Naruto went back to her report. Naruto was so focused on her report she never noticed the person who walked up behind her. "Naru, don't furrow your brow like that or you'll have wrinkles to match my father." The voice said. Asu-en Asuma-sensei, please don't scare random genin like that." Naruto said, "Besides no one could ever have as many wrinkles as Jii-chan." "True, and you're not exactly random," Asuma said. "And I think I should warn you, your sensei is notorious for being really late for anything but important missions." "Oh, great," Naruto muttered as she watched Team 10 leave the room. She then noticed her teammates looking at her weird. "What, is there something on my face? You know an elite Chunin?" Sakura asked. "I know quite a few Chunin and Chunin for that matter," Naruto replied. "How is that possible for a dobi like you?" "I'm not a dobi," Naruto said. "As for how, it would be weird if I didn't know any. With as often as I get in trouble." Over the next 3 hours Naruto finished his report and decided to watch as Sasuke got more and more annoyed. However, just as the Uchiha looked about to blow, Naruto got up and stuck Iruka's bright orange chalkboard eraser in the top of the door so that it would fall on the next person to walk through the door. "That should teach that loser of a sensei for being late," Naruto said. "Chalk dust is a bitch to clean, hehe. Once it's wet it'll get gooey and stick to sensei's hair. That's so childish, Naruto baka." Sakura said, letting her attention leave Sasuke for a short time, and then Sasuke's short reprieve ended. Besides, our new sensei is a Chunin, he would never fall for something like that, right Sasuke-kun? See, even Sasuke agrees with me. Sakura shrieked. I hate to tell you, but is not a response or even a word in any language or dialect. Naruto said. Just then the trio heard someone walking down the hall and Naruto turned back toward the door in anticipation. The door opened and a man with silver hair and most of his face hidden stood there as the orange eraser bounced off his head, covering the Chunin as chalk dust, and bounced to the floor, which coincidentally is where Naruto was rolling in laughter. Sensei! Sakura cried, we're so sorry, we tried to stop him but he wouldn't listen. My first thoughts, Kakashi said, I hate you all. Meet me on the roof, you have 5 minutes. Naruto baka, this is all your fault. Sakura said. Naruto just shrugged and headed for the door. Looking around, he noticed the eraser was gone. That bastard! Naruto shouted as he ran at top speed out of the room, shortly after he was on the roof. Give back Iruka-sensei's eraser, you thieving Chunin, it was a present. Naruto shouted as he lunged at Kakashi. I don't want to. The Chunin drawled as he held the eraser out of Naruto's reach. Smirking, Naruto stepped back. Give it back or else. Naruto said. What? Kakashi asked. I'll burn your book and make sure you can never get another one ever again. Naruto smirked, and just so you know, my godfather writes them so I can follow through on the threat. Suddenly Naruto heard 2 sets of feet on the stairs leading to the roof. Doing the only thing he could think of, Naruto ran back to the door as he throwing the book haphazardly over his shoulder for Kakashi to catch, and collapsed panting by the door. It's your fault for running so fast to get up here, Sakura said as she stared at Naruto on the ground. Naruto pushed himself upright and looked at Kakashi. Give back Iruka-sensei's eraser, you crappy Chunin, Naruto wheezed. Say please, Naruto-chan? Kakashi said as he snapped his book closed, causing Naruto to glare at him. Okay, you 3 get over here and sit down so you can introduce yourselves. The 3 did as told. So who's first? Kakashi asked with an eye smile. Why don't you go first and show us how it's done? Sakura offered. Naruto and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Fine, name's Hitaki Kakashi. My likes, you're not old enough to know. My dislikes, hobbies, things, dreams for the future, don't have one as of present. Okay Blondie, go. All we learned was his name. Sakura mumbled before Naruto introduced himself. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. My likes are ramen and some other things. I dislike the 3-minute wait for cup ramen. My hobbies would shock everyone. And my dream is to be the best Hokage ever so I can protect my precious people and be acknowledged for me. Pinky. Kakashi said. I'm Haruno Sakura. Wahoo, I like his glance at Sasuke and squeal. My dislikes are Naruto baka and Ino pig. My hobbies are flower arranging, cooking, and reading. My dream for the future is looks at Sasuke and squeals again. Right, emo kid. Kakashi drawled. Uchiha Sasuke. No particular likes or dislikes. Hobby is training. What I have isn't really a dream, it's an ambition, and that is to kill a certain man and restore my clan. Sakura practically swooned at the last part. Naruto rolled his eyes and thought. I told him to get stronger, not go all psycho killer. I guess I have to work on getting the old Sasuke back, seeing as we're now a team. Okay, so now that that's over, here's the announcement. Only about 2/3 of the genin who passed the academy exam will get to become regular ninja. Kakashi said. Tomorrow you will have to pass my test, so I suggest you go home, eat a big dinner, go to sleep, and get the training ground by 6 a.m. And one more warning, you may throw up if you eat breakfast. You're dismissed. That said, Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke. See you guys tomorrow, Naruto said before jumping across rooftops to get away. 20 minutes after leaving her team, Naruto stormed into the Hokage's office, banging the door open and ignoring the other people in the room. Ji-chan, why was my sensei 3 hours late for team meetings today? She asked. I did warn you he would be late, Naru-chan. Asuma said, chuckling. Don't call me that, Asu-ni. Naruto snarled as she released some ki. Naruto. The Hokage warned. Sorry, I'm hot-tempered on a good day. Naruto said sheepishly, as if that was a reason. Anyway, I thought you were just kidding. What kind of Chunin is that irresponsible? Naruto finally took notice of the third adult in the room. She recognized her as the Chunin sensei of Team 8, Yuhi Kurenai. I also have that thing you asked me for last night, Jii-chan. Really? That's good, let me have it. Hiruzen said and Naruto did as told. Now I think some introductions are in order. Naruto, I would like you to meet Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai, this is Naruto-chan. G-chan? Naruto asked. Naruto, I have arranged for Kurenai to give you some lessons that you missed out on in the academy. Hiruzen said, I have not yet given her all the details as that is your place to do so. However, I just want you to know you cannot go on any missions outside the village until you have completed most for these private lessons. What are the lessons? Naruto asked. Kunoichi lessons. Hiruzen said, receiving a confused look from Kurenai. Excuse me Hokage-sama, but why does a boy need kunoichi lessons? Kurenai asked. Naruto, why don't you explain it? Hiruzen said. Why does she have to be the one to teach me? Can't it be someone I know and trust? Panther is leaving on a long-term mission that will have her away until the Chunin exams in 6 months, and Anko will be busy running the T&I department while Ibiki does the biannual personnel review and prepares to be a proctor for the exams. Hiruzen explained. I promise you can trust her, Naru. Both Anko and I can vouch that she's a good, trustworthy person, Asuma said. Besides, how are you ever going to be yourself and follow your dreams if you don't try trusting more people? I know it hard after everything the last couple years, but you really have to try. Fine, Naruto pouted. I hate when you use logic on me. Wait, did you say Panther was doing a long-term mission? Naruto asked the Hokage in affirmative. No, that means Yates Ni is going to be doing all my kenjutsu training. I'm going to need to restock my blood replenishing pills because he thinks being a kenjutsu master involves bleeding a lot. Naruto cried comically for a couple minutes. Anyway, back on topic. Naruto perking up. By now Kurenai was thoroughly confused. Seeing this, Naruto turned to Kurenai to explain. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I am 12 years old and the reason I need kunoichi lessons is because I'm actually a girl, but I have been pretending to be a boy, with Jii-chan's permission, since I was 6. Therefore none of the academy teachers knew, or cared really, that I would need kunoichi lessons. Can I ask why you would do this? Kurenai asked. One night just before my 6th birthday I ran out after an argument with one of my guardians. I ended up in a bad district and was almost bothered by some drunken men. Naruto said. Kurenai paled at the information. Anyway, before anything scarring happened my guardian saved me, but I felt safer pretending to be a boy. It was agreed that it would only be until I felt strong enough to protect myself. Can I ask who else knows your secret? Kurenai asked. Sure, Naruto said with a smile. My old Anbu caretakers, Jii-chan and Asu-ni. Obviously, seeing as they're here with us, Azuki Yugao, Gekko Hayate, Mitarashi Anko, Morino Ibiki. All the clan's heads. But it kind of like an unspoken rule to not speak about it, Shikamaru. Because he's the only clan heir that paid attention when we were younger, the others forgot. Sasuke might remember because we were raised as siblings when we were younger, but ever since the massacre he has been different and ignored me, so I'm not sure. Maybe Shino. Because he's smart but he's so quiet and doesn't talk much, so I'm uncertain. Iruka-sensei, and the owner of Ichiraku Ramen and his daughter. Plus there's now you. I see. Well, I will keep your secret until you are ready to tell everyone. Kurenai said. Thank you. Naruto said, bowing. So when do we start doing lessons? Well, we have to work around your team training and mine as well. Kurenai said. Well, we don't get our real test until tomorrow. Naruto said. I will talk to Kakashi when he brings me the results tomorrow and inform him you are not allowed to stay after 4 in the evening. Hiruzen said. How does that sound, Kurenai? Prefect, Kurenai replied and turned to Naruto. I will give you a 1-hour break before you have to meet me for your lessons. So you will meet me at Training Ground 14 at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Got it? Hi, Kurenai-sensei. Naruto said. Maybe you can get her to be a little more girly. Asuma suggested. She's always been a tomboy and that's fine. But a little feminine charm can go a long way. I'm fine the way I am. Naruto said. Turn up her nose. He didn't say you weren't, Hiruzen chuckled, but I would love to see you in dresses again one day. Fine. Naruto sighed. It's alright, Naruto. Kurenai said. Charm is one of a kunoichi's or even a regular women's best weapon against men. Kurenai added a playful wink to which Naruto giggled. Okay, Naruto said. Maybe you can teach me other girly secrets along with kunoichi lessons. Also you can just call me Naru. But not Naru-chan, that's the nickname only my wolf can use. Okay, Naru. Kurenai said, if that was all I would like to go so I can plan how I'm going to train my squad and how your lessons are going to go. You may all go, Hiruzen said. I'm sure Asuma needs to figure out his training regime as well, and Naru has a test to prepare for seeing as her sensei will be using it as a way to assess her skills. With that said, everyone said their goodbyes and left the Hokage to his paperwork. The next morning Naruto arrived at the training ground at 6 a.m. as he was instructed the day before. He stopped at the edge of the clearing where he saw Sasuke standing leaning against one of the 3 posts. He also sensed that Sakura would be arriving soon. He had a plan he needed to set into action, and seeing as this was his home turf, so to speak, as he had been using this training ground all his life, he knew he had an advantage. You see, he already had about 50 traps and pranks of various types scattered throughout the grounds that just had to be reset or tweaked, forming a ram-sealed 20 clones popped into existence. Okay, I want 10 random traps set, so pair up, Naruto said. Once you set the trap, one of you will disperse because according to what the scroll said, I'll receive the memories, that way I'll know which traps are set and can avoid them. However, one of you will stay near the trap disguised as something that blends into the surroundings and watch out for my teammates, seeing as all my traps are meant for Chunin or above and a new genin would never notice them. Hi boss. The clones replied as they took off and Naruto walked into the clearing. Naruto Baka, you're late, Sakura yelled. Sorry, Sakura-chan, my alarm clock broke, Naruto said grinning, but seeing as sensei isn't here I don't think it matters. Whatever. Sakura huffed as she returned her attention back to Sasuke. Naruto went and sat next to the stump farthest from his teammates to think of a way to get them to agree to team up. He knew coming right out and asking wouldn't work because Sasuke was convinced that being an Uchiha meant everyone else would be in his way because they were beneath him. And if Sasuke said no, Sakura would just mindlessly follow along. So in order for either of them to follow along, something needs to push them. What can I do to push them? Sakura should be easy after a couple failed solo attempts, and that should open her up to the idea of working together. Sasuke, however, will need more than that. Maybe if I let him get caught in one of my traps and he can't get himself out, he might let go of his ego for a moment. It's worth a shot. But just to be safe, maybe I should let him get knocked around by Kakashi-sensei first, just for good measure. Yeah, that'll work, and even if Sasuke does stay stubborn, I'll at least have one teammate so I don't have to spend all my time alone with Kakashi. Because as far as Sakura goes, I have a trump card. Yup, all settled. I gotta pee, be right back, Naruto said as he stood up and ran to the edge of the field and hid behind a bush and made a clone. I want you to go to the other clones and tell them not to stop Sasuke from getting caught, only to help Sakura. Naruto told the clone, and be alert because Kakashi-sensei could be around watching. Hi, the clone said as it transformed into a bird and flew off. I love how useful the transformation jutsu is. It's too bad that most people have only thought to use it to change human forms. Naruto thought as he headed back to the clearing and sat back down in his spot. Naruto closed his eyes and soon found himself asleep as Sakura babbled continually to Sasuke. Finally at 10 a.m. Kakashi showed up to find a ticked-off Uchiha, a sulking Haruno, and a sleeping Uzumaki. You're late, sensei, Sakura shrieked, awakening Naruto and pissing Sasuke off more. Sorry, I got lost on the road of life, Kakashi said, receiving 2 death glares. Anyway, here's your test. He dangled 2 bells in front of the trio. In order to pass, you must get a bell, Kakashi informed. But sensei, there's only 2 bells, Sakura said. Great eyesight. That means at least one of you will not get a bell and will be tied to one of those posts and watch your teammates eat their lunch, then you'll be sent back to the academy, Kakashi said. You have until noon. Start. Sasuke and Sakura took off to hide and plan their moves. Naruto, however, stayed on the field and started a direct assault. I just had to get a bell, Naruto said cockily. Too easy. Then launched into what appeared to be random attacks, but Kakashi quickly realized it was Naruto's own personal taijutsu style and that he wasn't even showing his real abilities. That's when Kakashi got behind him and used 1,000 Years of Death. Naruto made another taijutsu assault before going into hiding so Sasuke and Sakura could get their chance and then he could put his teamwork plan into action. An hour after the start of the test, Naruto heard Sakura's ear-splitting scream for the second time. Luckily or unluckily, one of Naruto's clones had been nearby and dissipated so that she was easier to find. When the real Naruto showed up, he was greeted by a hilarious sight. Sasuke was buried up to his head in the ground and Sakura was passed out. Need some help? Naruto asked laughing. What do you think, Dobi? Sasuke snarled. Wake Sakura up so you can dig me out. That's not how you ask for favors. Naruto sing-songed. Besides, like this you're easier to make listen. With that said, Naruto woke up Sakura. Okay, so I think we have all come to the conclusion we can't get the bells on our own, right? Sakura nodded meekly. I almost had them by myself. Sasuke said. True, but ninja hardly ever go on solo missions. Naruto said, at least in Konoha, and that's because Ji-chan values teamwork seeing as less bad things happen. So I think this is really a test of teamwork. But why are there only 2 bells? Sakura asked after a moment. To try and get us to fight amongst ourselves and distract us from the whole point of this stupid test. Sasuke said through gritted teeth as he thought about it. Naruto's right, we have to work together, just don't hold me back, now dig me out of this hole. Naruto and Sakura dug until Sasuke's arms were free and he could climb out. So how are we going to this? Sakura asked as she looked at Sasuke. Well, 2 of us should distract him while the other one sneaks up and takes the bells, Sasuke explained. I think Naruto and I should be the distraction while you Sakura grab the bells. I think I have a better idea. Naruto said. Oh yeah, let's hear it then, Dobi. Sasuke said doubtfully. Well, it's just that your plan seems so common and he might see through it, we should think outside the box. Naruto said, I was thinking that only you attack him as the distraction, while I make it look like I'm going to attack and actually kawari me with the bells, then Sakura just has to pick them up off the ground. As much as I hate to say it, Naruto's plan sounds like it will work better. Sakura whispered. The trio headed back to the clearing to put the plan into action. And it worked, they got the bells, however they were not expecting Kakashi move after the fact. As Sasuke jumped away, Kakashi grabbed Naruto and pinned him to the ground with a kunai to his throat. Okay, Sakura, seeing as you have the bells you now have a choice to make. Kakashi said, you get to pick who gets the bells and the one without one dies. Sakura was horror-struck as she looked between Sasuke and Naruto. Don't look so confused, these are the type of choices shinobi have to make all the time when on missions. Naruto and Sasuke-kun can have the bells. Sakura stammered out after a couple seconds of thought. Take me and instead, I'm the most useless. You 2 keep the bells. Naruto said, he's already got me anyway. Why don't we just give Kakashi both bells in exchange for Naruto? Sasuke stated. Kakashi sat silently for a minute before nodding his head and standing. You all passed the test. Kakashi said with an eye smile. And you have learned the most important lesson. In the shinobi world, people who don't follow the rules are trash, but those who abandon their friends are worse than trash. Sakura, you were willing to sacrifice yourself for your comrades, as were you Naruto. And you Sasuke put your comrades' safety before your objective. We start missions tomorrow, meet at the Red Bridge on the edge of the training ground at 8 AM for our first mission. You can leave. With that, Kakashi poofed away, leaving 3 confused but happy genin. Over the next 2.5 months, Naruto's schedule consisted of doing D mission in the morning with her team, eating lunch, then doing team formation training until dinner time. After dinner she would meet Kurenai sensei at one of the unused training grounds and do her kunoichi lessons, which were thankfully almost over because if Naruto had to arrange one more flower she was going to throttle someone it. Today Team 7 was doing the Catch Tora the Demon Cat mission for the 3rd time that week. To say all 3 genin were frustrated would be an understatement, and luckily for them Naruto had a short fuse. So after returning the damned cat to its owner, Naruto waited just long enough for the daimyo's wife to leave to express her opinion. Can't we have a better mission, Jii-chan? And how often can one woman lose a damn cat? Naruto whined. I promise I'm ready, and I'm tired of catching that damn cat and weeding gardens. Naruto. Iruka said, that is not how you speak to the Hokage. Yeah, Naruto replied, can't we have something more interesting than some boring D rank? Naruto's right, and our teamwork has really improved. Sakura said, right Sasuke-kun? Sasuke agreed. Kakashi? Hiruzen asked, what do you think, are they ready? I think they could handle an easy C rank. He said in a bored tone as he looked at the trio from behind his little orange book. Okay, I have just the job. The Hokage said as he held out a scroll to Kakashi. It's a simple protection detail. Kakashi took the scroll and read it. Okay, met at the main gate at 9 AM tomorrow morning. Kakashi said, "You have the rest of the day off to pack and make any other arrangements you need, seeing as I know two of you live by yourselves. Make sure to pack for a few weeks. Go." Team 7 left the mission room and headed their separate ways. However, Naruto caught up to Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto called as he chased after his sensei. "Yes, Naruto?" Kakashi asked. "Do you know where I could find Team 8 right now?" "Why?" "I have to talk to Kurenai-sensei about something," Naruto said. "They should be at their regular training ground, number 8. Kakashi said. "Thanks, see ya tomorrow," Naruto shouted over his shoulder as he ran off. 20 minutes after leaving Kakashi, Naruto arrived at Training Ground 8 to find Shino, Hinata, and Kiba eating lunch in the middle of the field, but he didn't see Kurenai anywhere. "Hey guys," Naruto said. "What are you doing here, Naruto?" Kiba shouted out. "I'm looking for Kurenai-sensei." Naruto explained. "Do you know where she is? Don't you have your own sensei? What could you need with ours?" Shino asked, curious. "Yes, and it's private. Now is anyone going to tell me where she is?" Naruto asked. "I can find her if you want?" Hinata stuttered out. "Really? Would you?" Naruto asked. Hinata nodded and activated her Byakugan. "She's 20 meters that way," Hinata said, pointing east. "Thanks, see you guys later," Naruto said, running off. She soon found Kurenai. "Ku-ni-chan, guess what?" Naruto said as she approached Kurenai. "What, Naru?" Kurenai asked with a smile. "My team got its first C-rank mission," Naruto informed proudly, "so I was wondering what we were going to do about my lessons because Kakashi-sensei said we'll be gone a few weeks, and I did tell Jii-chan I was doing good enough in my lessons to leave the village for missions. Well, all that's really left is I wanted to have a talk with you," Kurenai said. "A talk about what?" Naruto asked. "Well, we have already talked about your natural body functions, like your period," Kurenai said. "You know that by shinobi laws, as soon as you put on your shinobi headband you are considered an adult." "Yeah, so?" Naruto said, not really getting the point. "Meaning by law you're allowed to have deeper relationships than in the academy," Kurenai said, and Naruto just stood there staring back at her. "God, I hope I never have to give this talk again," Kurenai thought. "I'm talking about Naru." That got a reaction. "What? Why?" Naruto shouted, turning beet red. "I don't even like anyone like that. Well, not really anyway, I think." The last part was mumbled, but Kurenai heard it. "If you were anyone else I would say this talk could wait a while," Kurenai said. "Most girls your age aren't actually giving relationship any real thought, it just petty crushes that will go away in a little while once they have matured. I've noticed that you however are already at that level of maturity, and I also know that when you do start to really like someone it will be because of a real reason, not something superficial like their prestige or looks. Well, I sure as hell am not going to jump Teme as soon as we're out of the village," Naruto said. "I wasn't suggesting you would, I'm just saying that when you finally give yourself to someone do it for love," Kurenai said. "I know there are some shinobi who use it as a way to relieve stress from missions or for missions, but for your own peace of mind I hope you never have to turn to that." "Yeah, never going to happen," Naruto said. "I already know I'm a one-man kind of woman. But for right now my main concern is becoming stronger as a kunoichi. Even if people still think I'm a boy. I want to be able to protect all my precious people because they are the most important to me." "Speaking of being a kunoichi," Kurenai said, "your team is going on a C-rank mission outside of the village. Don't you think you should tell them? I trust them to have my back if we get in trouble on a mission," Naruto said. "One of the first things Kakashi-sensei taught us was to protect your comrades. And I'm also getting to know them better, but once we're done at the end of the day we just go our separate ways." "So?" Kurenai asked. "So I know if my house burned down I would not be able to count on them for support until I could get back on my feet. We're just not there," Naruto said. "If I can't trust them to let me stay the night, how can I trust them with the secret that protects me all the time?" "I understand what you're saying," Kurenai said, "but I've also come to know you. You're 12 years old and don't trust anyone unless you know them. You are a very open person, but your fear of rejection and being hurt causes you to close yourself off. I think you need to let go of that fear because I don't think anyone has it in them to really close you out once you do open up." "I'll try, Kune," Naruto said. The two talked for a little longer, then Naruto headed home so she could pack for her mission. She used storage scrolls to pack everything in, seeing as she didn't trust the village to leave any of her things behind. So basically she had several scrolls. One held her girly clothes, one held her jumpsuits and necessities, i.e. toothbrush, hairbrush, one with her spare weapons, katana, and books, for any downtime she got. Plus there were a couple other scroll that had their own uses. Mainly jutsu scrolls. And the last thing she added to her bag was the scroll of kunoichi-centric jutsus that Kurenai had told her to carry with her at all times until she had them completely memorized. Once she was done packing, she went to Ichiraku's for some dinner, then went home for some extra sleep, seeing as she knows she wouldn't sleep well during her mission. "Sorry I'm late, guys," Naruto shouted as he ran to join his two teammates who were standing by the gates. "It's fine, sensei hasn't even arrived yet," Sakura said, annoyed. "Can he ever be on time for anything?" I knew you'd agree with me, Sasuke-kun," Sakura gushed just as the trio noticed Kakashi walking toward them with a drunken old man. "Our job is to escort him to his home in the Land of Waves and protect him until he finishes his bridge," Kakashi said. "Will I really be safe with this group of midgets?" Tazuna asked as he took another chug out of his bottle. "Especially the girly-looking blonde boy? Hey, we're full-fledged ninja, don't underestimate us," Naruto said indignantly. Yeah, the builder said, "You're still just a bunch of brats." "I'm so great that someday I'll be Hokage," Naruto declared, "so one day you'll have to acknowledge me." "I won't have to do anything," Tazuna stated. Okay, Kakashi cut in, "We could stand here talking or we could get going. It's going to take 2 days to walk to the wave country on foot, so I would suggest we get moving." "Let's go, Datbeo," Naruto shouted as the group headed off. The journey was rather peaceful and really boring for the first few hours of the journey. The only thing that happened was some bickering among the genin while Kakashi read his book. Then just after middle day, Naruto noticed a small puddle ahead of the group, and seeing as he knew it hadn't rained in a few days, he knew the puddle was some sort of trap. So what did he do? He ran ahead of the group and jumped in the air yelling, "Geronimo," like an idiot or small child would if they saw a puddle. I still do that on days in which I'm bored. After stepping out of the puddle, 2 ninja with crossed-out kiri headbands rose from the water with lumps on their head. Sasuke jumped in to show off his great shinobi skills and protected Naruto. Then Kakashi took care of the rogue nin. After that they continued on and everything was fine until the next day when they ran into Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi fought him but suffered from severe chakra exhaustion from overusing his Sharingan. Naruto and Sasuke ended up having to carry him to Tazuna's house, where they put him in his own room so he could rest. "Oh, you're awake, Kakashi-san," Tsunami said, shocked as Kakashi entered the kitchen. "Oh, it was nothing much, just some minor chakra exhaustion," Kakashi said and heard a snorting sound for his team's direction. "Anyway, I see it's lunchtime, so why don't we all eat up, then we can have a team meeting." "Hi, Kakashi-sensei." Sure, sensei," Naruto gritted out, causing Kakashi to stare at her. Once lunch was done, the 3 genin followed Kakashi back to his room to speak. "So I'm sure you all have some questions about yesterday," Kakashi said, "so we'll go in this order. Sakura, Sasuke, and then last Naruto." "So go ahead? Who was that attacked us? And what happened to him?" Sakura asked. "His name was Zabuza Momochi, Chunin level missing nin from Kirigakure," Kakashi said. "Also known as Demon of the Hidden Mist and a former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist," Naruto added, unconsciously getting stares from her teammates. "Don't make things up to make him seem stronger, Naruto baka," Sakura said. "I didn't make it up, it's in his bingo book entry," Naruto shouted. "I read it while in the Hokage office one day." "Right," Sakura said. "Naruto is correct, Sakura, so you should listen," Kakashi said. "I don't need you sticking up for me, sensei." Naruto snarked, "Just tell us about Zabuza." Hi, Kakashi said, waving his hands defensively. "As I said, he is a missing nin of Kirigakure. He left his village after his attempt to overthrow the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, failed. So brawn, but no brain," Sasuke said. "No wonder he was so easy for Naruto to beat." "Yeah, but who was that ninja that took him away?" Sakura asked. "A fake hunter nin," Naruto mumbled. "He probably works for Zabuza." "What are you talking about, Dobi?" Sasuke asked. "Naruto's right again," Kakashi said, getting a glare from Naruto again. "Think back to what you learned about hunter nin in the academy. What do? They hunt down missing nin and immediately disposed of them and any secrets their bodies may hold," Sakura said, reciting the academy lesson. "Correct, but what did this hunter nin do?" Kakashi asked the trio. "He took Zabuza's body with him instead of simply taking his head." Sasuke said. Correct, so I believe Naruto is correct and the hunter Nen is Zabuza's accomplice, Kakashi said. So I think Zabuza will be back soon to finish his job, but I would give us about a week to prepare. Why? Naruto asked. The hunter Nen put Zabuza in a near-death state, Kakashi said. It takes a couple days to recover from that, but it will take twice as long seeing as he will also have to recuperate from the fight with us. But sensei, we're not ready to fight someone like him again, Sakura said. Naruto can hardly hold a kunai without hurting himself, so only you and Sasuke stand a chance. That is why I'll be training you until then. Kakashi said, but first, any more questions? How did you get a Sharingan? Only Uchihas are supposed to have them and you're not an Uchiha. Sasuke said, it was a gift from my teammate on his deathbed during the Third Shinobi War. Kakashi said, do you have any questions, Naruto? Nothing a sheep could answer. Naruto gritted out, that doesn't make any sense, Baka. Sakura said, anyway, follow me so we can get to your training. Kakashi said, stopping any further conversion from happening, and headed out of the house and into a clearing in the woods. He then explained to the trio that they would be doing a tree climbing exercise. After giving an example, he let them figure it out on their own. Sakura was able to do it on her first try. Sasuke made it halfway up the tree before he fell down, and Naruto looked as if he wasn't even using chakra as he fell after his third step. Kakashi assigned Naruto and Sasuke to practice until they could do it, while Sakura was assigned to guard Tazuna at the bridge. It took the boys 4 days to complete the tree climbing exercise. Naruto used so much chakra, seeing as she was also doing his own training when no one was looking, that he ended up passing out until the day Zabuza was supposed to attack. After waking up, he headed downstairs and ate some breakfast. Tsunami told him Kakashi wanted him to stay at the house as protection, so he did. Naruto had been awake for an hour when he heard a loud crash downstairs. Running downstairs, he saw tied-up Tsunami being dragged out of the house with Inari trying to fight the two mercenaries to get his mother back. Naruto jumped in without even thinking and took down the two bad guys, but unfortunately he was caught with one of their swords and had his side sliced open. Wincing in pain, Naruto took off her jacket so she could put bandages on her wounds before putting her jacket back on and headed to the bridge because she had a bad feeling. Upon arriving at the bridge, Naruto saw that Kakashi had the upper hand in his fight with Zabuza. Sakura was protecting Tazuna, but Sasuke seemed to be struggling with his opponent, so without a second thought Naruto jumped in to help him. Naruto noticed that Sasuke had activated his Sharingan, however his opponent still had the upper hand as Sasuke was still unused to using it. Soon Haku had taken out Sasuke and Naruto got pissed at the defeat of Sasuke, blacked out. When she came to, she saw Haku had Kakashi's hand shoved through his chest. Shortly after that, Gato and his men showed up only to be taken out single-handedly by Zabuza with a single kunai Naruto had given him. After everything was done, Kakashi looked at his students to do an assessment. Sakura was crying over Sasuke's dead body, which Kakashi noticed was only paralyzed. However, when he looked at Naruto, he noticed the long slash on her side. Naruto, what happened? Kakashi asked with his voice full of concern. What do you mean, wolf? Naruto asked as she swayed a little. I'm talking about your side. Kakashi stated, too concerned to realize she had used his Anbu codename. Oh, I ran into a couple thugs at the house before I came here and one cut me a little, Naruto murmured. But don't worry, I heal super fast, remember? That's when Naruto passed out from blood loss and overusing her chakra. When Naruto woke up, she saw she was in the room that Sakura had been given to use. Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag. Naruto thought as she sat up. Ow. 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 She whined, feeling her stitches pull as she did. She got dressed in a loose orange tank top and black cotton shorts before heading downstairs to see if she could find some food. When she got there, she found Tsunami in the kitchen. Where is everyone? Naruto asked, causing Tsunami to turn away from the sink. Naruto-ku-chan, I didn't think you'd be awake already. Tsunami said, your team is at the bridge, everyone should be back in a few hours. Okay, Naruto said, is there anything I can eat? I'm kinda hungry. Sure, just sit down, Tsunami said, and then you can go back and rest. Kakashi-san said it was a pretty serious wound and you probably wouldn't wake up until tomorrow. I just heal super fast, Naruto said as she ate. Ji-chan said it was a clan thing. Oh, is there anything else you need? Tsunami asked. Do you have any headache medicine? I have a headache from the blood loose, Naruto requested. Tsunami nodded then left the room. When she came back she gave Naruto a glass of water and a couple Tylenol. Do you mind if I bring the glass upstairs? Naruto asked as she got up. Not at all dear, Tsunami said. Thanks. When my team get back can you tell them I'm ready to talk whenever they are? Naruto said. Sure thing dear. Tsunami agreed as Naruto headed back upstairs to sleep after she took a handful of blood replenishing pills. A few hours later she was rudely shaken awake by Sakura. Sasuke-kun is still mine even if you are really a girl. Sakura stated. Don't shake an injured person. Naruto groaned. I seriously hope that was not the only reason I was woken up, especially if it was for something so pointless. No, it wasn't the reason you were woken up. Kakashi said as he and Sasuke entered the room. I believe you owe your teammates an explanation now. Right, so where do you want me to start? Naruto asked. The beginning is a good place usually. Kakashi said bored. You don't have to give all your secrets but you should explain why you pretended to be a boy. Okay. Well I was raised as a girl until I entered the academy. That's when I decided I felt safer as a boy. Naruto said. What do you mean? Sakura asked. How could you not be safe in Konoha? Not everyone was raised like you, Naruto said. Yes, I had people who took care of me but they were highly trained ninja, but the delicacies of raising a child is not exactly something Anbu training covers, and I was given more freedoms than a regular child would have. Now don't get me wrong, I love all my caretakers like family, but I was always told the hard truths of life and was taught to be a ninja from the age of 2, at my request of course. I was, and still am, a very smart and mature individual for my age, so the Anbu saw nothing wrong with it, but I was still just a kid. So when just before my 6th birthday my favorite guardian looks at Kakashi, told me he was going to miss my birthday for the first time, I throw a temper tantrum and ran out of the house late at night. What did you do, get lost? Sakura interrupted. Stop interrupting, I was getting there, and yes sort of. Naruto said, I ran around blindly while crying. Finally I found myself in the party district, as it were, and was almost attacked by some drunks, but my wolf showed up and saved me before anything actually happened. However, to avoid that kind of situation again I decided I felt safer as a boy and the Hokage allowed it. However, once I feel I can protect myself I have to go back to being myself. That's the whole story of why I pretended to be a boy. That doesn't say why you never trusted us. Sakura said, we're your teammates. One, we never acted as anything but teammates, and distant ones at that. If we had actually bonded and become friends I would have said something. However, once training was over you, Sakura, only chased Sasuke for attention and he ignored everyone around him. Naruto said. Sakura looked crestfallen but couldn't deny it. Naruto couldn't help it and gave in. How about we start over? Naruto asked as she held out her hand, and Sakura smiled as she took her hand and they shook. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, I like training and my precious people. My favorite color is orange. Someday I'm going to be the strongest kunoichi and become Hokage. I'm Haruno Sakura, I like flowers and Sasuke-kun. My favorite color is green, and I want to be a strong kunoichi also. Sakura greeted with a smile. Oh yeah, what was reason too? I thought Sasuke remembered I was a girl seeing as we were raised as siblings. Naruto said, but I guess he forgot that. Really? What was he like as a little kid, was he adorable? Sakura asked excitedly. Alright, that's enough. Kakashi said, we got the answers we wanted and Naru-chan needs some more rest. Was all Sasuke replied before exiting the room quickly. We can talk some later, okay? Naruto said to Sakura. Besides, I want to speak to Kakashi-sensei alone for a minute. Okay, Sakura said as she left the room, closing the door behind her. So what's on your mind? Kakashi drawled. A couple things, but one is mission related, so I'll start with that. Naruto said, I blacked out after I thought Sasuke had died and the memories are rather hazy. I was wondering if something happened to my seal. No, I checked it when I did your stitches, Kakashi said. As far as I can tell you still have complete control of everything and the fox is still sealed away tightly. However, when we get back to the village I think I should have Hokage-sama summon Jiraiya-sama back to the village, seeing as he is the only seal expert Konoha has at the moment. Okay, now for the next order of business. You may want to sit, it could take some time, seeing as I've been waiting almost all week to speak to you in private. Naruto said and he sat down. She got up and crawled onto his lap, Do you have any idea how hard I looked for you once I knew you were safe in Konoha? Naruto asked as she buried her face in his chest. I missed you so much, I was starting to think Jii-chan had sent you on another mission and you never came back. The only thing I had to go by was what Yate-ni had called you. But Jii-chan wouldn't let me have access to the ninja files, and when I tried to sneak in he doubled the Anbu guards. I'm sorry, Kakashi said. When I left the note I didn't think you would take it as an invitation to search for me. I had always planned on becoming your genin leader because like I said Hokage-sama wanted me to lead one. Just so you know I'm keeping the mask because you were a big meanie. Naruto pouted, but I'm glad I have you back. Just because you know who I am doesn't mean you don't have to share me with Sakura and Sasuke, Kakashi said. They still need someone to training them and you have the head start. As a matter of fact you're going to be retested and you're going to show me your limits so I can help them catch up to you. Fine, Naruto said, but while you're training them I'm going to start practicing the elemental jutsus Asu-ni gave me over the years. But I promise to not practice anything over C rank until you say I can. Deal, now go lay down and get some rest. Kakashi said, I should be able to take your stitches out tomorrow. Actually, can Sakura do it? Naruto asked blushing as she lay down. I know you were the one to do the stitches but as a young girl, with some modesty, I would rather another girl did it, seeing as I have to be topless for some of the stitches. Fine, Kakashi said, but after they're out I want both of you at the bridge to see if there is anything you can help with. Hi, Naruto said as she rolled over to sleep. The next morning Naruto was woken up by a twinge in her side when she rolled onto it. She was going to ignore it and go back to sleep but she felt someone staring at her. Sakura, please tell me you don't have a habit of watching people sleep, Naruto said, because frankly it's creepy. Sorry I'm still getting used to the idea of you being a girl, but anyway Kakashi-sensei said you'd need my help when you woke up. Sakura said, so he had me stay here but he said to just wait until you woke up and you'd tell me what to do. Yeah I need you to help me out of my bandages, Naruto said as she took off her shirt, then I'll show you how to remove my stitches. Are you sure you don't need some fever medicine because you must be hallucinating? Sakura said shocked, I'm no medic but from what I saw of your wound before Kakashi-sensei kicked us out it looked horrible and there was so much blood. I heal fast, it must be a bloodline thing. Naruto said, and who exactly got kicked out? Me and Tsunami-san. Tazuna-san was putting Sasuke in his room because he passed out from using too much chakra against Haku. Sakura said, Tsunami-san even had to remind Kakashi to cover your chest because he just left you exposed and it's not proper. Sakura was blushing. How big are you anyway? She asked tilting her head. He's a trained Anbu member and like I said last night their training doesn't call for any delicacy, Naruto said. Especially with wounds seeing as they generally happen on the field and Anbu are generally pressed for time in those situations. And I'm about 75 centimeters, a.n. 32b for those in the know, if you had to know. Anyway can we get on with removing the stitches? Why you really want me to remove them? Sakura stuttered out as she watched Naruto cut off her dirty bandages with a pair of scissors she had pulled out of a scroll. Yes, now I'll show you how to do it by doing the bottom few. Naruto said as she started to demonstrate, don't worry about causing any pain for me because it doesn't hurt at all it's just a gentle tugging feeling, okay? Naruto asked as she handed Sakura the scissors. It only took a few minutes for Sakura to take out the rest of the stitches. They're all done, is there anything else? Sakura asked. Nope I just had to get dressed. Hey do you have a camera with you? Naruto asked, knowing as a civilian-born ninja she would probably treat the way home from a mission like a vacation. Yes, I thought I could take some pictures on the way home. Sakura said, I'm gonna wear a dress today and I need you to take a picture of me so I can give it to Jii-chan so he'll stop complaining, Naruto said. I would wear normal ninja attire but I'm not healed enough to do anything useful yet so why not right? They probably won't have anything for you to do anyway. Sakura said, it seems I'm only good enough for guard duty, but you are stronger than me so maybe you will get a job. Well for today how about I bring us some reading material, you like reading right? Naruto suggests as she got dressed in an orange sundress that went halfway down her thigh and then put some short black shorts on under it. I would like something to do other than stare at the water. Sakura said, did you know you have a great body for a 12-year-old, I wish I looked like that. Thanks, well let's go, Naruto said as they left the room, how about when we get back to Konoha you can do my light training regime with me. It might take a couple days but I'm sure you'll get used to it in no time. Sure, sounds fun. Sakura agreed happily, not knowing the hell she had just agreed to. 20 minutes later the girls arrived at the bridge and Naruto told Kakashi how she wasn't really healed enough to help with the building, so he agreed that she and Sakura could sit off to the side and just be lookouts and read or something. The next day Naruto was back to 100%, but when she asked Tazuna if there was anything she could help with, he just kindly brushed her off, saying everything was under control, so she went to sit with Sakura again. "Why aren't you helping?" Sakura asked, looking up from the scroll she was reading. It was one Naruto let her borrow. It was a scroll on first aid for minor injuries. "Apparently there isn't anything for me to do," Naruto said sarcastically, "unless I want to make sandwiches." "What?" Sakura asked, confused. From his tone he thinks because I'm not actually a boy I'm not strong enough to help out. Naruto said, "Anyway, how's the beginning of your medical training going?" "I think I got the basics down, but I won't know until I can actually practice." Sakura said, "Thanks again for letting me borrow your scrolls." "It's fine, I doubt my godmother would care." Naruto said, "I don't really have any talent with medical jutsus. I mean, I can do the basic first aid, but anything deeper than a paper cut takes too much chakra control and mine's only average at best." "You never mentioned who your godmother was," Sakura asked. "You really seem to respect her, in your own strange way." "Sort of. I mean, I respect her abilities as a kunoichi, but from what I've heard of her personality she's not all that great." Naruto said, "You see, she likes to gamble away her money and drink sake to forget everything. I mean, she did have a hard past. Her little brother, who was her only family member left, died as a genin during the Second Shinobi War, and her lover died under her care a couple years later during the Third Shinobi War. But as a kunoichi she's one of the strongest, and she's the best medic in the 5 great nations." "Wow," Sakura said, "do you mind if I ask who she is?" "Nah, she's Tsunade Senju of the legendary Sannin," Naruto said. "My godfather is Jiraiya." "Holy kami," Sakura said, "your parents must have been great ninja to know 2 of the Sannin well enough to make them your godparents." "I know, that was the same conclusion I came to," Naruto said. "When I was little I thought my dad might be the Yondaime, because he was the only surviving student of Jiraiya. But there's no mention of him having any kind of family, so I guess not. So I figure my parents were probably Tsunade's students, but I'm not sure who. Maybe one of your parents, maybe your mom, was a Yamanaka, but the clan doesn't know because you have your dad's last name," Sakura suggested. "I mean, they do have blonde hair and blue eyes, though theirs are paler than yours. But you never know." "Maybe, I'll find out one day," Naruto said. "Ji-chan said he'd tell me when I made Chunin because my parents had a lot of strong enemies, so I just have to wait until I'm allowed to take the Chunin exam." "What are you two doing?" Kakashi asked, walking up to the girls. "Just talking because Tazuna said there was nothing I could help with," Naruto said. "I was learning some basic medical jutsus," Sakura said. "Naruto, come with me, I will find something for you to do," Kakashi said. "And you keep learning those jutsus, Sakura. Having a medic on the team is a good idea. It's good the 2 of you thought of it." Kakashi did in fact find several things Naruto could help with. In fact, Naruto used several shadow clones to help the bridge be completed faster. And once the bridge was complete the team headed back to Konoha. Upon returning to Konoha, Team 7 reported to the mission room to debrief on their mission. As Kakashi started to give the report, the 3 genin remained silent. When Kakashi got to the part about the 2 chainsaw nin, the Hokage interrupted. "Why didn't you turn back after that, Kakashi?" As this was clearly a higher-ranked mission and too much for a team of freshly minted genin. Hiruzen asked. "I was going to Hokage-sama, but my cute little genin wanted to continue," Kakashi said. "What if one of them had gotten severely injured or killed?" Iruka asked irately. "Calm down, Iruka-sensei," Naruto said cockily. "No one got injured even when we were up against Zabuza. The most any of us got was a scratch." "Zabuza?" Iruka asked, flabbergasted, but his reaction was short-lived as Sakura hit Naruto upside the head. "Only a scratch?" Sakura screeched. "I thought you were going to blood to death from that slash." "Yeah, Dobi," Sasuke said. "Oh, shut up, Teme," Naruto said. "I thought you were unconscious while Kakashi-sensei did the stitches." "Stitches?" Iruka asked, paling. "You needed stitches?" Jii-chan? Naruto asked, ignoring Iruka's hyperventilating. "Can we go? I don't think Kakashi-sensei needs us to help give the mission report, does he?" "Yes, you can be dismissed. Team 7 has 1 week off, seeing as this was officially an A- rank mission. Hiruzen said, and Naruto, just in case you wanted to know, Team 10 headed to the barbecue 15 minutes ago. Yosh. Naruto cheered. Lunch is on Asu ni, come one guys. Bye Jii-chan. Iruka-sensei. See y'all later Kashi-sensei. Naruto dragged her two teammates with her as she ran out of the room. 5 minutes later, Sasuke found himself sitting between Naruto and Choji while Sakura sat next to Ino at the barbecue. Hey guys. Naruto said as more food arrived at the table and Naruto started to dig in. Hey Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke. Choji greeted as he ate. Troublesome. Forehead. Sasuke-kun, you look awesome. So why are you guys here? Asuma asked, looking at Team 7. Ji-chan said you were here. Naruto explained, so I brought Sasuke and Sakura with me so we could celebrate the successful completion of our first out-of-village mission. Come on guys, eat up. Where's Kakashi? Asuma asked, raising an eyebrow. Giving the report as long as Iruka-sensei has calmed down, he was upset about some stitches. Last questions, who's paying for your food? Asuma asked. You of course. Naruto said with a cheeky grin. Hey Choji, want to see who can eat the most? You're on. Choji said and the contest began. Naruto, you baka, you can't mooch off other people's sensei. Ino shouted. Troublesome. Shikamaru said as he laid his head on the table. Calm down Ino, I'll just have Kakashi pay me back later so it's fine. Asuma said. No you won't, Naruto said, pausing eating. This is payback for lying about my wolf. Be happy you're getting off so easy. Seeing you led me to believe Kakashi-sensei only knew wolf. Asuma just nodded, knowing he was lucky she wasn't in the mood for something worse, and Shikamaru just lifted his head to look at Naruto to see if he understood what she was implying and got a nod from her. After Naruto and Choji finished their contest, which ended in a tie, both teams got up to leave. Naruto and Sakura were walking a little ahead of the group when Sakura leaned over to whisper something to Naruto. So I'm gonna take it that Asuma-sensei is your Asu ni, I've heard you mention a few times? Sakura asked. Yup. Naruto chirped happily. Suddenly Ino shrieked, causing the group to stop and look at her. Are you two dating? Ino asked, looking between Sakura and Naruto. What? Sakura asked as she saw Sasuke's smirk before schooling his features and noticed that Shikamaru also looked amused. No way. Naruto said, Sakura almost like my sister or something like that. Besides Naruto's A. Sakura stopped what she was going to say. Naruto's what? Ino asked. Naruto's not my type, Sakura stated firmly. Asu and Asuma-sensei, do you know where I could find Kune? Naruto asked, changing the subject. Asuma blushed a little before answering. I believe they are at training ground 12, something about a jutsu going wrong and their regular one is under repair. Asuma answered, but I wouldn't recommend training after everything you just eat. Even I know that, Naruto pouted, I just wanted to talk to her about something. Well, I guess we'll see you guys later. The two teams headed in separate directions and soon Sasuke left the two girls alone. Hey Sakura, want to come with me while I go see Kune? Naruto asked. Sure, I don't really want to go home, Sakura said. I can already hear my mother's nagging now. I understand, only Yu-ne is on a mission so I don't have to worry about that. Naruto said, maybe Kune can help you figure out what you should specialize in. Sounds cool, Sakura agreed, but you had to go shopping with me next time I go. Fine, Naruto said with a smile, maybe being herself wouldn't be so bad. So the two girls headed for training ground 12. Once they got there they saw Kiba and Shino sparring while Hinata watched everything with her Byakugan. Kurenai-sensei was just observing. Naruto and Sakura waited for the spar to end before entering the training ground. Naruto-kun, Sakura-san. Hinata greeted. Hey Hinata, Shino, Kiba. Naruto greeted. Kurenai-sensei, can we talk to you or should we come back later? Now is fine. Kurenai said, you guys take a break while I'm talking to these two. Kurenai and the girls walked far enough away they were out of sight and hearing range. What do you need, Naruto? Kurenai asked with a smile. A couple of things really, Kune. Naruto said, you see Sakura is strong but has really low taijutsu skill and is having a hard time keeping up with the Teme and myself. And I know you said you were the same, so I'm wondering if you could help her find her thing? She's got great chakra control. Is that right, Sakura? Kurenai asked and Sakura nodded in response. Well, as long as you're willing to put in the work I don't see why I can't help you a little. Now what else did you need, Naru? Well, I was wondering if you could help me be a little more, graceful, I guess is the word. Naruto said with a blush. What brought this one? Kurenai asked. Well, I was, thinking about it once we started my lessons, Naruto said. I've been pretending to be a boy so long and I never really focused on being a girl. I don't want to be girly but, I thought, it would be, nice if I came across as, more feminine. Why now though? Kurenai asked with a raised brow. Just cuz. Naruto whispered as she suddenly found the ground interesting. OMK. Sakura shouted before lowering her voice to normal, you have a crush. Who is it? I know it's not Sasuke-kun but who? Oh, maybe Shikamaru, he knows the truth, right? No, it's not either of them. Naruto shouted as she snapped her head up. Shika's like a brother and so is Teme. Quiet down, Naru or my team will hear and get curious. Kurenai warned, so is it true? You have a crush on someone? It's complicated, Naruto said. Well, who is it? Sakura asked. If I say anything you have to promise not to say anything. Naruto said. Promise. Sakura said, and Kurenai nodded. You see, when I was younger I had this Anbu guard who was my favorite, his codename was Wolf. Naruto said, I'm a lot more mature than the kids my age, so well the girls were just starting to get crushes because a boy was cute. I was actually looking for qualities. Wolf was kind, caring, funny, and I just liked to being with him the best. I may have been more mature but that doesn't mean I understood what the feelings meant. I mean, Panther explained love to me once. She said it was having someone I thought about all the time and never wanted to be away from, and if I was lucky enough to find that person I should marry them so I could be with them forever, and I understood that, well, basically. So when I was 5 I decided I was going to become Wolf's wife. Kawaii. Sakura squealed. Yeah, well when I was 8 the Hokage had Wolf retire from the Anbu and become a regular Chunin. By the time I was 10 I realized I was in love with Wolf. Now there was nothing I could do but try and find him. By the time I graduated I convinced myself it was just a childhood crush, but Wolf was still important to me and I still wanted to find him. Anyway, eventually I found someone who was kind, in a roundabout way sometimes, but kind all the same, and I felt safe whenever he was around. Plus, even when he was just being lazy he gave off a feeling of power. Honestly, everything about him reminded me of how I felt for Wolf. I however just recently learned this new person was actually my Wolf all along. That is complicated, Kurenai said. How did you connect the two? Yeah, I want to know. Sakura said, this all sounds so romantic. Well, you see, there is something special about Wolf that I know only one person has, because clans don't like to share their secrets. Naruto said, you see, when he was 14 one of Wolf's Chunin teammates, that was about to die, gave him his eye to make up for the one he lost protecting his team. His teammate was an Uchiha, so Wolf has one Sharingan. That's just like Kakashi-sensei. Sakura said, confused. Wolf is Kakashi, Naruto said. But Naruto, he's old, Sakura said, shocked. Not really, he's the same age as Asuni and Kune. It's only a 14-year difference and there are arranged marriages with larger age gaps than that, right Kune? Naruto reasoned. Kurenai was currently in a state of shock. She knew Naruto would pick a more mature guy, but that the guy was Kakashi was shocking. She was trying to wrap her head around the fact Naruto not only liked, but quite possibly loved Kakashi and didn't notice she had spaced out. Kune, are you alright? Naruto asked, worried. I'm fine, you just shocked me is all. Kurenai replied, so you like Kakashi? Well, I'm not sure, Naruto said. What if what I'm feeling is just my childhood connection and I'm just reading my feeling wrong? I mean, it's not like I'm looking for a relationship, but I just don't want him to see me as a kid. Do you ever get a feeling like there are butterflies in your stomach when Kakashi-sensei is around? Sakura asked, or when you think about him? Sometimes. Naruto whispered, what's that supposed to mean though? That is one of the signs of love. Sakura said dreamily. I would have to agree, but Naru-chan is still pretty young, Kurenai said, and her affections may change. The only advice I can give you is when the time comes, follow your heart. Got that? Yes, Naruto said, though I wish Asuni hadn't rubbed off on you, Kune. What do you mean? Kurenai asked, confused. Naru-chan. Naruto said, he knows I only like Wolf to call me that, but I know he uses it behind my back. I hope I'm not one of your date night topics. I don't know what you're talking about. Kurenai said, blushing. Now back on topic, you want to be more feminine, right? Only a little. I want to stop coming across as completely boyish and I need all the help I can get. Naruto said, I don't want to wear dresses all the time or wear makeup, I mean I do like being a tomboy. So basically you just want to be a little more graceful and maybe be able to charm a guy? Sakura asked. Yeah, that's it. Naruto said, so do you think you can help me, Kune? I will probably need some help. Kurenai said, I guess I could ask Anko and Yugo when she not busy. You won't mention anything about the reason, right? Naruto asked. I'd never hear the end of it. They still tease me about liking Wolf from time to time. I won't, Kurenai said, but if you're going to try being more girlish you're going to have to grow your hair out some. Why? Naruto asked. Because growing your hair will make you feel more feminine and maybe by the time we're done you'll want to be you all the time. Plus I think you'll look good, so do we have a deal? Hi, Naruto said reluctantly. Good, I think it's about time I get back to my team, Kurenai said. I'll train you two girls on Wednesdays and Fridays from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., is that alright? Hi, both girls chorused. And Naruto, I'm glad you're making more real friends. You see now that what I said was true? Kurenai said and Naruto nodded. Kurenai returned to her team while the girls headed back to the village where they had to go their separate ways because Sakura was certain her parents would have heard of her return by now and were going to be getting worried if she didn't get home soon. It was 2 days after the mission to Wave Country and Naruto arrived at the apartment Sakura shared with her parents at 9 a.m. and knocked on the door. What do you want? It was Sakura's mother who answered the door. Good morning, Mrs. Haruno, Naruto greeted cheerfully. I came to get Sakura-chan because we're due training this morning. She said that her team has the week off. Mrs. Haruno said, a shinobi never takes time off from training. Naruto said proudly, besides Sakura-chan and I had agreed to train before we returned home. So is she ready? Fine, let me call her. Mrs. Haruno said before shouting for Sakura over her shoulder. Sakura reached the door in a couple seconds. Naruto? Sakura asked, what are you doing here? We agreed to train together, remember? Naruto asked, it's not like you to forget something. You're right, sorry, Sakura said, I just got so caught up in those medical scrolls one forgot. It's alright, Naruto said, we can postpone it until tomorrow if you want. No, just give me a second to get ready and I'll be right out. Sakura said as she ran back inside to get her things. Okay, I'm ready to go. Sakura ran out her door dragging Naruto behind her. So which training ground are we going to? First, I got a question, Naruto said, are you still on your diet? Yes, I still have to look good for Sasuke-kun, Sakura said like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Okay, before we even start training we're going to the Akamichi's restaurant, Naruto said. I bet all you had for breakfast was a granola bar or something. Naruto, if I eat too much I'll gain weight. Sakura said, how much do you think I weigh? Naruto asked. With the shape you're in, I'd say about 70 pounds. Sakura said as she remembered Naruto without the bulky orange jumpsuit. Wrong. Now before I tell you how much I really weigh I want you to tell me your height and weight. Naruto said. I'm 4 feet 11 inches and weigh 78 pounds. Sakura said, my goal weight is 70 pounds. You'll never be a good kunoichi if you keep trying to lose weight like this, Naruto said. It's why you have a hard time with little amount of training Kashi puts us through. I'm 2 inches shorter than you and still weigh more than you do. Really, how much do you weigh? Sakura asked. 90 pounds, Naruto said, it's mostly muscle. Oh look, we're at the restaurant. Naruto dragged Sakura inside. Choza, can we have a table for two? Naru, good morning, Choji's dad greeted. You're later than usual. Did you decide to sleep in on your day off? No, I was waiting for Sakura-chan, Naruto said gesturing to the girl next to her. We're going to train together today, but she's not on the same schedule 1m. Oh, it's nice to meet you Sakura, Choza greeted. Choza's Choji's dad. Naruto supplied quickly. It's nice to meet you as well Mr. Akamichi. Sakura replied. So what would you like to eat? Choza asked. It's alright. She knows I'm a girl, Naruto said noticing his slip-up, so doesn't the rest of my team. Anyway, we'll have 2 eggs, 2 pieces of toast and 3 slices of bacon, each. Actually can I have 6 slices of bacon? Sure Naru, but shouldn't you let your friend order what she wants? Choza said. Nope, I'm trying to stop her from dieting, Naruto said. Real kunoichi don't diet. I understand, so what do you girls want to drink? Choza asked. I'll have apple juice, what about you Sakura-chan? Naruto asked. Do you have white grape juice? Sakura asked. Yes. Choza said. I'll have that please. Sakura said. Choza then left to get the girls' breakfast. Naruto and Sakura talked and got to know one another as they waited for their meals to arrive. Once the food came they ate in silence, and once they were finished Naruto paid and the two girls headed to Training Ground 7. Okay, so I've been thinking, Naruto said, you're totally out of shape and even farther behind me on the stamina field. So instead of starting out with my light training schedule we'll spend the next month working you up to it. How's that sound? What exactly is your training like? Sakura asked. My light training is 100 sit-ups, push-up, squats, and crunches, followed by 150 kicks and punches for each arm and leg. Then I run 15 laps around the village and it's all done with weights on. Plus I meditate before and after for half an hour. Naruto said, then I go home and shower so I can meet you guys back here for team meetings at 9. Geez, no wonder you're always late. Sakura said, I'm surprised you don't drop dead of exhaustion. Nope, I have plenty of energy, also I'm never really late. Naruto said, I wake up at 5 in the morning to do that every day and I'm finished by 8 AM. I come back and hide in the bushes and wait for both you and Sasuke to arrive. Then wait an extra 5 minutes before joining you. It would raise question if the dead last outcast was on time for training. Every day? Sakura asked. I can hardly do the training Kakashi-sensei gives us. That's why I said we'd start out easy, Naruto said. You've only got to do 25 sit-ups, push-up, squats, and crunches, followed by 50 kicks and punches for each arm and leg. Then we'll run 5 laps around the village. I'll triple my weights, but you don't have to worry about weights for now, just get used to the exercise. We'll add you weights later. Are you serious? Sakura asked as she paled. Of course, Naruto said. First we'll start with mediation though, it's not ideal to train directly after eating. Is there something easier to do? Sakura asked scared. No, besides didn't you say you want to impress Sasuke? Naruto asked and got a nod in response. Well, if he's going to restart his clan he's going to be looking for a strong able-bodied kunoichi, not someone who diets and take the easy way out. Naruto saw the determination flare in Sakura's eyes. Not the right motivation to improve but it'll work for now. Naruto thought, eventually she learned she has to do this for herself not someone else. By the way you have until lunchtime to finish the exercise. Naruto said happily. What? It was noon and the two girls had just finished their 5 laps around the village. Naruto was taking her weight off as she watched Sakura collapse to the ground in a huff. Hey, we're not done yet. Naruto said as she nudged Sakura's side. You Satan in human form, you know that right? Sakura asked glaring as she forced herself to sit upright. Trust me, that was nothing. Naruto said, now, mediate. Afterwards I'll give you a massage and treat you to lunch wherever you want. Sakura hummed as she sat up and closed her eyes. Naruto sat next to her and did the same thing, however in a couple of minutes Naruto heard some light snoring from her side and started laughing. Naruto finished meditating and flared her chakra. Naruto, is something wrong? Kakashi asked appearing in a cloud of smoke. Not really, Naruto said, but I need your help with something. Can you bring Sakura home for me? If I bring her home looking like that I'll get in trouble and it will cause a riot. What did you two do? Kakashi asked looking at his other student. It looks like you beat the poor girl to death. It was only some easy training, she's just really out of shape. Naruto defended, I really didn't think she'd be this bad. What exactly was easy training? Kakashi asked. The same thing you guys had me do when you started training me, Naruto said. 25 sit-ups, push-up, squats, and crunches, followed by 50 kicks and punches for each arm and leg. Then we'll run 5 laps around the village. I even tripled my weights and did it with her. She wasn't using any weights though. What are you weight usually at? Kakashi asked. 75 pounds on my arm and 90 on each leg. Naruto said. Now will you take her home? Also leave a note for her telling her we'll train again here tomorrow at 9 AM and to eat a balanced breakfast. Fine, now you go get some lunch and go home. Kakashi said, then grabbed Sakura and shushined away. Over the next month and a half Team 7 would do a lot of training. Kakashi-sensei had changed their meeting time from 8 AM to 6 AM but he was still an hour late. So while they were waiting Naruto had talked Sakura into doing her light training regime while they waited. It took Sakura a while to get up to the routine but now she was fine and only slightly out of breath. Sasuke however just sat off to the side ignoring them. Once Kakashi showed up they would do 2 or 3 D-rank missions to fill the morning, then after lunch they would do 4 hours of team training. After team training the group would go out for dinner. After dinner on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday Kakashi would take Sasuke and train him until dark. Tuesday and Thursday Kakashi would train Sakura, and on Saturday he would check Naruto's progress. Sasuke thought he was getting the most attention, but in truth Sakura and Naruto were just training with Kurenai on Wednesday and Friday. Therefore Team 7 was progressing rather well in their ninja skills and in their teamwork, even if there were still a few personality flaws. Sakura was still a fangirl and tried to take every chance to get Sasuke's attention. Sasuke was still antisocial, but had taken up the annoying habit of stalking Naruto and asking her out when no one was around. Naruto refused to try reining in her emotions, but had opened up to her team a lot more. Today it was 9 a.m. and the trio was all sitting at the training ground still waiting for Kakashi to show up. Seriously, where is he? Naruto fumed. You don't think he's going back to old habits, do you? Why are you missing him, Na-chan? Sakura asked mockingly. No, I just want to get those boring-ass D ranks out of the way. Naruto replied with a slight blush. Sure, Sakura drawled. Sa-chan quieted or I swear I'll tell Ino. Naruto warned. You wouldn't, Sakura said but saw Naruto's look. Okay. So what should we do? Do you have any ideas, Sasuke-kun? Just be quiet, Sasuke said. Just then Kakashi appeared on a puff of smoke. You're late, Naruto and Sakura shouted. You better have a good excuse. Naruto said. Ma, relax, I have a legitimate reason, Kakashi drawled. I was at a meeting for the senseis, we were discussing the Chunin exams. I nominated you 3. Really? Naruto asked. Kakashi just nodded and Naruto launched herself at him shouting, thank you, I love you. Yeah? Kakashi said uncomfortably. Ahem. Someone coughed. Naruto finally noticed what she had done and let go of Kakashi babbling incoherently. Right, anyway the exams are in 2 days, meaning you have 48 hours from now to prepare, Kakashi said. You should be ready for anything because this test is designed to test your skills. Now you do not have to take the test just because I nominated you, it is a personal decision. I'm giving you tomorrow off so you can think this decision through. Be at the academy in 2 days at 9 a.m. for the start of the exam. When he finished speaking Kakashi left in a swirl of leaves. So do you guys plan on taking the exam? Naruto asked her teammates. I'm not sure, Sakura said, I'm not positive I am ready. I think you are but it's up to you. Naruto said with a reassuring smile. What about you Teme? How about just the two of us talk about it over an early lunch? Sasuke suggested. How about not? Naruto said, if we have an early lunch Sakura comes too. Sasuke said, I'm gonna take the exam, but I have some more practicing to do. See you at the academy. With that Sasuke walked away from the two girls. So are you taking the exam, Na-chan? Sakura asked. Of course, Naruto said, I just had to become a Chunin. Why? Plan on confessing for real this time? Sakura teased. No, we've already been over this. I'm not confessing until I'm at least 15. That's only if I even still like him then. Naruto said blushing, but remember I told you Jai-chan will tell me about my parents once I make Chunin. Sorry forgot, we generally avoid any topic related to your family, Sakura said. Anyway, knowing you and Sasuke are taking it doesn't really help me. If anything it makes me more self-conscious seeing as I know I'm not as good at you and Sasuke-kun. I mean I can't even get Sasuke to notice my progress. Don't worry about Sasuke, Naruto said. Kashi never would have nominated you if he didn't believe you were ready. Have a little more faith in yourself. I guess you're right, I'll just talk it over with my parents and get their opinion. Sakura said. Good idea, but don't be so down. Naruto said. Well, while you're talking to your parents I'll go let everyone know I decided to take the Chunin exam. Oh, I know. How about you help me go shopping tomorrow? I have some extra money and I need some new clothes. Yeah, that sounds good, Sakura agreed. What time should we meet? How about 10 a.m. outside Ichiraku's? Naruto suggested. Okay, well I'm gonna go home, Sakura said. "'Kay, see ya tomorrow," Naruto said as she also left to find people. Naruto was walking down the street when she suddenly heard someone shouting. "Let me go," a childish voice cried out. Naruto recognized it as Konohamaru and ran around the corner to the source of the cry. "Hey, let him go right now," Naruto demanded as she grabbed the arm of the boy who was dangling Konohamaru in the air. "Why should I? The little shit ran into me," the boy said. "Kankuro, just drop the brat, no point in starting a war over nothing." The blonde girl, Naruto hadn't taken any notice of, said. No one would start a war over one useless brat, Temari. Kankuro replied as he started to squeeze Konohamaru's throat, causing the boy to gasp for air. They will if it's the Hokage's grandson, Naruto said as squeezed Kankuro's wrist, making him wince. But as soon as Kankuro dropped Konohamaru, Naruto let go and backed up. Konohamaru scrabbled to his feet quickly as well, as he got up to hide behind Naruto and was joined by his two friends. What did you do to him, Konohamaru? Naruto asked. Nothing, I promise, Konohamaru said. I was just playing ninja with my friends when I ran into him on accident. Next thing I knew I was dangling in the air. Thanks for saving me, Narune. No problem, but you still need to apologize to the grouchy sand nen. Naruto said, and when Konohamaru opened his mouth to argue added, it's only right, and if you don't I'll tell Jii-chan you slipped away from closet perv again. Don't do that, Nei-chan, please. Konohamaru shouted, then turned to Kankuro and bowed. I'm sorry I ran into you. I'll watch where I'm going better. Good job, Kono, now you three run off and play. Naruto said. Hi. The kids shouted and took off. Naruto watched them go, and then next thing she knew she was lifted off the ground by her collar. Whoa! Naruto shouted in surprise. What do you mean by grouchy? Kankuro asked through gritted teeth as Naruto tried to think of a way out of her situation that wouldn't cause any damage, when suddenly a stone came out of nowhere and hit Kankuro's hand, causing him to drop Naruto. Do you really think it's wise to pick fights with Konoha's ninja while you're a guest in our village? A voice asked that Naruto knew all too well. Were you following me again, Teme? Naruto asked, looking toward the tree the voice had come from. Good thing I was seeing as you ran into trouble, Sasuke said. So I take it you foreign ninja are here for the Chunin exam, am I right? I don't answer to Konoha brats. Kankuro replied. Can't you just drop it, Kankuro? Let's just go to the hotel before things get complicated? Temari asked. What if Ga? What if what, Temari? A dark voice interrupted from next to Sasuke in the tree, causing everyone to turn toward the newcomer. Gaara? Kankuro and Temari said in unison, sounding both affectionate and terrified at the same time. What are you doing? Gaara asked in a dead voice. We were supposed to go straight to the inn, now let's get going. Gaara jumped out of the tree and started to go down the street. Wait, who are you? Sasuke asked as he jumped down to stand next to Naruto. Gaara turned around and stared at him for a moment. Sabaku no Gaara. Gaara stated, I am interested in you as well. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke replied. Gaara and his siblings left, leaving Naruto alone with Sasuke. How about dinner to pay me back for saving you? Sasuke suggested with a smirk. Naruto said, exasperated. I didn't even need saving. Naruto started to walk away. Either way you should pay me back. Sasuke said. Naruto stopped and turned around. No, I shouldn't, you stepped in on your own. Also, I only think of you as a brother, therefore I will never go on a date with you. Naruto said, so you can stop asking, and you can also stop stalking me around the village, it's creepy and not to mention illegal. That said, Naruto walked away from Sasuke, leaving him to his thoughts, and went to inform everyone she was taking the Chunin exams. Naruto had arrived at Ichiraku's early the next morning, seeing as she knew Sakura was always punctual. She was eating some ramen while she waited, but seeing as it was 10 minutes after the time the girls were supposed to meet, Naruto was starting to worry. That is until she heard Sakura shouting from down the street. Ino, pig, stop following me. I already told you I was just going shopping with a friend. Naruto paid for her food and headed out of the shop to greet Sakura. Well then why won't you tell me who? Billboard brow. Ino said, it's almost like you're trying to hide something. Naruto decided now would be a good time to intervene before Sakura's temper got the better of her. Why don't you just invite her to come along with us, Sa-chan? Naruto asked, walking up to Sakura and Ino. Na-chan? Sakura said as she shifted her attention, are you sure? As long as she promises to keep a secret until tomorrow. Naruto said, looking at Ino. I can keep a secret. Ino said, nodding enthusiastically as she was now very interested and looked Naruto over. Are you gay? What? Naruto asked, caught off guard. No. I'm just asking cuz you grow your hair out and if forehead was telling the truth you're going shopping. Ino explained, boys never go shopping willingly. That's your reasoning? Naruto asked, long hair and shopping? Forget her stupid question, let's get back on topic. Sakura said, why only until tomorrow? I feel that if I can take the Chunin exam, I can protect and be myself. Naruto said. Is that why we're shopping? Sakura asked. Yeah, more than just my hair has grown since the wave, Naruto said. Most of my clothes are getting too tight. I already threw out my other jumpsuits and other clothes. So I need some help with getting new outfits for when I'm off duty and ninja outfits. I mean, I still have a handful of dresses, but I think Jii-chan would like me to have more. Why do you have dresses? Ino asked. I hope I'm not helping with some weird fetish you have. No, that's where Naruto's secret comes in, pig. Sakura replied. Yeah, you see, Naruto pauses dramatically and smirks mischievously. I'm actually a girl. God, she loved seeing Ino's flabbergasted look. I don't believe you, Ino said, once she regained her senses. I didn't think you would without proof, Naruto said, but I'm not flashing you in the middle of the street or anywhere else for that matter. So your only option is to come with us so you can see for yourself when I try on clothes. So how much do we have to work with? Sakura asked. It can't be that much. Well, actually I got around $500. Naruto said. Is all of it from Hokage-sama? Sakura asked in awe. No, only some of it. Naruto said. When people heard what I was doing they offered money to help. Iruka-sensei, Kune, and Ji-chan each gave me $50 to go with the 50 I had saved up. I tried to say no, but they were very persistent. That's only $200. Sakura pointed out. Where'd the rest come from? Asu ni, he said it was totally worth every penny to see me be me and be happy. Naruto said. Plus, it made some smart-ass remark about needing costumes for Wolf. Kami, you are so spoiled. Sakura said, I wish my parents would give my just $50 to go shopping. Who cares if Naruto's spoiled, Ino exclaimed. Hell, right now I don't even care if he's a she or what. Just think of everything we can buy with that much money. You wouldn't mind getting us a couple outfit as well, would you? I guess not, Naruto said with a smile, but I still want to spend smart. Of course, the best clothes are always on discount anyway, Ino said as the three headed to the ninja clothing store. While shopping and trying on clothes, Sakura and Ino noticed that pastels really made Naruto's eyes pop. However, there was still plenty of orange in all of Naruto's new clothes. As a matter of fact, Naruto's new ninja outfit was an orange halter belly shirt and orange paneled skirt. Think Sakura in Shippuden. With tight short black shorts under it and black fingerless elbow-length gloves and a pair of regular black shinobi sandals. The girls had been shopping all day, only stopping for a quick snack instead of lunch, seeing as Sakura and Ino were on diets. It was now dinner time and the girls decided to go out to a restaurant, seeing as Naruto still had some money left over. Wow, that was so much fun, Naruto said. I agree, Ino said, but I still think you should have gotten more makeup. I don't think I really need it, I only got the lip gloss and stuff for in case I need to dress up for something. Naruto said, I'm more the roll in the dirt type, not the dress up to go to the store type. Whatever, I still say every girl needs lots of makeup, Ino said. You know, I didn't see Sasuke-kun once today, Sakura said off-handedly as their food arrived. That's because I wasn't in need of his heroics, Naruto said. Besides, his creepy ass would rather stay hidden than risk getting mauled by his fangirls. Sasuke-kun is not creepy, Sakura and Ino said together. I beg to differ, Naruto said. After we split up yesterday and I ran into some sand nin that are here for the exam. Anyway, I had the situation under control, but apparently Sasuke thought saving the day would get him a date, and jumped in. He even admitted he was stalking me, and that was how he was able to rescue me. Sasuke-kun was just showing he cares and how nice he really is. Ino defended. I wish he would do that for me, Sakura said dreamily. I agree, Ino said. You're so lucky, Naruto. I don't see it that way, I just think it's creepy. Naruto grumbled. How can you not like Sasuke-kun? Ino asked, scandalized. He was our rookie of the year, and he's just so cool. Na-chan likes the elite, powerful, and mysterious type, Sakura said, giggling. Ooh, do I smell a scoop? Ino asked excitedly. It almost sounds like Naru likes an older man. Sa-chan, you promised not to tell anyone, Naruto whined. Come on, we're friends, Ino said, and who better to tell secrets than your friends? No way, I'm not saying, Naruto said stubbornly. Oh come on, I promise I won't tell, Ino begged. Won't tell what? A bored voice asked, from beside Naruto, causing the girls to look. When they did, they were greeted with the sight of their senseis, Asuma, Kakashi, and Kurenai, as well as Anko, who only Naruto knew, and a man in a forest green spandex suit and orange-ish leg warmers and shiny black hair worn in a bowl cut. Then none of the girls recognized. "Oh hello Asuma-sensei, Kurenai-sensei, and Kakashi-sensei." Ino greeted. Sakura continued to giggle and Naruto could only manage a nod because of her embarrassment and how uncomfortable with the situation she was. "So are any of you going to answer Kakashi?" Asuma asked the trio. "I was trying to get Naruto to tell me who she has a crush on." Ino stated. Naruto's face now resembles a strawberry. Sakura was now laughing and Anko joined her. The green-clad man shouted something about youthful loves, while Asuma and Kakashi's eye had widened in shock, but Kurenai took pity and tried to change the subject. "So how was your shopping, girls?" Kurenai asked. "Really great, thanks for the money." "Asu ni, kune." Naruto chirped. Kurenai just smiled. "Anytime Naru-chan," Asuma said. "Don't call me that." Naruto whined as she flashed her key quickly. "Well, we'll let you finish your dinner, girls," Kurenai said. "Yeah, we have some stuff to talk about anyway," Anko said as she practically welded herself to Kakashi's side, giving Naruto a knowing grin. Naruto narrowed her eyes and glared back. "Anko, get off Kakashi or your boyfriend might see you," Kurenai admonished. "No he won't, he's still busy grading papers." Anko pouted as she clung tighter to Kakashi as he tried to break away. "Besides, I'm entitled to some fun." "You'll regret this," Kurenai said as she saw the look on Naruto's face, but that was the last thing the girls heard as the group of Jonin left. "Who is that woman?" Ino asked. "I don't know, I've never seen her before." Sakura said. "It sounds like she dating one of the teachers though." "Do you know her, Na-chan? Or why she was clinging to Kakashi-sensei like a leech?" Ino added. "Her name is Mitarashi Anko, she's part of the T&I department." "I'm surprised Ino's never met her before," Naruto said. "No, but I have heard of her," Ino said. "Dad said she has a sadistic streak." "She does, I've known her since I was little, she would babysit me sometimes when my guardians were out on missions," Naruto said. "I even introduced her to her boyfriend." "Really, how?" Ino and Sakura asked together. "Well, this one time when I was 10, I got in trouble and she was the only one available to go to the meeting." Naruto said. "She flirted with Iruka-sensei and the two oddly hit it off. They started dating shortly after that." "Wow," both girls said. "I'm full, how about you guys?" Naruto asked. Both nodded in agreement. "I just have to go to the bathroom, why don't we say goodbye to our senseis as well?" All three girls got up and gathered their bags and Naruto paid the check. They left their bags with the Jonin as they all went to the bathroom and Naruto gave Anko a hug as a sorry for not greeting her earlier. Then all three girls headed for the door. Just as they reached the door they heard a scream. "Ah, I'll get you Naruto." Meanwhile with the Jonin, just as the girls were leaving, Guy noticed something on Anko's jacket. "Anko, what is that on you, most youthful jacket?" he asked. "What are you talking about?" Anko asked as she looked down and saw a couple of explosion tags. She quickly shed her jacket and tossed in on the floor only to hear the others gasp. Looking down again she saw she was covered in tags. Only she noticed now weren't explosion tags. That's when she realized some said, "shock," while others said, "spiders." She stood and tried to take them off and that's when the shock tags emitted electricity and zapped her. Once they finished she was laying on the ground twitching. She soon stood up, the other tags went off with puffs and Anko found herself covered in hundreds of little spiders. "Ah!" Anko screamed in fear as she tried to get the spiders off of herself. "You should have known better than to tease Naru," Kurenai said to her friend without pity. "I told you, you were going to regret it." "I'll get you, Naruto," Anko shouted at the door. The three genin had just exited, while the three men just sat dumbfounded. Two wondering what Anko had done to earn Naruto's wrath and one wondering how such a youthful-looking girl could be so unyouthful. The next morning Team 7 met at 8:30 a.m. so that they would have a few extra minutes before the exam started. "Alright," Naruto cheered, "let's go kick some ass." "Na-chan, you look like a girl, but you still sound like a boy," Sakura complained. "It's called being a tomboy, Sa-chan," Naruto smirked. "You should try it." "You two quit it," Sasuke said. "I think Naruto is fine the way she is." Naruto rolled her eyes. "Anyway, let's just go," Naruto said and the trio headed into the building. Naruto and Sakura following Sasuke as they frowned, though for different reasons. Once inside they headed to the third floor where the exam was going to be held, but as soon as they reached the second floor, Sakura paused before muttering, "Genjutsu," so only her teammates heard her. I guess we'll see who cast it seeing as we have to go down the corridor to get to the stairs," Naruto said. "But I'll have to trust your lead because my genjutsu skills are practically non-existent." "I'll take lead," Sasuke said. Naruto stay at Sakura's side. "Hi," the girls replied as they linked arms and the trio headed down the hall. Soon they came upon a group of Chunin hopefuls that were trying to get into a classroom. They watched as one kid in a green bodysuit got kicked across the hallway. "Hey, doesn't he look like that guy who was at the restaurant last night?" Naruto whispered to Sakura. "Yeah, maybe it's his kid or something," Sakura replied. "I just hope he's not as creepy." The group just continued down the hall thinking they would just walk around the genjutsu, but they soon found their path blocked with a barrier. "Naruto, can you break the barrier?" Sasuke asked. Naruto channeled some chakra to her hand to scan the barrier. "Not without using enough chakra to make us a target for whatever is planned for this exam, seeing as it's poorly done." Naruto said, "You'll have to persuade the caster to dispel it. My guess is it's one of two guarding the Genjutsu Ed door seeing as they have high Chunin level chakra levels." "Should we break the Genjutsu as well?" Sakura asked. "No, it will help eliminate enemies." Sasuke said, "We'll only dispel it as a last resort." They headed back to the guards and saw a girl with 2 buns knocked away from the door. The guards were saying something about weeding out the ones who would never pass because of the difficulty. The exam was said to be so difficult in fact that many had died during it. "Well, how about you drop the barrier that's stopping us from going where we need to be," Sasuke said. "I'm definitely strong enough to pass." "Oh, so you noticed," one guard said as he dropped the genjutsu, making Sasuke frown. "Not bad for a rookie." The other guard said, taking down the barrier. "Let's go Naruto, Sakura," Sasuke said. Just then the first guard charged at Sasuke with a roundhouse which Sasuke was going to return. Only the boy in green spandex step in and stop them in mid-kick. "I thought you wanted to stay inconspicuous?" a long-haired boy with white eyes asked as he and the girl with buns joined the boy in green, who blushed as he looked at Sakura. "Oh boy," the girl said, "here he goes again." That said, the boy in green walked up to Sakura. "Hello, my name is Rock Lee." The boy said enthusiastically, "You're Sakura, right? That name suits you wonderfully. Go out with me, and I promise to protect you forever." "No way," Sakura shrieked once she got over her shock, "you're too intense." Lee hung his head dejectedly. "Sakura, Naruto, let's go," Sasuke ordered. Naruto glared but followed him down the hall. "Hey you," the long-haired boy called out, making Sasuke pause. "What's your name? Isn't it polite to introduce yourself first?" Sasuke said as he turned around. "You're only a rookie, right?" the boy said. "How old are you?" "I'm not obligated to answer you," Sasuke said. "Hyuga Neji, you?" Neji said finally. "Uchiha Sasuke," Sasuke said. Sakura, who had been watching the whole thing, noticed Naruto getting agitated and looked about ready to explode. So Sakura did the smart thing and started to drag her down the hallway. "Come on Sasuke-kun, we don't want to waste any more time," Sakura said as she dragged Naruto past him. He just followed with an "HN." Seeing as the trio still had 20 minutes before they had to be to the exam room, Sasuke and Sakura decided to go to the indoor gymnasium so that Naruto could blow off some steam before she was enclosed in a room with more people. "I know I wanted to be underestimated," Naruto fumed as she beat a wooden training dummy, "but to be completely ignored is just too much. Does no one see me as a threat?" "Not really, Dobi," Sasuke smirked. "I could kick your ass, Teme," Naruto yelled. "It's about time you remember that." "Calm down, Na-chan," Sakura said, trying to think of something that would placate her friend. "He just meant that you are really good at fooling everyone. Just imagine how shocked they'll be when you wipe the floor with them." "Yeah, you're right, Sa-chan," Naruto said, calming down. "They'll all be so shocked, hee. Are you really sure you want everyone to know you're a girl?" Sasuke asked. "I mean, that will probably be the biggest shock." "They probably already know. Ino went shopping with Sa-chan and me," Naruto said, and Asuni said she is horrible with secrets, funnily enough. Naruto froze for a second. That Lee guy is coming here, and he's alone. "I wonder why?" Sakura asked. Just then Lee appeared. "Uchiha Sasuke, I wish to challenge you to a fight. Lee announced. I will prove myself worthy of Sakura-san's heart. Sakura was officially creeped out. Fine, Sasuke agreed cockily. Anyone dumb enough to challenge an Uchiha deserves to be beat. Sasuke wound up getting his ass handed to him but escaped serious injury by the arrival of an equally green-clad Guy-sensei. Sakura healed Sasuke's wounds quickly and the trio escaped Lee and Guy's creepy sunset thing. They arrived at the exam room with 10 minutes to spare and were greeted by Kakashi-sensei. I'm glad you all decided to take the test, now I can let you pass. Kakashi said. What do you mean, sensei? Sakura asked. You said participation was an individual decision. It was, kind of. Kakashi said, in order to participate the whole team has to agree, but if I told you that, you Sakura, would have just gone along with your teammates. Half-hearted participation would have had deadly consequences, but seeing as you all choose on your own I know you'll define. Kakashi added an eye smile at the end. Oh, was the only response he got. Well, you are my cute little genin after all. Kakashi said, now go on. By the way, I like your new look, Naru-chan. It's very grown up. And speaking of grown-ups, you should apologize to Anko for that stunt you pulled last night. Thanks, Kashi. Naruto mumbled with a blush, but I'm not apologizing to her. She deserved worse for taunting me. Remind her of that before she tries to get payback. Naruto said with an icy gaze as she followed her teammates into the room. I think we may have done something wrong when we raised her. Kakashi thought. Well, on the plus side, I'd hate to be the enemy ninja that crosses her path. The tension in the room was sort of nerve-wracking, but that feeling was soon put off as Sasuke was tackled by a screeching blonde. Sasuke-kun, you're late. Ino squealed. I haven't seen you in forever, I was so excited. Ino pig. Sakura screeched, get off him. It's not like he belongs to you, billboard brow. Ino said. So troublesome, Shikamaru said. As he looked at the group, he noticed Naruto trying to hide and gave her a weird look. TCH, so you guys are in this exam too. Choji just munched on his potato chips mindlessly. Yahoo! Kiba cheered as he came into view, we finally found you. Naruto really hid from sight now, as she jumped behind Ino and Sakura, who had stopped bickering upon the arrival of more friends. Hello, Hinata greeted quietly. Not you guys too, Shikamaru mumbled, this is way too troublesome. Hey, where's the dead last, loud-mouthed idiot? Kiba asked. You're louder and dumber than me and I could kick your ass any day. Naruto defended from her hiding place. Naru, why are you hiding? Ino asked as she looked over her shoulder. I didn't expect to run into everyone at once. Naruto said, I thought it was going to be a slower reveal. Sakura started to laugh, it's not funny, Sa-chan. What's with Naruto? Choji asked, he's not acting like himself. I believe this is her real self. Shino stated. Ooh, can I tell them? Ino asked, keeping it a secret has been so hard. It's only been one day since Na-chan told you, Ino pig. Sakura said exasperated. Whatever. Ino said, so, can I? Sa-chan, just let her do whatever? Naruto said, by now most of the Rookie 9 were looking confused, except for those who knew. Naruto is actually a girl. Ino said as she stepped to the side showing off Naruto in her new outfit. Choji dropped his chips in shock. Kiba was yelling about it being a trick, and Hinata fainted only to be caught by Shino before she hit the ground. I loved their reactions. Ino and Sakura squealed together. You guys are really brave to call so much attention to yourselves. A voice said from behind the group, who turned around to see an older boy with bluish-tinted white hair. What do you mean? Ino asked. Just look around, the boy said. As you can see, everyone is nervous in some way and on a short fuse. So I would suggest that you tone down your carefree attitudes. Are you to order us around? Sasuke asked. It was only a suggestion, the boy said, however I'm Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto-san, you seem to know a lot about the exam, Sakura said. Is this your second? No, it's my seventh, Kabuto said, causing the Rookie 9's eyes widen. Except for Shikamaru and Naruto, who eyes the man suspiciously. The test is held twice a year, so this is my fourth year. Wow, was the collective response as most of the genin were rethinking their decision to take the exam. I can share some of the information I have gathered with you cute rookies. Kabuto offered as he pulled out a stack of cards. These are my ninfo cards, they contain information on every genin participating in the exam. Just give me their name and I can give you their information. Sasuke jumped on the offer. Without further thought, and asked about Gaara, Neji, Lee, and Naruto. Naruto had moved herself and Shikamaru closer to Kabuto so she could read over his shoulder and noticed the boy smelt of snakes and blood. As Kabuto was reading the information about Gaara, Naruto caught a glimpse of her card and noticed some on the information was from her unofficial file. Shika, big distraction. Naruto whispered and the boy nodded as he formed discreet hand signs. Kabuto had just started reading Lee's card when a fight broke out, catching everyone's attention. Naruto used the distraction to quickly steal all of Kabuto's cards and hide them in her hip pouch. Just then a group of proctors poofed into the room, effectively ending all nonsense. Quiet down. The imposing man at the front of the group said, "I'm Ibiki Morino, the proctor of the first test and my word is law. Got a problem? Leave now. Rules: no fighting without a proctor's permission. Intentional killing will not be tolerated. Those who break the rules would be eliminated immediately." Death glare and an impressive amount of ki. Do I make myself clear? When there was no response, Ibiki continued, "Now everyone will be given a number and be seated accordingly." Everyone did as told. Naruto was in an aisle seat and had Hinata right next to her, so while everyone was getting situated, Naruto decided to speak to her. "Hey, Hinata, I'm sorry I lied about being a boy," Naruto said. It's okay," Hinata whispered. "I know it's the biggest shock for you because of your crush," Naruto said and saw Hinata blush, "but I don't think you ever really liked me that way." What do you mean? Hinata asked, confused. "You've always tried to please your dad," Naruto said. "You really admired how I didn't let what anyone said bother me, and you only ever admired me because you aspired to be like me. Honestly, I think you're fine the way you are. You kind, caring, and protective. You just need to have more confidence in yourself because I think you're great." Thank you. Hinata whispered tearily. "I just stated the truth, so don't cry," Naruto said awkwardly. "Besides, I don't want Kiba to beat me up for making you cry." What? Hinata asked. Well, being a boy had its perks. Naruto smirked mischievously. "Kiba's had a crush on you since the academy but didn't say anything because he knew you liked me. How about after the exams we work on getting you a date?" Hinata blushed really red and nodded. Just then Ibiki started talking about the exam. Once they were told to start, Naruto quickly scanned the questions and realized the really purpose of the test, to check their information gathering skills. To hell with this, Naruto thought. It's too boring to figure out who has the right answers, what to do for 45 minutes. Oh, I know. With that, Naruto flipped her paper over and started to draw on the back. After 45 minutes, Ibiki gave the last question. When only a third of the people were left, Naruto stood up. "I don't care if I'm a genin forever, I'll still become Hokage someday," Naruto declared as she stared at Ibiki. He looked back at her and she smirked as she lifted her paper. "Now everyone has to see this picture I drew of Ibiki-san sleeping with a teddy bear." Naruto showed everyone the paper. "You little shit," Ibiki growled as he saw the drawing. Just then the window was broken as something came barreling through it. Suddenly there was a large curtain blocking Ibiki with the words, "The fabulous, sadistic beauty Mitarashi Anko," and Anko standing in the front of the room. Anko glanced around the room, seeing lots of people, and finally spotted Naruto's picture ended up rolling on the floor. "Anko, you're early, and was that entrance necessary?" Ibiki asked. "Stop laughing, and I wasn't finished with this bunch yet, I still need to give the results." "Oh, get over it, we both know you were done," Anko said, regaining her breath and turning to the group. "You all pass. If you can't figure out why, don't go to the next part of the test. Speaking of which, I am Mitarashi Anko, the next proctor. You have half an hour to meet me at training ground 44, dismissed." "Oh, and Gaki, great photo." "Thanks, Anko-san," Naruto said. "I appreciate the applause. I'd hate to be thought of as some sort of sneaky snake or something for mocking a proctor." Anko and Ibiki's eyes widened in understanding. "True, how about you stay behind and I'll talk to you about buying that picture you drew," Anko said. "It would look great in my office." "Sure thing," Naruto chirped as the stunned genin finally started to move. Naruto met with her team and told them she would meet them at training ground 44 after she sold her picture and got some lunch. She also told them to make sure they had enough weapons in their pouches for a B-rank mission. Naruto then went up to Anko and they started talking prices until every last genin was out of the room. "Okay Gaki, what's wrong?" Anko said as she took the picture and put it into one of her pockets. One of the examinees smelled of snakes and blood, Naruto explained. I know it's not all that unusual, but he had a Konoha headband. Name? And Anko get rid of that infernal drawing. Ibiki said. Yakushi Kabuto. Naruto said and reached into her pouch, pulling out the cards she had stolen. That's not all. I stole these from him when Shikamaru caused a distraction. Ibiki took them. What are they? Anko asked. He called them Nin-Fo cards. You channeled chakra into them and the information appears. Naruto said, I caught a glimpse of mine and it has all the information from my unofficial file. Interesting, Anko said. But it would appear we have a spy in this test. If Naru is right, it's one of his spies. Ibiki said, I'll go inform Hokage-sama. Anko, keep an extra close watch in case he sent more than just a spy. You know as well as I do about his new village. I can't think of anything that would cause him to come directly, Anko stated, but he does have some genin in the exam. Naru-chan, go get ready for the exam. Watch out for the sound nen, and if anything out of the ordinary happens during the exam, flare your chakra. Fine, Naruto said, but you owe me for that picture. Not after what you pulled last night. Anko said, I still owe you for that. You deserved it for hanging on to Kashi like that. Naruto retorted, Kune warned you and I did go easy. Now pay up, I need ramen. Fine, Anko said, but don't think I won't get you back. Anko, grow up, Ibiki said. Once they were done, the three went their separate ways. Naruto arrived at Training Ground 44 and met up with her teammates. Once Anko did the introduction and they were assigned a scroll and gate. Number 7. Go figure, they entered the Forest of Death. Once inside, they hid under a large fallen down tree to plan their strategy. Sakura looked to Naruto to take the lead, but Sasuke decided he was the strongest and therefore leader. Soon Naruto had to take a bathroom break and was separated for her team on her way back because she got swallowed by a large snake. Creating hundreds of clones, she made it exploded. As Naruto looked at the dead snake, it vanished in a puff of smoke. A snake summons? Naruto thought. But proctors aren't allowed to interfere in the test. Anko won't go against Jii-chan. Which means someone inside the exam had to, but the only snake summoners according to Jii-chan and my arrow Kyufu are Orochimaru and Anko. Shit. Realizing Orochimaru was in the exam hidden somewhere, Naruto flared her chakra and did a sensory scan to find her team. She found them pretty close but noticed someone with cage-level chakra approaching them fast and knew even at top speed the person would reach them first. Outside Forest of Death. Tell Hokage-sama that he is here and has entered the exam. Anko ordered a couple of Chunin. But why? What could he want with any of the genin? One Chunin asked. I'm not sure, Anko said as she thought. I can think of a couple reasons, one of them being the Uchiha. Hokage-sama will know. For now I'm going to go look for the bastard and hopefully I'll find him before he does any damage. Suddenly the shinobi around the forest felt a chakra flare. Shit, Anko said, tell Hokage-sama that trouble found Blondie. Now go hurry. The two Chunin headed to the Hokage's tower and Anko headed to the general area in the forest where she had felt the flare. Naruto had reached the clearing as the unknown shinobi had sent a fatal attack towards Sakura. Seeing that Sasuke was down at the moment, she rushed to Sakura's side hoping to get there in time, which she did. However, as she saved Sakura, who had frozen from the amount of Ki in the air, she was hit in the side by the poisoned kunai. The poison didn't last more than 5 seconds as the Kyuubi cleansed it from Naruto's system. You want the scroll, right? Sasuke called out after he had seen his teammates in danger. Fine, here it is, you can have it. However, before Sasuke could hand over the scroll, Naruto had punched him in the face. You idiot, Naruto spat. Even you should be able to tell this person is strong enough. If they wanted the scroll, they already would have killed us and taken it. Don't give up so easily. Kukuku, how smart of you, Naruto-chan. The person said, you're correct, I did not come for the scroll. Who are you and what do you really want? Naruto asked. Kukuku, how bad do you want to know? The person asked. How about you try to get the information out of me? I'll even throw in the scroll you need. Naruto launched at the person and tried to get in some punches, but the person dodged, then threw Naruto across the clearing into a tree, causing her to lose her breath for a moment, but she was back on her feet and spammed a bunch of clones. The person was not able to block all the hits, but as soon as the attack stops, the person shed their skin like a snake. Orochimaru. Naruto growled from her place next to her teammates. Sakura gasped in horror knowing they were out of their league even with as strong as Naruto and Sasuke were. Sasuke was looking for an escape route with his Sharingan when he saw the snake Sanin move. "Move, he's coming," Sasuke shouted as he moved to dodge. Naruto charged back at Orochimaru when she saw him head for Sasuke, but before she could get him she was kicked across the clearing. Standing up she saw Sasuke get bitten and tapped into the Kyuubi's power. Her eyes glowed red and there was red chakras swirling around her body, but unlike the time against Haku she stayed conscious and in control. "How dare you mark Sasuke?" Naruto snarled. "Kukuku, are you jealous?" Orochimaru taunted. "I would mark you as well, sweet little Naruto, if not for the fact the fox would block it." "Maybe next time?" Naruto charged at Orochimaru. Naruto," Orochimaru said as he channeled chakra into his fingers and slammed them into Naruto's stomach, causing her to pass out. "What did you do to them?" Sakura asked. "Nothing much, they will both awaken in a few hours. That is if Sasuke survives the curse mark," Orochimaru said, "and if he does he will seek me out for power." With that said the snake left. Sakura decided she needed to hide her teammates somewhere safe until they woke up. Team 7 was hidden under some tree roots. Naruto was still out cold and Sasuke was burning up with a fever. Sakura was worried but didn't think she could get her two teammates to the tower by herself. Suddenly she was attacked by the genin from sound. Team 10 and Lee showed up for backup, plus Naruto had woken up about halfway through the fight. When the fight was almost over Sasuke came out of the hiding place covered in strange marking and proceeded to mercilessly beat one of the enemies and broke one of his arms. He finally stopped his rampage when the female sound nin surrendered their scroll and the three defeated shinobi took off. Lee's team came to retrieve him and Team 10 also took off after Ino helped even out Sakura's hair from her fight with the female sound nin. Team 7 headed to the tower seeing as they had both scrolls, however along the way they ran into Kabuto. "Kabuto-san," Sakura greeted, "where is your team?" "Oh, we got separated after collecting our scrolls," Kabuto said, "but don't worry, we had a plan for in case something like this happened." "So are you three on your way to the tower? Maybe we could head there together." "No," Naruto said briskly, "we don't need your help." "Na-chan, be more polite," Sakura scolded, "he's just offering his fellow Leaf Nin a hand." "No he's not," Naruto said, "he's trying to earn our trust so he can give information to his master." "I suggest you leave now, Kabuto, before I do to you what should have been done to that snake Teme years ago." Naruto's eyes flashed red. "So you were the one who took my cards then, Uzumaki-san? I seem to have underestimated you." Kabuto said, "It's not very nice to take others' things, maybe I should make you give them back." "What's going on?" Sasuke asked as Sakura was too shocked to vocalize the question. "Kabuto is Orochimaru's spy," Naruto stated. "As for your cards, I have already handed them over to the head of the T&I department as evidence. You have already been discovered as a spy, it's only a matter of what they'll do to you." "We'll see about that," Kabuto said as he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Sasuke and Sakura were still confused about what had just transpired, but Sakura shrugged it off knowing she would never understand half the things Naruto did, and the trio headed to the tower, reaching it without farther incident. Team 7 had 2 days to rest up before part 2 of their exam was over. The team from Sand was already there as was Team 8. 6 hours after Team 7's arrival, Team Guy arrived, followed by Kabuto's team. A few hours later, Team 10 arrived the next morning, followed by the Sound team. After the 5-day limit was up, the genin teams were brought to a large auditorium in the tower and to have the third part of the exam explained to them. "I wish to congratulate each and every one of you on getting this far," the Hokage stated. "You are now 2/3 of the way through the exam. I know some of you are tired still from the second portion, but just bear with me. However, before the third part is explained to you, there is a choice you must make. That is whether you wish to continue or if you will quit now. Take a moment to decide." The only one to leave was Kabuto, even though Sakura did try to convince Sasuke to stop as well, but he refused. "All right, now for the..." "Pardon me, Hokage-sama, but I think I should take it from here as I am the proctor," a man said, after he stopped hacking, as he jumped down and kneeled in front of the Hokage. "Very well," the Hokage said with a nod. "My name is Gecko Hayate, I'm the proctor for the third portion of the exam," Hayate said before suffering from another bout of coughs, making the genin look at him skeptically. "Do you think he's alright?" Sakura asked her teammates. "Maybe he should see a med nin?" "He's fine," Naruto said. Yate ni is always like this. According to Yune, he's always been like this even as a kid. You know him? Sasuke asked. Yeah, he's been helping train me since I was 6, Naruto said. He's a master in Kenjutsu, but because he's sickly and has low chakra reserves, he's only a Chunin. Oh, now what Hokage-sama was about to tell you was, Hayate said after he finished coughing, that the last part of the test is in the form of a tournament. It will take place in 1 month, seeing as the cages and other dignitaries will be coming to watch the tournament. Now on that note, we don't want to make them sit there all day, so we are going to split the number to at most half the current participants. So in order to do this, 2 people will be selected at random for a match on that screen. The winner will progress while the loser will not and will have to try again at the next time the exam comes around. The first match will be, sign scrolls around, Nara Shikamaru vs Tsuchi Kin. You 2 stay here. Everyone else please proceed to the balcony. Everyone except Shikamaru and Kin headed up so as to watch the match. TCH, troublesome. Shikamaru grumbled, I hate fighting girls, but I guess I have to. Damn right, and you better win. Ino shouted from the balcony. Yeah, Shikamaru replied and looked at his opponent, troublesome. You should just surrender now, you'll never beat me. Kin said with a sneer. Are you 2 ready? The proctor asked, glancing at the 2 genin who both nodded. Begin. Kin launched a Valley of Shadow Senbon which Shikamaru was hard-pressed to dodge. Soon he heard the sound of bells that got louder and louder. Realizing it was a genjutsu, he tried to attack Kin with some kunai. She jumped back to dodge them and threw more senbon. That's when Shikamaru noticed some string that was attached to them reflect light. While Kin was chatting about her awesome skill, Shikamaru launched some shuriken with wires attached. He then accidentally dropped a smoke bomb. Using the distraction, he uses the shadow of one of Kin's wires to trap her in his shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru uses the technique to make them both throw shuriken at each other, however when he bent backwards so did she. She then knocked her head against a concrete wall and is knocked unconscious. Winner, Nara Shikamaru, Hayate declared. The med nin came and took the unconscious girl to the infirmary as Shikamaru walked up to join his team. As he was about to walk past Naruto, she threw herself at him and gave him a hug. Shikamaru saw Kakashi stiffen at the hug and smirk before returning Naruto's hug, but Naruto missed it because her back was facing Kakashi. I just knew you would win, Shika. Naruto said as she released him. I can't wait for my turn. Naruto, is Shikamaru the person you've got a crush on? Ino asked as she watched the display. Yeah, remember how after she accidentally kissed Sasuke, Shikamaru decontaminated her with another kiss. Sakura gushed just to be mischievous. Wait, hold on, you are jumping to conclusions, Naruto said in a rush, and Sa-chan, you already know who I like, so don't add fuel to false flames. I like mature men, Naruto clarified, and while I'm similar to Shika's tastes in some ways, we grew up bonding like siblings and it would just be weird. What Naruto said. Shikamaru agreed. The next match is starting. Kakashi said, and everyone shifted their attention to the arena. But Shikamaru felt 2 sets of eyes on him and knew he was going to be answering some troublesome questions from a couple of Junin when this was over. The next match to come across the screen was Akado Yoroi vs Uchiha Sasuke. If you use the seal, the match will automatically be stopped and you will be forced to forfeit. Kakashi warned, after your match I will seal it so it no longer causes you pain when you use your chakra. However, remember that will not get rid of the mark. It all depends upon your will. Sasuke answered before heading down to the arena. Once the opponent were ready, the match began. Sasuke threw an. I know he doesn't throw it seeing as it comes from his mouth, but it sounds better than, he spit a great fireball jutsu at his opponent who dodged it. Seeing Sasuke had stopped in pain, Yoroi quickly reiterated by throwing Sasuke to the ground and started to drain his chakra. Sasuke was in more pain as he felt his chakra being draining. Thinking fast, Sasuke's kicked his opponent off him and used the incomplete move he had copied during his fight with Lee earlier and smashed his opponent to the ground, knock him out. Sasuke was declared to winner. Then Kakashi appeared at his side and the 2 vanished via Shushin. Hey, where did they go? Sakura asked. I think they went to take care of Sasuke's mark. Naruto said. Why didn't Sensei do that earlier? Sakura asked. He knew Sasuke-kun was in pain because of it. I thought Sensei just didn't know how to take care of it. He wasn't allowed to. The rules of the exam are only life-threatening injuries are to be taken care until the exam is over. Naruto said, and seeing as Sasuke match is over, it signified the end of his participation in the second part of the exam, meaning Kashi could finally look after him. Oh, I understand now. Sakura said, do you think it will take long? I don't know, but I hope he gets back in time to see our matches. Naruto said, oh look, the next one's been picked. Abumi Zaku vs Tenten, the board read. I will show you how great sound ninja are, Zaku declared as he faced off against Tenten, who just rolled her eyes used to cocky people's attitude thanks to his teammate. Once the proctor said, Began, Tenten sent a barrage of shuriken, kunai, and senbon at her opponent from both sides, thinking that seeing as one of his arms was in a sling it was unusable. But Zaku just pulled him arm out of the sling, showing everyone that he was only faking injury still. Zaku used the air pressure created by the sound waves the holes in his arms created to repel the weapons. Seeing what had occurred, Tenten jumped back and took out 2 scrolls. Jumping in the arm as the scrolls unraveled, Tenten bombarded her opponent with weapons. Zaku raised his hands so they faced Tenten and unleashed the same attack he had just used and repelled the attack again. He cockily told Tenten she should just give up, but she just smirked at him and said, Kai. Zaku's forearms burst in several places as Tenten explained that he had missed 2 senbon that had explosive tags attached that she had thrown just as his attack finished, that ended up in the tube in his arms. Tenten attacked him with another barrage of weapons, and seeing as he was unable to repel them, he was effectively turned into a human pincushion. Zaku could still stand, but Tenten gave him one last chance to forfeit. He refused and Tenten activated the explosive tags that were attached to some of the weapons. Zaku, and unconscious, severely wounded, but alive, Tenten was declared the winner. That was awesome. Naruto exclaimed, I've never seen someone fight like that, maybe I can get her to train with me sometime. Do you ever think of anything but training? Sakura asked with a sigh. Ramen. Naruto stated, making Sakura sweat drop. But seriously, if I want to be the best Hokage ever, I need lots of training. I guess, Sakura said, but you should remember you're only human. Yeah. Naruto. As the next match flashed on the board, Tsurugi Misumi vs Sabaku no Kankuro. Hey, I wonder if he's related to that Gaara kid? Naruto asked. I don't know, but I've heard that team is really strong, we should watch closely. Sakura said, and Naruto nodded in agreement. Kankuro met his opponent in the arena and there was no banter exchanged as the proctor said, Begin. Kankuro had just taken the wrapped thing off his back when Misumi was behind him. Misumi wrapped himself around Kankuro as he explained that his jutsu was a medical technique that allowed him to dislocate his joints and use his chakra to control his body, and that seeing as Kankuro being a sand nin meant there was a high probability that he used puppets, but being as restricted as he currently was, it was useless. That's when Misumi constricted his body that was wrapped completely around Kankuro in the hopes of crushing him. However, it turned out that the Kankuro Misumi was wrapped around was a puppet, and before Misumi could get away, the real Kankuro was unwrapped from the bundle on the ground and captured Misumi and the puppet. Once he was captured, Kankuro proceeded to crush him, breaking all the bone in his body save his neck. Kankuro was declared the winner and Misumi was carried in a bloody heap to the infirmary by Mednin. Wow, Sakura said, I've never seen anything like that before. Naruto nodded, I think I just develop a healthy respect for puppets. Yeah, and I didn't know you could do those kind of things with your body, Sakura said, I think I'm going to research that later. The board flashed, choosing 2 more contestants. Sakura and Ino's name appeared on the board. Ino cheered, thinking she had this fight in the bag. I'll be cheering for you, Sa-chan, Naruto said, then when you win we'll tell Teme. Thanks, Na-chan. Sakura said, feeling better already. Even though she had been training with Kurenai, most of that was only on chakra control and a couple D and C rank genjutsu. Once the match began, Ino launched at Sakura, knowing that taijutsu was always her weak spot. However, both girls were evenly matched. Realizing that she was getting nowhere fast, Ino jumped back and looked Sakura in the eye. What Ino didn't realize was that Sakura had been running through a series of one-handed seals so as to cast a genjutsu. Sakura knew Ino would catch her eye because Ino's technique needed it. The genjutsu was one of the 2 C-ranked ones Sakura knew. It usually took someone a while to realize they were caught in it because it showed them what they wanted to happen. But seeing as Sakura knew Ino's family specialized in the mind, she waited a couple seconds to make sure the genjutsu didn't immediately break. When Ino didn't move for a minute, Sakura ran up to her and bound her hands with wire before slamming her to the ground. The pain seemed to snap Ino out of it. However, when Ino tried to move, she felt the cold steel of a kunai against her throat and had no choice but to surrender. "Great job, Sa-chan," Naruto said as Sakura returned to the balcony. "I just knew you could do it." "Thanks, Na-chan," Sakura said, "but I think I got lucky it was Ino because she underestimated me. If it was anyone else, I think I might have lost." "I doubt that you've been training really hard." "Oh look, it's Choji's turn," Naruto said as the board said the next match, Akamichi Choji vs Sabaku no Tamari. "I hope you'll be alright against that Sand Kunoichi," Sakura said. Naruto wasn't sure what to say but shared Sakura's sentiment. Tamari calmly walked down the stairs as she eyed Choji, who amazingly was not munching on any food. Once they were both in the middle of the arena, the proctor started the battle. Tamari jumped back unsure of what her opponent's skills might be. She wasn't too worried that he would be a challenge seeing as he didn't seem very fit, but she did know looks could be deceiving. Choji eyed his opponent and decided to give some kunai a try before he used his jutsu, so he launched a handful at Tamari, who took her fan and blew the projectiles away. Tamari stated that seeing as she was a long-range fighter and therefore if all he had was crappy attacks like that, he should just forfeit. Hearing Ino's shouts of encouragement, Choji decided to give his best shot. He did a partial expansion on his hands and tried to smash Tamari between his hands, but she just used her fan for the wind scythe jutsu, leaving deep cuts on his hands. Next, Choji attacked with his human boulder technique, but Tamari avoided the attack. Before Choji could get his bearings back, Tamari caught him in a wind cyclone. When the attack stopped, Choji fell to the ground covered in cuts and unconscious. "He'll be fine if you get him medical attention quickly," Tamari stated before joining her brothers on the balcony. "I know it's a test, but she didn't have to be that harsh," Sakura said. "I know," Naruto said, "but I hope I get my turn soon. I'm getting tired of just watching the fights." Just then Naruto got her wish. Seeing their names come across the board, Naruto and Kiba jumped off the balcony into the arena and took their stances across from each other. Then the proctor said to begin. "I so have this in the bag," Kiba says cockily. "I won't go easy on you just because you're a girl." "You wish," Naruto replied. "Even with the help of your little puppy you couldn't do any real damage." "Akamaru is twice as strong as you'll even be," Kiba shouted angrily. "Yeah, prove it," Naruto challenged, knowing she had hit a nerve by insulting Akamaru. Kiba crouched on all fours and dashed full speed at Naruto. Knowing what was about to happen, Naruto prepared herself for impact so she could do a couple of things. 1. Gauge his power, and 2. Give him a false sense of security. After taking the hit, Naruto flew back 10 feet and ended up in a heap on the floor. She lay still for a moment, and when Kiba let his guard down, she attacked with a few shadow clones. However, she noticed that when she used her chakra something fell off, but seeing as it didn't mess with her jutsu, she thought it was just exhaustion, which sent him flying in the air and then back to the ground hard with a barrage of kicks. Naruto waited to see if he would get up. Once he did, Kiba had Akamaru transform and they did a fang over fang attack, which Naruto easily dodged. Realizing they needed more power, both Kiba and Akamaru took a soldier pill to increase their power and heighten their senses. Kiba threw a couple of odorless smoke bombs at Naruto to block her line of sight and once again attacked with fang over fang, using his nose to find the target. However, Naruto used sound to dodge the attack. Once the smoke cleared, there were 3 Kibas standing in a circle. "That trick is not going to work," the real Kiba said as he sniffed the air. "I can still smell you." Kiba then punched one of the other Himsas in the face, sending it flying. Midair there was a puff of smoke, but when the supposed imposter hit the ground, too was Akamaru. Confused, Kiba hit the other one, who also turned out to be Akamaru. Naruto took this chance to drop her Akamaru henge and throw a stink bomb at Kiba, who with an enhanced sense of smell was unable to take it well. Naruto then proceeded to spam a dozen clones and pummeled Kiba into unconsciousness. "Winner Uzumaki Naruto," Hayate declared with a proud smile, and the med nin came to get Kiba. Naruto walked over and gentle picked up Akamaru to carry him over to Kiba's stretcher. "You know I didn't mean the insult," Naruto whispered to Akamaru as she scratched behind his ear. "It was just to rile up Kiba. Honestly, I think you're one of the coolest ninkin ever, so no hard feelings?" Akamaru gave what sounded like a happy yip. Once Naruto placed Akamaru next to Kiba, she pulled a few dog biscuits out of her pouch. "Save some for Kiba, I know how much he likes them," Naruto said as turned and headed up to the balcony. End Naruto. Hinata said as Naruto passed her. Here's some ointment tea to help your bruises. Thanks, Hinata. Naruto said as she took the gift. You should give some to Kiba, I'm sure it will make him very happy. We can go see him after this is done, I'll be your moral support. Hinata blushed and nodded in agreement. Then Naruto continued on to join Sakura and noticed Kakashi was also back. I just knew you would win. Sakura said. Yes, good job. Kakashi agreed from behind his book, but what were the dog biscuits for? An apology to Orochimaru, Naruto said. I insulted him to rile up Kiba, and if there is one thing I know it's you don't want a ninkin to have a grudge against you. Is Teme alright? True. He's just resting up in the hospital, the ceiling took a lot out of him. Kakashi said, oh, this next match should be interesting. The board said, Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Neji, and the Konoha nin watching went eerily quiet as the branch and main house member headed down to the arena, for it was common knowledge how much the branch family of the Hyuga clan resented the main house. Once in the arena, Neji gave his little speech about showing Hinata that sometime the branch family is stronger than the main house and that Hinata was weak and useless. Hinata said she may not be all that strong, but she would give her all in their battle. By the times the first 5 minutes were over, Neji had hit several of Hinata's vital organs, but Hinata just stood back up and kept giving it her all. However, when the senseis saw Neji aim for her heart, they stepped in. Hinata stayed standing, but as Naruto reached her side she collapsed. Sorry, Hinata told Naruto, I just wanted to prove I could be like you. Don't apologize, silly, I think you were even more awesome than me, Naruto told her, and when I said I'd help you get a date with Kiba I didn't mean from the hospital. Hinata gave a quiet chuckle before it turned to coughing as Hinata coughed up blood. Where the hell are the medics? Naruto growled out in worry. Just then medics arrived with a stretcher and hurriedly took Hinata away. Naruto turned to Kakashi, who was at her side. Do you think she'll be alright? Hinata-san is a fighter. Kakashi said. You're right, she'll be fine. Naruto nodded. She's too weak. Neji stated, she was fated to lose her life. Your interference has only prolonged the inevitable. Naruto turned to him with a growl. You had better hope you do not face me in the finals, Naruto snarled, because I shoved that fate shit back down your throat. That said, Naruto walked away to join Sakura back up on the balcony. Everyone else followed suit as the next match appeared on the board, Aburame Shino vs Kinuta Dosu. Participates ready? Hayate asked as Shino and Dosu faced each other. Yes, Dosu stated, getting into his low stance. Shino, the man of many words, just nodded. It was soon very evident that Dosu was a close-range fight when he leapt at Shino with his first attack, but Shino turned out to be a bug clone. I see your attacks are directed at the inner ear from a close range, Shino stated without emotion. Too bad for you, I am long range. With that, a swarm of bugs surrounded Dosu. He used his sound waves to get rid of the bugs, or so he thought. After a few minutes Dosu collapsed on the floor. My insects have drained your chakra, this match is over. Well, I think that was the quickest match of this whole thing. Sakura mumbled. It's not really surprising, Shino isn't really one for theatrics like everyone else. Naruto said, the Aburame clan is known for being serious all the time. Only one match left, Sakura said, between that Lee kid and that creepy red hair from Sand. I think something is off with that Sand kid, Naruto mumbled, but I just can't put my finger on it. I hope that Lee kid will be alright after this match. Don't worry, Naru-chan, Kakashi said, people will step in if things get out of hand. Naruto just nodded as the names, Rock Lee vs Sabaku no Gaara, came across the board. Yosh! It is my turn at last, Lee shouted. I will show my power of youth by winning this match, but should I lose I will run around Konoha 100 times on my hands. That's my student. Gai-sensei shouted, causing everyone to sweat drop. The power of youth is a beautiful thing. Gai-sensei. Lee. Gai-sensei. Lee. Ahem. The proctor coughed loudly from the arena with an emotionless Gaara at his side. Lee then headed down to commence his match. Lee showed off his amazing speed and strength and had even landed a few hits on Gaara that had cracked his sand armor. However, Gaara soon became enraged and crushed one of Lee's arms and legs, and while he had him suspended in air by the crushed limbs he encased Lee in sand, and just as he was about to crush Lee to death, Gai-sensei and Kakashi-sensei stepped in and saved Lee. Once everything settled down and Lee was taken away on a stretcher, the proctor proclaimed Gaara the winner and he emotionlessly joined his siblings. However, after his match the people he walked by stepped out of his way in fear. Once everyone was settled down, Hayate called all the winners down so they could choose matches for the finals. Now please tell me the number you have chosen so we can set the matches. Hayate told the genin. TCH. Shikamaru said, troublesome, I'm number 5. Number 10. Tenten said. 7. Kankuro said, I'm number 8. Sakura informed. 6. Tamari stated. Number 1, believe it. Naruto cheered happily. 2. Neji stated. Number 9. Shino spoke. 3. Gaara said apathetically. That means Uchiha Sasuke is number 4. Hayate said, that means the third round matches are as follows. First Uzumaki vs Hyuga. Second Gaara vs Uchiha. Third Nara vs Tamari. Fourth Kankuro vs Haruno. And lastly fifth is Aburame vs Tenten. Now listen to Hokage-sama as he speaks to you. As you were informed before the preliminaries, the third round will take part in front of village leaders and foreign dignitaries. This is your chance to show off the skills your village has to offer. The Hokage said, you will have 1 month to prepare as some of you may have shown all yours card, so to speak. Once again the rules are simple, killing is not tolerated, however we understand that accidents can happen in these situations. I wish you luck and hope you use this next month wisely. You are all dismissed. After getting back to the village, Naruto and Sakura went their separate ways as Sakura was in a hurry to see Sasuke and Naruto was in need of much deserved ramen. Once Naruto was done with her ramen she headed to the hospital and checked on Sasuke. As she approached Sasuke's room a crestfallen Ino and Sakura were exiting the room. So is he awake? Naruto asked. Yeah, but he wouldn't talk to anybody, Ino said. All he does is stare out the window. He didn't even have a comment when I told him I won my match. Sakura said, upset. Good, now he won't try to flirt with me, Naruto said. He can just listen to what I got to tell him and if he ignores me I'll just punch him. Naruto, you baka. Sakura said as she hit Naruto upside the head. Sasuke-kun is injured, you can't hit him. I was just joking, Naruto said with a smirk as she slipped into Sasuke's room. Hey Teme, how you feeling? I'm gonna take that as, fine. Naruto said sitting on the chair next to Sasuke's hospital bed. I just came to warn you about your fight with that Gaara kid. He's pretty bloodthirsty from what I've seen. She proceeded to give him a play-by-play of Gaara's match against Lee. Well, that's all I came for, oh yeah. In case Sakura forgot to tell you, we have 1 month to train for the third part of the exam. Well, gotta go train. You should give up on your crush on Kakashi. Sasuke said as Naruto turned to leave. I don't see how that has anything to do with you or my training. Naruto gritted out as she walked to the side of the bed. Whether or not I do have a crush is none of your concern, therefore I don't need your 2 cents. It's obvious to anyone who spends more than a few seconds around you and Kakashi. Sasuke said, and what if I make it my concern? We've been over this, Sasuke, Naruto said as she pinched the bridge of her nose. I only see you as a brother just like Shikamaru, nothing more nothing less. Naruto, look at me. Sasuke demanded, I mean really look at me. I already have, Sasuke. Naruto told him, looking him in the eye. I know your good points and your bad points. You however have never looked at me. We are not compatible that way, not that you really care. You see me as a way to make you clan stronger and that's just not right. Naruto then turned to leave, but Sasuke grabbed her wrist and tossed her onto his bed, then climbed on top of her, pinning her down. What the hell, TEME? Naruto shouted as she struggled to get up, get off me. So what if I don't really love you now? Sasuke growled, most clan marriages start that way, besides we both know Kakashi will never love you the way you want. What are you going to do, stay single forever? Maybe, maybe not, Naruto said, still struggling to no avail, and noticed the markings slowly creeping along Sasuke's body, but that's my decision. Well, maybe I'll sway that decision in my favor. Sasuke said with a smirk. What or why? Naruto never finished her question as Sasuke covered her mouth with his. Naruto fought harder to get Sasuke off of her but he wouldn't budge. She felt his tongue slid across the seam of her lips trying to get entrance but Naruto refused to give it. Just then the door slid open and Naruto could have sworn she heard a low growl from the doorway. So what are my cute little genin up to? Kakashi's voice asked in a bored tone, but Naruto thought she heard a hint of anger that was well hidden. Can't you see we're kind of busy, Kakashi? Sasuke asked, pulling away. From the looks of things, Naru-chan does not really like your advances. Kakashi stated, seeing Naruto glare at Sasuke and struggled to get free. I think it would be wise to release her and relax, right now Sasuke. I don't care what you think. Sasuke spat, I'm just showing her where and to whom she belongs. I don't belong to anybody, Naruto shouted, now get off me you damn bastard. You heard the lady, Sasuke. No means no, Kakashi said as he stepped up to the duo. Fuck off, Sasuke snarled. From up close Kakashi could see that Sasuke's curse mark was spreading and decided it would be better to just knock Sasuke out. So he did, causing the boy to collapse onto Naruto, who unceremoniously pushed him off herself and onto the floor. Oops, Naruto said with false sincerity as she looked at Sasuke's body on the floor, getting a chuckle from Kakashi. What the hell was his deal? 1 minute he was ignoring me, the next he frickin' attacked me. It's a side effect of the mark he got from Orochimaru. Kakashi stated, are you alright? Irritated, Naruto said, but it's nothing, a toothbrush, some toothpaste and training won't cure. Speaking of training. Naruto added, I think this little episode has shown I have to focus on Sasuke at the moment, Kakashi said. What about me and Sakura? Naruto asked. I've already taken care of it because I saw this coming. Kakashi said, Kurenai is going to help Sakura with her chakra control and genjutsu, seeing as Shino is her only student to continue and he'll be training with him clan. And Ebisu has agreed to look after you training. Does it have to be the closet perv? Naruto asked, can't someone else do it? Closet perv? No, I don't want to know. Kakashi said, shaking his head. Anko, Ibiki, and Hayate are proctors of this exam and therefore not allowed to show favoritism. While Yugo is back, both her and Tenzo are on alert for security because of the exams. Asuma is training Shikamaru. And while you don't know Guy, I would have asked him, but he has 2 of his own students to look after. Ebisu is an elite Chunin, so he can still show you a couple tricks. Fine, I get it. Ji-chan did this to me on purpose, didn't he? Naruto said, so where do I meet the closet perv? He should be here soon, Kakashi said as he tossed Sasuke unceremoniously over his shoulder and headed for the door. So why do you keep calling him that? Because this one's time, Naruto was saying as Ebisu entered the room. He was trying to get Kono and I. Just then Ebisu covered her mouth. We all promised to never speak of that incident. Ebisu said, to anyone, ever. Anyway Naruto-san, why don't we get to your training? Well, I leave her in your capable hands, Kakashi said with an eye smile as he and Sasuke poofed away. Naruto and Ebisu started training with a game of catch that lasted 2 hours as Ebisu couldn't catch her. After that Ebisu told her to do some chakra exercises, but Naruto was having an issue with her control, so he took her to the hot springs to have her walk on water, but she didn't seem to be faring any better. After a while Ebisu saw a white-haired man peeking into the woman's bath and being the righteous person he is, he went to stop the delinquent. The white-haired man ended up hitting Ebisu upside the head for ruining his research, knocking the man out cold. Great going Kyufu, Naruto exclaimed. How the hell is he supposed to teach me now? Don't call me that in public, Naru. Jiraiya said, it could put you in danger. Then what should I call you? Naruto asked. Jiraiya-sama, the great toad sage. Jiraiya exclaimed as he stuck a pose on top of a toad he'd just summoned. Yeah, no, not happening. Naruto said, I'll call you Ero Sennin, because you're just a super perv. So Ero Sennin, you're going to take responsibility for my training now, right? Why should I? Jiraiya asked. I have better things to do than train brats, like research for my book. Well, the first reason would be you just knocked out my temporary sensei, Naruto explained, and secondly, whoever my parents were obviously named you my godfather is hopes you would pass on some of your knowledge at some point. So why not now? Fine, you win. Jiraiya said as he scribbled something down. Meet me here tomorrow at 10 a.m. and bring a swimsuit. We'll continue on the water walking thing you were doing. And make sure it's a 2-piece so I can easily check you seal if I need to. Hi, Naruto said as she hugged Jiraiya, then ran off, leaving him to his research. That night Naruto looked at the 2 bathing suits she owned. One was a blue one-piece and the other was an orange string bikini top with a black skirt bottom that had orange flowers. Guess it's the orange and black one. Naruto thought, now I don't want to wear an outfit over it because that would just be too difficult. I don't have any oversized shirts either. I wonder where I could get one. Oh, I know, maybe I can borrow one from Kashi, he is my sensei after all. Wait, I don't know where he lives. Oh, I'll go ask Jai-chan, he'll tell me. Once she had decided what she was going to do, she headed to the Hokage Tower, and just walked into the office. "Hey Jii-chan, can you tell me where Kashi-sensei lives?" Naruto asked. "Why?" Hiruzen asked. "Nothing important, I just had a question before training tomorrow morning?" Naruto said with a shrug. "Oh, I don't know if he'll be home or not," Hiruzen said as he wrote the address down, "but here you go." "Thanks, Jii-chan," Naruto said as she took off. It turns out Kakashi lived in the Chunin district. Naruto found his apartment pretty quickly and knocked on the door. No one answered, but when she tried the door it was open. Who would be dumb enough to rob a Chunin anyway? And she just let herself in. She had to avoid a few traps once inside the doorway, which told her Kakashi wasn't home, but she headed down the hallway until she found his bedroom and headed to his dresser. "I came all this way, I might as well just get what I came for," Naruto muttered to herself as she opened the third drawer of his dresser, figuring that would be where he'd have his shirts. She was right. She found a whole bunch of standard-issue Chunin shirts, all long sleeve. "Doesn't he have any civilian clothes?" Naruto wondered out loud as she grabbed one of his shirts. "Oh well, I'll just leave him a note so he knows I took one. I'll give it back when I'm done training and wash it." Finished with her task, Naruto left and went home for the night to get a much-needed shower and some sleep. The next morning Naruto arrived on time at the stream Jiraiya had told her to go to, however she didn't see Jiraiya anywhere. Suddenly she heard Jiraiya's perverted chuckle coming from a bush and walked over to it. Naruto noticed that the bush was on a cliff that overlooked a secluded waterfall and pool of water, and in the pool of water was a bunch of older women in two small bikinis playing in the water. "Ero Sennin, can we please get on with my training?" Naruto asked. "In a moment, I'm researching," Jiraiya said with a wave. "Pay attention to me or I'll shout about a peeping Tom making your research, leave and never return," Naruto threatened. Okay, Jiraiya muttered hastily as he crawled out of the bush and looked at Naruto. "Naru, what are you wearing?" he asked with his eyes wide. Naruto looked down to see if something happened to the shirt she'd borrowed. It looked the same as when she had left the house. It hung to halfway down her thighs and the long sleeves dangled down over her hands, as she had gotten tired of trying to keep them up about halfway from her house, and a pair of flip-flops. "A shirt over my bathing suit because I didn't want to fight with a regular outfit," Naruto answered, looking back up at Jiraiya. "I can see that," Jiraiya said, "but whose?" "That's a standard issue Chunin shirt." "I know, I kinda borrowed it from Kakashi-sensei last night," Naruto said. Jiraiya giggled perversely and started to scribble in his notebook. "So what? You just went to his apartment and he let you have it?" Jiraiya asked, looking up. "Not really," Naruto said. "He wasn't exactly there when I took it, but I know he wouldn't really mind. Plus, I left him a note." "Oh ho ho, this is pure literary gold," Jiraiya muttered as he wrote furiously. "A secret love between student and teacher. Gaki, you are great inspiration." "Great," Naruto said unenthusiastically. "You know you're completely making that up, right? Anyway, can we get back to my training? What do you want me to do, just walk on the water?" "I'm not sure how well it will work. Something's been weird with my chakra since after my run-in with the snake Teme." That caught Jiraiya's attention. "Okay, take that shirt off so I can watch your seal as you walk on the water," Jiraiya told her. She did as told and walked out onto the water all wobbly, and just as she turned to face Jiraiya her chakra slipped. But Jiraiya had caught a glimpse of her seal. "Okay Gaki, I think I saw the problem, so come here. I want you to focus your chakra for me." Naruto stood in front of him and did as told. "Okay. Now the good news is I know what the problem is. It appears someone, probably my old teammate, put a 5-prong barrier seal over the fourth's 8-trigram seal that holds the demon. The fourth seal was meant to work so that you could slowly gain control over the beast's chakra. The 5-prong seal is messing with that process and therefore your chakra. But I know how to fix it. Now for the bad news. Fixing it will hurt like hell and you'll probably pass out." "Great," Naruto muttered. "Now I need you to channel your chakra again," Jiraiya said, and the seal became visible. "Good, ready?" Naruto nodded and Jiraiya undid Orochimaru's seal. It took 30 minutes for Naruto to wake up and Jiraiya had her walk the water again. He then proceeded to have her show him every jutsu she knew for 2 reasons. Firstly, so he knew what she knew jutsu-wise and how well she did the jutsus, and secondly to drain her of her primary chakra so he could teach her what it felt like to consciously tap into the Kyuubi's power. He then had her sign the Toad contract and use the Kyuubi's chakra to summon the boss, Gamabunta. Over the next month Jiraiya taught her a couple of training seals, such as resistance and gravity seals, and how to access the Kyuubi's chakra more easily if she was ever cut off from her own chakra stores, so she could flood her chakra network with fresh chakra. Naruto also consulted Hinata on how to fight the Hyuga's Jiyuken style. Tournament fights are all canon and so I'm just going to speed them up. It was finally the day of the tournament. Naruto was super psyched because Jiraiya had promised to put off his information gathering trip until after the exams were over and she now had an even better reason to win the tournament. She knew that even if she won it didn't mean she'd make Chunin, but at least she'd be able to show her godfather how strong she really was, and that was enough for her. But her goal was still to make Chunin so that the Hokage would tell her who her parents were. At the moment all the contestants except Sasuke were in the arena. However, while looking around and taking in her surrounding, Naruto noticed that the proctor of the exam was not Hayate anymore. "Where's Hayate-san?" Naruto asked the new proctor, who just looked at her. "Don't worry about it," the proctor said, "something came up and I was asked to fill in." Hokage-sama would have told you if he thought you needed to know. "Fine," Naruto said, but she could tell something just wasn't right. "How much longer until we begin?" "Whenever Hokage-sama says to," the proctor said. "I hope Sasuke Teme shows up soon." Naruto told Shikamaru, who was standing next to her, "It's probably his fault we're waiting, scratch that it's Kashi's fault. Can't that man ever be on time? Quote. Troublesome. Shikamaru said, more than used to listening to Naruto rant about one thing or another. Just then another Chunin appeared at the proctor's side and whispered something. "We're going to start the tournament now. My name is Shiranui Genma and I'll be the proctor," Genma said. "Now before we begin let me go over the rules again. Rule 1. No killing. Rule 2. Anything else goes, but I will step in when I decide one of the fighters are unable to continue. Now Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji stay while all other contestants go to the waiting area over there." Genma pointed to a balcony halfway up the arena wall. Naruto and Neji faced off against each other. Neji gave his whole "can't fight fate" speak, and Naruto proceeded to beat his ass into the ground saying that fate was for people too weak-willed to fight for what they wanted. At one point it looked like Naruto would lose because Neji had closed her tenketsus, but she flooded her chakra network with Kyuubi chakra and knocked Neji's ass out cold. Up next was supposed to be Sasuke's match, but him and Kakashi hadn't shown up yet, so it was decided by the higher-ups that they would just proceed to the next match and see what happened. So Temari and Shikamaru, whose lazy-ass Naruto pushed off the contestants' balcony, met in the arena. It was a pretty quick match and Temari had the upper hand at first. That is until Shikamaru took a step back and came up with a plan. He soon caught Temari in his shadow possession jutsu, but was low on chakra and forfeited. Two returned to the balcony and just as Sakura was about to head down, her opponent Kankuro forfeited. Sakura wasn't sure if she should be relieved or upset that she didn't have to fight Kankuro. Sasuke still hadn't appeared and so they proceeded with the next match. Tenten's weapons proved to be pretty much useless against Shino and his bugs. So she retreated and hid in a wooded area to think. It was useless however, as Shino had placed a female on her and his bugs tracked her down. Seeing that she was outmaneuvered, Tenten was forced to concede defeat. Just as the proctor was about to claim Sasuke was disqualified, he and Kakashi showed up in a swirl of leaves and the match between him and Gaara commenced. Sasuke had drawn blood on Gaara, which causes him to go a little crazy, and performed a technique that covered him in a barrier of sand, and some sort of weird arm tried to attack Sasuke but he dodged it. Sasuke charged up his new Chidori to use it on Gaara, but the exams were stopped as the Sound and Sand Village's attack. Gaara took off with Sasuke in his pursuit as Sasuke wanted to prove how powerful his was by defeating Gaara. The Junin and Chunin worked to defend the village. Kakashi sent Naruto, Sakura and Shikamaru after Sasuke and Gaara with Pakun to lead the way. The group was interrupted by Kankuro and Temari along the way, but Shino showed up to take care of Kankuro and Shikamaru faced off against Temari. Naruto and Sakura continued on. When they arrived they noticed that Sasuke was halfway overtaken by the curse mark. Naruto engaged Gaara in battle, while Sakura had gone to take care of Sasuke. Once Sasuke got the curse mark under control he passed out. Just then Gaara had knocked Naruto through a few trees. Seeing Sasuke unconscious, Gaara went to attack the pair but changed to just getting Sakura when she tried to protect Sasuke. When Naruto got back into the action, he saw Sasuke was unconscious and Sakura was being crushed into a tree. Gaara was halfway transformed in his Biju form, and that's when Naruto realized that Gaara was also a Jinchuriki. After Naruto shoved an explosive kunai up Gaara's ass, Gaara decided it was time to pull out the big guns and did a full transformation. After that, Naruto summoned Gamabunta and they defeated Gaara. "How could you have beaten me?" Gaara rasped from his place mere feet from Naruto. She turned her head and smiled at him. "We're really the same, you know?" Naruto asked, looking back up to the sky. "We both carry a burden we next asked for or wanted." "If we are the same, why are you so different?" Gaara asked. "Because while you try to prove your existence with the death of others," Naruto explained, "I try to get the love of others. You should try it. I bet your siblings would love to get to know you." Just then Temari and Kankuro came to collect Gaara, saying that Sand had been tricked into taking part in the invasion and that their cage was dead. Sasuke, who had woken a little before going to fight them, but Naruto stopped him, say there was no reason. The Konoha Genin returned to the village to learn that the Hokage was comatose in the hospital, and if not for the help of Jiraiya, who was also injured and hospitalized, he would have died. Kakashi had taken Naruto aside, saying he had some news that he needed to tell her. It appeared that Hayate was killed after discovering some information about the attack. Anyway, while Kakashi was doing that, Sakura thanked Sasuke for helping save her, to which he got angry and informed her Naruto did it on her own. THSTA all for now. If you enjoy, then please like, share and do comments.